Notice NUTURN do not play the Viper. It's one of the things that really has seemed to separate a few teams here and being able to stall out, create their own situation, their own environment with the toxic screen as they go in. So we'll see if that affects them at all. Seeing the Sova on both sides is great, because when we have not seen teams with a Sova recently in this tournament, their retakes just seem so chaotic. You can't ping past walls. You can't dart past smokes. And it seems like there's really a lack of control on getting back in, or I should say initiation as an initiator.
No, I agree. I think you certainly feel lackluster, so it's good to see those two. I think across the board, this also bodes well. And again, I'm keeping a close eye on NUTURN because of how Haven went the last time we saw this on this map. They have not made any adjustments as far as composition goes. Now the play style might be a bit different, but so far they're sticking to their guns. They're starting off on the attack, and it looks like early on this is going to be a bit of like a feel things out default. You've got the Astra Stars already holding down a long to deny any information potentially gathered by FEs on the peak. This is a good setup early on.
And we have to make sure to mention, now they're on their agents, you can kind of get a track of them. Penny on Jet, watch out for it. Allow on the Jet on the other side. That's for version 1 and NUTURN respectively as we start off. So the wall here coming in from version 1 basically denies a fast A, or at least an A that NUTURN has to think about as they would run through the toxic screen. And no real aggression here to start coming in from V1. They're happy to stay, set down some stars, and we do see the Astra on both sides as Perry starts laying some out towards Garage.
I do think it's good to see Penny take some of this space away on a short and get a bit more of aggressive positioning, right? Like, this area of the map is so heavily contested, and it's because of that, right? Like, you get so much control if you can exploit that area. Penny already swings out, deals the first blood of the series. Oh, and Vanity's on the flank as well. They've taken the middle of the space. NUTURN, they're trapped right now. They're gonna have to fight their way through the defenses of E1.
Beautiful job by Vanity. They've been able to separate the map a little bit with the way they played the Killjoy turret, which allowed them to play back, allowed them to play these hard corners. Zelsis now picks one up, and they're just picking apart NUTURN ever so slowly.
30 seconds left.
So the spike is down in A short. They have to slowly, you see it, you see Allow like slowly working his way around because they don't know how far up Vanity's gone. As we can see, Vanity has retreated back. But again, like, because of the way the early round played out, they really have nowhere else to go. They have to commit today. And V1's not giving them an inch. Perry looking to take some of it. However, he's going to get dropped at the hands of Zelsis. V1 win the pistol.
Opening shots of confidence coming in from version 1 as NUTURN was looking to read the map, feel it out, see a few pitches coming in from version 1, and the first one was a laser shot from Penny. He picks up 2 on the round, an extra 400 in the pocket for him and Zelsis as now we head into round 2. We will see Spectres now coming out of NUTURN. The wall is switched up, so they basically cut off A this time. This may give Penny a little bit more of a push. You see the turret being placed on the left side of B here. This allows Zelsis to actually play between 2 sites. Awesome distance and use of the utility there.
So that's such a good counter to that Viper's wall. When that wall goes up, there's no information of what's happening in a short. You have to respect the possibility that somebody on the side of E1 has already pushed their way aggressively through that, right? But right off the bat, Lakia drops the recon dart right past that to expose where Penny might have been going. He had to wait it out before working his way forward, but it seems like NUTURN feels comfortable working their way in anyway.
Lakia towards the back. He is watching on their flank right now, possibly waiting for that sonar bolt to come up to fire it over. You can see him setting up. Spikes got dropped, but Jammy's already pushing before they can get the strategy into position. Lakia with 2 beautiful shots.
You can see V1 went hunting, trying to look for the remaining members of NUTURN, and they may have bit off a bit more than they could chew as things drop down to a 3v2 in favor of NUTURN. Now the spike is not on the site. They do have some time to flip it if they want to. Zelsis equalizing things at 2 apiece. But yeah, Riv, look at it. NUTURN hightailing it out of there. They're going elsewhere.
That was actually a smart buy version 1. If you look at it, and they played the time based on when they may have seen the first sonar bolt coming out. You say a setup would be happening now. It's been about 30 seconds. Peek out, and you catch them waiting to shoot one over A. Now over towards C. That's just going to be Solo doing what he can. 300 bucks is what they want to get as Zelsis finds Lakia, and he's going to go straight for that plant, drive it into the ground, and hope for the best.
Well, You can hope. But there wasn't a whole lot of best there. I think in that 1v2 situation, the nice thing for V1 there is even though they were heavily invested from a personnel perspective on the A side of the map, they had a ton of utility, right? All of Zels's utility was on C, and you saw that as soon as Solo came out. Both Nano Swarms were activated to delay that plan, and then Vanity showed up with a bit of CC of his own. So I gotta say, like, that right there is why you can't sleep on NUTURN. It's because of plays like that don't go their way. And even this play, right? If not by timing, Lakia has a chance at Zelsis, and the round easily goes the other way. So you're feeling that this map already is just like being decided by split-second moments that can change the outcome of what's going on.
Absolutely. And we see version 1 being able to pull that out and do damage. I'm sorry, NUTURN do damage to version 1, so the buys may become a bit more tough. Suggest able to do it again. The Ion Sheriff headshots, they're almost free, I tell you. And they're going to back out. A nice grab. They have a Phantom. They can now start to move around. That was dropped to Lakia, so the priority on how they need to move this now starts to come in division. And they're still waiting. The same wall we saw on round 1 from the toxic screen, placed up around B towards A, slowing things down if they need to on an initial rush. Version 1 still looking to creep up. I think Suggest has then seen that there was he would have heard that alarm bot placed in, so they know a bit of Killjoy positioning. They haven't identified B, so I wonder if the turret is known to be there, stopping them a little bit. And it's going to be the A strat once again. They creep up as close as they can get. They feel like not having too many weapons dug. They got to get as close as possible and close the gap to get these frags. Effie's close, and so is Penny. We'll see if they can make it out of this one as the chaos ensues.
30 seconds left.
Oh, this will be noise. They decide not to drop it.
The dart, the flash, the cloud burst, the dash as they work their way onto the side, and so far Allow has gotten through entirely unscathed, but unfortunately for NUTURN, Suggest and Perry are not nearly as fortunate as the wall comes down. Effie's is greeted with a handful of folks on the side of NUTURN. Hello! He's able to get a couple, but Allow looking to trade things back. He's gotten two. Zelsis is getting that back himself as he gets onto it solo with the flash, not able to make anything happen out of that. This is big from a financial perspective. Riv, they win the pistol, they win the following round, and then, even with the damage that NUTURN did to their bonus, for V1 to win this is big.
Absolutely. Playing the bits of time there. Spikes being planted. You know there's going to be one less person shooting, most likely with how much time they had to put the spike down. So version 1 working it methodical, even though they seem to be running around the map here. And NUTURN's doing a great job about that. They are finding that they're having a priority in numbers once they get to a site. So NUTURN is learning what the movement, what the pressure of version 1 is. Ever so slightly, you want to find the precedent that your opponent is setting. And version 1 should be able to have found a few of those movements, where they'll be, how many are at a site. But now in our first gun round, we'll see if all that homework pays off that they've done for these first 3.
Different look from V1 already. Look at the aggression down C long, right? It wasn't a flash, it wasn't dash, it wasn't noisy, but it wasn't expected, at least you would think, because they hadn't done it. But Allow holds fast, is able to stop the aggression. Penny with the op. We saw how devastating he can be with this weapon. Not able to land anything yet. You see him reposition. He's gonna get a chance, and yeah, baby, he delivers. Blade Storm out as Penny tries to stay alive, using the counter from the cloud burst to keep him alive. That's insane.
And again, NUTURN, overwhelm. It's how they're able to get in. The first one, obviously Allow. He's just saying you're not allowed to do that. You can't push. And it was a great read. If we remember what really came to fruition on NUTURN, was that at the beginning of the game, a lot of pushing happened towards them. They were pushed back by Sharks, and they're like, okay, well, we're going to look for this next time. We're going to make sure nobody can get on our flank, because they aren't looking to work with that Cypher on the side. They're keeping everything that they have with them for these attacks, so they got to be their own sentry, and Allow had that time perfectly, reading a bit of version 1's push on the first gun round.
To have the wherewithal to even expect that, knowing we hadn't seen that look from V1 at all, was very impressive. Mixed by for the boys on the defending side here as we enter round 5. No presence towards A this time on the side of NUTURN, as they're actually looking to exploit the middle of the map. Let's see what they can find.
Some deep stars here to kind of play with the minds of version 1. Oh, that's a showstopper coming straight in. Actually, just shot to the left, a blind fire. on the showstopper here, and that's going to be great for version 1 on the Frenzy round with 2 Vandals.
Yeah, getting that ultimate offline with really no value. I mean, yeah, I guess the one thing you know is that there's nobody playing that tight 50, but certainly not what you're looking for when you invest in an ultimate like that. So they cut noise. They look to reset things a little bit and see what they can find towards C. They're still postured heavy that way. You still see a couple of pings on the mini-map. The nice thing for V1 is that if they do push into that, they do have Zelsys' lockdown, and that's a big pick, with the Frenzy no less on the suggested.
Wow, traded back quickly by Perry. Nice little retribution kill there as they head in. And they don't even know he's there. Allow just can't find the targets. And V1 attacks back with 3 fast. Perry looking to do what he can.
1v3. They did draw out the Hunter Fury, and he managed to get away from that unscathed. He's got to get a shot onto Penny, but no. Penny continues to impress. The young cracked out star on the side of V1 secures the round for the boys on defense.
It's just version 1. If they do go down, we see the next round they just info deny until they say, all right, peek now. There's been enough time. You know, you're kind of predicting a lull in your opponent's senses where they would be rotating. You catch them in that rotation. Just to dodge the showstopper, come up with the frenzy, especially on the rounds where you're going up against full guns. Version 1's got to be feeling great right now.
Got to be feeling very good. We're going to see a very similar look that we saw a couple of rounds ago. The Viper's wall cutting off information around A short. You see it go up, and this time you see Jammies and Penny have taken the space aggressively, and they double down on that by dropping the Viper's pit. This is a this is a tough situation for NUTURN because they have to decide, are we going to fight into it or not? Jammies off the board already. That's big.
What a read on the triple ult here coming from NUTURN. They wanted to get in. That's going to be Bladestorm. That's going to be Rolling Thunder as they get into A, but it's all slowed down, and they lose Jammies. So a ruffle of the feathers to start. NUTURN handles it perfectly, and they still have those ultimates to use as they come in. We did see Hunter's Fury come out there, and now it's going to be another trade. They still set up. They still want to go through with it. They feel good, Doug. Here it goes.
Rolling Thunder leading the way as Lakia follows shortly thereafter, and Effie's drops. Penny looking to trade things out. There's the lockdown that we were expecting out of Zelsys to try to equalize things. They respect it, but Penny's on the read! Penny's on the read! He's cut him off! They're stuck, Riv! There's no way for them to work their way out. Penny good for 1, Penny good for 2. Make that 3 on the round. Full control for V1.
Just when you think you're getting out, a Penny for your thoughts on the flank. And it is a rough one. Looking at how the Hunter's Furies were used there, with the ultimate there being down for the lockdown, I should say, I was just super impressed with how they got them out early, but it still comes down to the fact that Perry has to make it work again. Always on the flank. We saw this last round. He's trying to make things work from across the map with the smokes, but still be present for the late game situation here in each round. I should say late round situation. And it's just going to time out on this one. Perry keeps himself alive, keeps the Phantom in his hands. That might go to Suggest or Lakia here as we get into our next round. But version 1 feeling good, reacting well to these as NUTURN continues to put up strats.
Dude, I have been floored, to be honest with you, by how well version 1 have read this map, right? Like, there have been a couple of times now where we've seen them position themselves in such a way that they're just a step ahead of NUTURN from a macro perspective. Even like having him trap them in to the lockdown, not giving them an easy escape is huge. Slight adjustment that we see here out of the Viper's wall from Jammies. You hear the gravity well has been used early on. Short control has been taken away, and that's a narrative that we're going to continue to see throughout really the entire map.
We'll have to keep an eye on if NUTURN continue to watch that flank past the early game. Allow picked up 2 big frags at Long C just a few ago for NUTURN, watching version 1 push, reading version 1 a bit. Version 1 then sets back to a different default strategy on their defensive side, and it's like an info denial. NUTURN can't figure out what kind of util they can get out or not. Here on another save round, they're going to throw their numbers towards A, but the spike is towards B. They're looking for that $300 if they can get it. I should say credits, 300 credits.
Yeah, this may be a bit of a, you know, make some noise, see what kills you can get, which so far have been none. Perry did have the only rifle on the side of NUTURN, but the nice thing is that that is going to draw some attention away from C, which is where Solo is just very quietly going to waltz his way up. But you've got to remember here, they don't really have weaponry, and Solo's alone. Zelsys once again is on the read with Jammies. I'm telling you, Riv, they're a step ahead every time.
I was going to say V1 does not usually rotate out of their sight until the spike is being planted. So big credit to NUTURN there for making them bite, because NUTURN has been going to every site. They say, let's switch it up this time. We're on the eco. We kind of need to even stretch ourselves thin to make that work. Version 1 in the middle of the round say, wait a minute. This is different. They come right back. And Solo can't even plant there. And they were a moment from having it, right? But V1 flipped the switch, and they were like, no, 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 no. Here we go. So round 8, 6-1. Version 1 here on defense shutting down NUTURN's attack.
In flawless fashion as well. It seems like they've picked up right where they left off, but this time it's unfortunately against them. I think they set the record the last time we saw them on the big stage for most flawless rounds probably ever in the history of everything. But again, this time receiving it from V1. So now they're going to have better weapons. Now they're going to have rifles. Similar Viper wall that we saw from Jamie's, controlling that A short area, and a ton of utility across B here, Riff.
Doug, look at this wall as well from Jamie's. They're giving them less and less as the map goes on. The next time NUTURN gets guns, well, you're going to have to really work for the right side of the map. They say, well, we're going left. Celsius eats a bit of a nade there, and we'll see how they can control C. Full retake in position right now if it is a C play here. NUTURN's going to have it to themselves. How can they post-plant this?
Oh, and Celsius already dropping early on certainly doesn't help. They've gotten onto the site. Solo's going to get the spike down. And he has the Blade Storm in tow and is working around, but you see the slow burn from Vanity and the slow burn from Jamie. He's still working his way out of the eastern side of the map. The good thing for version 1 here is that they're going to be approaching the retake from multiple fronts, but NUTURN are so well positioned right now, right? They also still have the Cosmic Divide out of parry that they can invest should they choose to do so.
Here we go. You got Jammies coming down on the bottom. Sonar Bolt going through now that he's there, and they're working as a team with 3 to come up, but allow.
Last player standing.
Effie's on the tap. The snake bite to buy some space. Solo good for 1 anyway, but he didn't have enough health. He had to take it. Is he going to get the defuse, Riv?
It is over.
Oh,
Found it.
full clench. Full clench.
And honestly, that Viper bite from Jammies on the stage is the sub. Very, very quick thinking to understand what happened within the site take where the last person could have escaped to. And that absolutely helped clutch that round. Been very impressed with Jammies here on version 1. And that is going to be a quick pickup. Ladies and gentlemen, the Effie's mating call.
That was excellent display of one power. You got to give it to him.
That was some diaphragm usage.
It was a little dash early on. Jammies once again reads it like a book as we see that even if NUTURN try to push in towards A, like V1 they have it locked down. They haven't found very much success on that side of the map at all. And much like we've seen previous times, whenever they show that way, Vanity takes the middle of the map. Look at where he is on your mini-map right now. He's about to walk into the defender's spawn. He's got the Viper's wall to conceal his advancements, and he's got the chance to catch parry. Yep, and that's just too easy, Riv. It's too easy. He was in astral form. He had the spike. He dropped. Suggest is left alone in a 1v4. Things continue to go sideways for NUTURN.
Oh, Vanity tries to get the movement shot there. Suggest quickly tucks and fires. He's going to be good for that. And this is going to be a tough one. Suggest definitely has some of the best aim on the team. It's quiet, but when he pops off, it is a loud statement. Firing forward, trying to catch that drone off guard, but they're still too distance from the play.
Now okay. I was going to say, he's got the showstopper. If things get real close, he might whip something up. But no, an excellent stop from Effie's there, as you said, with the shock dart to win the round. Again, secure it for V1, and I think Haven, while there were questions, right? Like, I was the first to say it, right? Like, NUTURN were calling a good map against Sharks on Haven, and things just kind of didn't go their way. I think now we're seeing them really get exposed on both sides of the proverbial ball. Defensively, they didn't look good against Sharks. On attack, they certainly don't look good against V1, and NUTURN just seem at a loss on this map.
We'll see. It is going to be a tactical timeout coming in from NUTURN. Nothing they're doing seems to work. And one of the amazing things is it seems like there are rounds when V1 knows to info deny and rounds when Vanity knows that he freely has window. Just based off a few things that are going down. The shot calling we're seeing from Vanity here is absolutely amazing throughout the tournament so far, and it's no wonder that the Cinderella story here, from challengers to team roster switches to subs, albeit one at a time, that version 1 is definitely a team meant to be here on the world stage, and wowing people or not, they have worked for this and they're showing.
Now, Riv, I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm gonna put you on the spot. At what point do version 1 go from Cinderella that kind of goes back to Pumpkin and drags at the end of the night? When do they go from that to full-on bell of the ball at every single time, right? Like, what more is left for them to do to shift the narrative in people's minds that they're not just underdogs and that they maybe don't deserve to be here and that they're legit?
Honestly, I think they've done it, but it's carrying that current story in we're following their choose your own adventure to see how they end it. Because honestly, it could be written here and you'd be like, holy damn, that was a really good book. Version 1 was a great book, and I can't wait to read the next one. But that's not what they have in mind, right? It's not Season 8 yet. So we'll see what they got here. Round 10, they're going in, and we'll see what they have towards A. Allow goes down almost immediately on the round. That's going to be an operator in Penny's hand for this round.
Dude, Penny hit that after the Viper's Pit was going up. Down C long with no information. There was no dart. There was no nothing to reveal the position. That must have been like a... give the dude a haircut, just saw like a pixel onto that shot. I hate that we missed that. Hopefully we'll be able to get that on the replay to see if that was as gross as it seemed in my mind, because that was just filthy. So to recap, V1 have taken complete control of C. They've got the Viper's Pit. There's no easy entrance there. What I do like about NUTURN here is that they're feeling things out in the middle of the map. They're about to find out that it should be pretty safe, but Vanity... Vanity! Lakia gives him the business left, right, good night. He drops, and that should give him entry onto A, except for Penny is on the flank. The flash is not going to land. The patience, the Blade Storm's not going to land. He's going to have to go in aggressive. Push things back. The spike has not moved, Riv.
4v3, Effie's looks like he's hanging out in sight, but they do have the Hunter's Fury if they want to get it. That Viper's Pit has been dropped as Jamie starts to twirl around. I was going to say Perry is making some good moves, but they are privy to what's going down. Solo now being seen. 25 HP with the overkill from the operator's shot to the chest. And now it's just going to be up to Suggest. And a beautiful shot on that. Another 3v1. And another V1 victory.
Dude, I'm getting like Monty Python and the Holy Grail type, like none shall pass vibes, because for NUTURN, they're feeling things out, right? It's not like, oh my god, Penny, you're so bad. Like, it's not like they're running their head into a wall on one specific site and they're just trying to brute force their way in and they're just getting stuffed. They're feeling out different areas of the map, right? Like, they're calling fakes, they're calling rotations. They're doing all the right things. They just can't find a way in.
I guess this is really a time as well when we get to see, you know, what NUTURN is made of. And that's not to say 9-1. It's always strong mentality coming out of Korean teams. They weather the storm. They find a way back. They know it's never over. Is right now version 1 seems to have them in a bit of chaos mode where NUTURN can't do their own strats. They're kind of playing to version 1's game, and that means you're always a step behind what you as NUTURN want to be doing. So again, they wait. Zelsus pushes. They find a frag, and this is where NUTURN may start to grab a little bit of momentum. 2 down now on the side of version 1 is NUTURN. Adapt.
You really have to here. Oh gosh, and the spike's down 2.
Playing the toxic spot now.
Hey, he doesn't have any backup. Yeah, so if he drops, they're going to be able to regain control. They're going to know that A's open. Nobody else was pushing up, but even with that in mind, they're going to pull back off. But Vanity again. Oh no, Vanity gets a couple shots right into the back of the head. Courtesy of Perry. Effie's on the cut. Effie's good for 2. The spike goes down again, and it's Effie's. In a 1v2, he's already taking care of 2 of them. Looking for the third, not able to land it. Perry gets the kill. NUTURN get another round.
Last round before the switch.
Slowly making their way with a few more points back in, giving themselves that cushion for the next half. Looking at what we have for NUTURN here, as we said, 59% attack win rate, 50% defensive win rate. So getting the rounds on attack were almost necessary here, as version 1 gonna have momentum. They're gonna feel good. And NUTURN maybe back to that position where Solo in his interview said, we felt nervous, you know? Haven's one of our favorite maps. So it seems like they're just kind of being locked into this position. Here, they have 5 ultimates up. They're dealing with that same wall that version 1 has been putting up. And let's see how they use their util on the side of NUTURN here.
Showstopper online. Suggests playing it a bit more slowly, and now is going to dash his way forward. I mean, scene of the crime from last time.
No guarantees.
The same output. No, it's a meat grinder of as NUTURN have already lost 2. Penny with the op holding down that tight angle. A garage sees the shoulder, not going to land, and Suggest punishes it. The Cosmic Divide's going to come out. Zelsis quietly playing in the back corner, has not been spotted. The alarm bot helps, but Zelsis lands a kill, looking for a second. Not able to do it, as Suggest seems to be on a one-man mission to get NUTURN back into this thing, and that was heck of a way forward.
And then they win that. Douglas! Like, hardly any information grabbed, and you use one of the most impactful ults, blind again, but then they outshoot the round. But at that moment, that almost feels like, all right, we're out of options. Do this. And that becomes a little scary there for NUTURN. But it made Suggest feel comfortable. You can't complain after a round like that. And there it is. NUTURN coming alive a little bit here, Doug. They have a lot of work to do. But that is good to see from the Korean squad.
Yeah, a little bit of fire lit under them as they get us to a 9-3 half. Version 1 now going to test their mettle on the attacking side of the map. The Viper's wall goes up to block off A, and they're actually going to full send B. There's nobody there, Riv. They don't even they have no utility there. They're going to get him for free.
Nade's a little too deep out. Fault line won't do too much, so it actually stops Penny down as he gets 1, though, and the Frenzies are pushing forward, Doug.
Absolute chaos. You got to keep an eye. Yes, that was it, right? Like, that is vintage version 1. Look at the lineups. Jamies was playing back on the site from downtown, denying any sort of way in. And then Zelsis, the 1-2 combo right into the back of the head. Drops Lakia, picks up another weapon. And then you see the shock dart, too. It's not just the snake bite. There's really no way in. Allows going to have to get through all of the utility that exists, and then the remaining members of V1 just to get a chance at this thing. There's no need. Zelsis is good for 3. That right there is V1 just like putting on full display how good they are on the attacking half.
That is V1. Watch that round over and over again. Forward aggression, post plant, still have a flank, still have post plant, lineups from downtown, and more lineups that you cannot, especially on a pistol round, shoot Sova through that wall. You don't see him, you know, and if you do, you're only gonna tag him for a bit of damage. So there's so many things they easily capitalize there, and we saw a picture perfect round from them.
Yeah, we did. Yes, we did indeed. What do NUTURN do in response? No force up. Suggest is the only one with a little extra, a little something packing. As it looks like they have a decent read on what's happening here towards C. They've stacked 3 this way. The Ultra going into the pockets of Penny, getting 1 step closer to the Blade Storm. And, I mean, like puppets. Riv, look at that. They just showed a little bit down C long. And mind you, NUTURN don't have much to fight with, so they're almost forced into this situation where they have to show off of the first thing they see, but they have fully stacked C here.
Look at the info Vanity's trying to get here. He runs up, activates his own smoke so he can instantly hide on it, trying to just get shots out. Now, nothing really came of it. NUTURN's playing this super smart by holding util, info denying themselves. I think we might have heard a shorty go off, and that's not going to give you too much. So we see in the eyes of Vanity what they're trying, and it looks like they're going to go for what is a B once again with all 3 util smokes placed around it.
Effie still has a shock dart as well. But how much of a lineup do you have when you're already dead, sitting on the site? Cold. Penny on the flank, good for 1. But if it's not Effie's, it's Jamie's again. The exact same setup. It was slightly delayed, but the outcome's the same. V1 get to 11 as they dominate on the defensive half, and now they show they can do it on attack as well.
You know what seems absurd right now, especially on those rounds? If you win first round, I feel like with the way version 1 plays it or the way a team can play it is you know you can spread a team slightly thin by waiting out the round. They're going to have to at least choose a site, and it's probably not going to be one at B. It's be more of a retake. So to be able to get in there, you will always have the 7 seconds to throw that down, right?
Yep.
And then be able to get out so your guys who are already on post-plant lineups can do it. They almost have guaranteed rounds there without having to use ultimates.
Oh man,
Just the
Celsius
timing.
gets his hand on the lockdown. Effie's gets the opener into the site. You see the Nano Swarm's already coming out. Now keep an eye on Jammies. He's playing back. You presume he's got a lineup here, but he might get called. Oh, Solo, no! Solo, the timing was bad. Jammies catches him sleeping. He gets around, they get the kill. They get the spike down on C as well, and now they have control. But they go right into the belly of the beast. Vanity not waiting for NUTURN to take the fight to them. He's going in.
This wall gives them so much pressure. The first gun round, they go ham towards C on this. Toxic screen still up. Penny takes a bit of damage, but the positioning they have is great. You can see Suggest. Where's the flank? Which one's going to flank me first? Because that is the second part. I'd say second or third or 2A or 2B of NUTURN's Vision 1's post plant, rather. But yeah, they get out safely. This is good for NUTURN to hold some guns for themselves. Things are only getting harder and harder. And there's another one. That's 12 for version 1 here in your first map of the best of 3 series.
Match point.
An early match point as V1 again seemed to be in full control. And it's just been so impressive from version 1. Again, I mentioned at the beginning of the series that I think NUTURN have a much better map than we saw on Sharks, but man, I am entirely wrong. As we see NUTURN call on another tactical timeout, and Riv, I know we're only 3 rounds in, about to play round 4 of the second half, but I mean, at this point, it almost seems like a foregone conclusion.
It does. The way that version 1 has been reading, honestly, you got to give them credit for this. The way they're reading on NUTURN, playing around them, finding the... honestly, for the first few rounds, I think it was as well version 1 out shooting those instances, right? All those sheriff shots in the beginning to start capitalizing on bankrolls. And now you can't even chip away at that bank account for 2 or 3 rounds, 4 rounds. So knowing they had that up gave them confidence. They pushed a little bit more. The walls they have been putting up on defense from Jammies were successfully encroaching more and more onto the attacking side, giving NUTURN less room to even start with. And that just, it feels weird. You feel suffocated if you're NUTURN when you're starting your strats, because you're saying, oh my God, they're just gonna push us. They're just gonna do this. Let's wait and turtle, which turtle again does not mean you're scared. You're reading the play and see what they're doing. And version 1 continue to find the success out of those plays, even if NUTURN stays back in turtles, because they're holding. You know, NUTURN will always have to come to you. But now on the other side, we'll see what NUTURN can do on defenses. Version 1 has to come to them.
I will say the one like silver lining so far that we've seen from NUTURN is that Suggest is on one today. He's like big boy on one. He's had multiple multi-kills. I'm pretty sure, I don't know if we can pull up the stats, but I'm sure he's by and large bragging out for NUTURN. I think Suggest has played really well, but otherwise it's just been a bit left
the guy has a
wanting.
33% headshot out of Korea. I know Scream is 36-ish at the highest, so like quiet. Like I said, you know, you think of Allow, you think of Lakia, but Suggest is quietly one of the best players on this team.
Oh, dude. So they showed this exact look against Sharks. It was the breach flash, it was the Allow dash down C-long, and it was met with, I mean, I think they got a little bit more out of it when they tried it against Sharks, but V1 wisely waiting it out. They don't push in aggressively. They don't get caught with the flash. They just wait it out, and then they respond in kind. Now they're pushing it a bit more aggressively. Vanity playing in his smoke just on the other side with the judge. Oh, no! Vanity swings, drops parry like a bag of rocks as V1 continue to creep their way on to C. Celsius leading the way. Oh, Solo! Solo's got a judge of his own. If it's not him, it's Lakia. As Solo with 2 shells left, no, he's gonna get dropped. Lakia looking for a bit of action as well, as he and Suggest are the last ones that remain. Suggest has to wait out the lockdown. That's gonna give Celsius a bit of breathing room. And now Suggest with the Vandal in a 1v2. As the spike continues to tick away, there was a bit of a snake bite there to delay his entry, but no, that should be enough info on where he's coming from. The alarm bot is going to come out as well. But even then, you see You see Jamies has played off. He's playing off site because of all the utility that he has. Suggest is going to have to tank through this. There's the snake bite as well. I love the use of the Roomba to try to flush Jamies out. There he is. Suggest trying to land the shots, and no, Jamies does it again. V1 13 it again as we hop into Agent Select, courtesy of our friends at Prime Gaming.
Well, we knew we were getting a clash today. That's why we clash. But we didn't expect it to clash that hard. We thought we might clash a little harder. So coming up Prime Gaming Agent Select, like you said, we'll see what we have. As I look around the board, same composition for NUTURN. They'll be on attack first, as they usually run here on Ascent. And we're looking at basically the same thing that you are getting out of version 1. Coming out of Challengers, version 1 did have a Phoenix in this composition. But you do get that swapped out now. You find that Viper in there instead. Jammies locks that down, and we'll see what they can do. Focusing on version 1 here as we get into game 2. They have 2 games ahead of them if they want to make this happen with NUTURN, or version 1 taking the first map. Seeing our Viper wall set up here from the left. It's like Jammies will start it there. If he plays to the right or left side of the map, you will see Jammies kind of set that wall up as well from where Penny's standing right now and other times. But version 1 with the spike and a 2-3 split to start. NUTURN, rather.
And we're seeing some of that. And I think another thing we need to keep an eye on is the Astra Star investment. Where do they place it? How do they play around it there? We saw Top Cat. Smoke went up. Drone was able to clear the middle of the map for free. And they were able to work their way in through that. Now, they are not investing in it from a personnel perspective, but I mean, look at Penny, dude. He most certainly is. Allows trying to hold down Market because they've taken that away. But the problem is the rest of the team can't work their way in through Garage. The hit's going to have to go to A because they couldn't find any other entry.
If Allow can stay alive for even a little bit longer, the pressure he creates in this position is amazing. But they're going to be able to find him, take him down. Now they start heading to the site here. Zelsis.
Zelsis with the heroics. He does it again. The Burst Classic takes care of business. Vanity shows that anything Zelsis can do, Vanity might be able to do a bit better. He gets a kill of his own in the exact same fashion. Vanity gets the last. The defuse comes through for Zelsis. V1 win the pistol.
I like the play from NUTURN, off the ball, send a few towards B, make them think there's a play over there, find some utility, and then you kind of hard hit A site thinking you might have power in numbers. The start here from what Allow did in middle, if the rest of the team was then set up to instantly execute, that would have been awesome for them. But version 1 just seems to continuously read these mid-round plays super fast.
They do. It looks like we may... No, it looks like Jamies is lining up. Okay, for the exact same wall. So same utility invested. I think another place that we want to keep... Well, there is some of that utility there, but it looks like this time, actually, they're heavily leaning towards B. The drone is going to clear out the middle. Zelsis swings out and is able to punish Suggest early on. Allow following the drone to clear the middle of the map. Yeah, the door's going to go down, but at least they have that space, much like they did in the previous round.
All right, so let's see what they do this time. Right? They know they can take that space. It felt comfortable for the last round. We know NUTURN's going to buy, so they'll be able to pressure a little bit more, not just having an eco round here. And now Allow can hang out. So does version 1 info deny there and say, okay, we know you're there, right? Sometimes nothing has to happen. It's the pressure NUTURN is trying to create. Nice little drone in here by Effies to figure out what's going on. Is everybody's just patiently waiting on version 1 for the NUTURN play. And you have Perry all by his lonesome hanging out in wine right now to see if there's any push out, anything version 1 wants to get an info.
You see NUTURN slowly working their way towards middle because in the previous round, as we saw, Penny had wrapped his way around through mid and was behind Allow. Yeah, Allow got the kill, but you can see them adjusting towards that, expecting that aggression from Penny. This time they get through the middle of the map unscathed and much different from the previous round. They're not going to be funneling in from the same way. As you mentioned, they have Perry and Wine. They're going to work their way in through Tree onto A, and it looks like for now Vanity's going to be the first line of defense. And what else but the classic, the Judge, man. Vanity and the Judge, name a better duo. Lakia looking to get the spike down, but with 11 seconds left, they're going to have to go. Allow control the middle of the map. Jamies punishes him, but the spike goes down.
A few things that shouldn't be happening here for NUTURN, like those frags going down, could allow now version 1 to come in with the better numbers. Flank from Jammies is going to happen. Dart goes in, that's underneath, and shot out. They have an idea where 1 is, Doug. This could be a tough post-plant hold.
Yeah, and then the snake bite was there as well. Perry alone with the frenzy. Spotted a little bit of something, but wasn't able to deliver. So V1, they follow, they hold serve. We see what we expect out of them so far. NUTURN have managed to, the last couple of rounds, right? Like, they'll show a little. I think we need to keep an eye on that stuff, right? What is NUTURN doing? They'll show a little B, they'll exploit the middle of the map, but that's now 2 rounds in a row where they end up back at A, and while it was a slightly different variation of what we saw in round 1, the outcome was the same.
They're playing the numbers game. The lower the clock goes, the better chance you have at having bringing more numbers to a site than the defenders have. That's what NUTURN's doing. The clock goes down, you know the defense has rotated out. Chances are you're not going to meet more numbers there, just the way that defense pans out. But that's what they're doing. That's where they feel most comfortable, because right now the aim isn't on. We saw that from last map. It's a little bit shaky possibly, and NUTURN's trying to get themselves into the most comfortable position before making something happen, and nobody on version 1 is going to let them get comfortable here on a save round.
Dude, we can do an analyst segment on that play alone, but we're going to run out of time as Penny took the middle of the map, but solo Sheriff punishes it. I want to take a quick moment. We saw Perry work across with the fake smoke, right? And like that's a space that it buys. It allows you to pass it and leave the question mark on the other team around, okay, did somebody work their way through that or not? But Vanity read it like a book. He knew exactly where Perry was going to be to land that kill, and that's big. That said, V1 still have the numbers advantage, although there were a couple of trades.
Doug, NUTURN is right there on reading version 1, but it's always a step behind. It's a Lau following Zelsis. He feels like he knows he's there. V1's always pushing, and they call it right this time. A Spectre pickup now for Suggest. They have 30 seconds left in the round. They're going to have to force it through tree.
No concern of Killjoy utility as Zelsis is sitting on the sideline for the rest of the round, but the gravity well leaves him sitting. It's so hard to work your way through that, and it's open season on members of NUTURN. You try to walk your way in through there, you're stuck and you get mowed down.
The verdict has been laid down by Vanity as he judges NUTURN around Gen on A. That, it's just having the right numbers, right? It's whether or not you're going to be at the right site. And as I explained it last round, unfortunately, they chose the one with more version 1 members at the end of the round. And it's becoming a pattern. Right now, you got to think, how does version 1 have all of these mind bullets they're sending out to read these plays? It's uncanny. Gun round on both sides. We do have the Blade Storm Frenzy from Allow.
You see the Nanostorm and the Gravity Well combo coming out from NUTURN at the exit to trees. So there's value. They've invested utility to control that area of the map every single round because they want to work the middle, but they've gotten the middle before Riv and they haven't been able to do anything with it.
And this is an incredibly different setup as well from V1, with now Jammies on the right towards A, all of the util, Sentinel, Initiator utility towards that left side of the site. They're expecting something big here for the gun round, and they want to be able to retake. A little bit of a lean rotation coming out of Effie's here as they reconsider what NUTURN might be doing. Trailblazer comes through, Doug, and it looks like a small commit here to get some info from NUTURN.
Yeah, Zelsis should be able to help him out, though. The shock dart, oh my gosh, throw all the utility you want at him. It doesn't matter as Vanity continues to hold fast, looking for the third. Suggest is just down to crumbs on health, 33 HP. Effie's has shown up as well. It's a party on this side of the map. NUTURN don't want to have anything to do with it as they somehow, through the chaos of the buckshot, walk away with enough personnel and enough health to try to flip the map.
That's a bit of a different look from V1 too. Oh, great job by Allow. They need to open this up as he lands 50 damage coming in from the snake bite. And now it's up to Suggest. 33 HP and a dream on this one. He does hear the dash, but Penny is too quick on that. And like I said, a different look in where they put Jammies there, but usually version 1 will only put 2 towards B. So having 3 there was probably a bit of a turn. Vanity being inside here. Usually Vanity is doing a little bit more rotating around, but he uses the Shock Bolt and Sonar Bolt there coming in from Effie's to do a lot of work. And the judge comes up big here. Vanity's not afraid to use it. Back to Sheriffs here. 1 Phantom as Allow was on Bladestorm last round. But that's 4 already for version 1. They continue.
Allow, the only one bringing a rifle into this round. But the play has been the same here.
What they need.
I guess the one difference is Solo like aggressively went in by himself this time. Got a weapon upgrade. He's already good for 2, Riv.
This is the solo that version 1, or NUTURN needs, the fans need right now, as version 1 gets taken out 2 in a row, 3 in a row, if you count the last one. And we're coming up on a minute left here. NUTURN feeling much more comfortable even coming in with this eco round, but they are starting to hit their frags.
They are, I mean, not a moment too soon. They understand, V1 does, that they've funneled their way onto the site. Celsius is alone here as James has not joined the play yet, and because of his desire to get a little bit of info, he gets punished at the hands of Lakia, and it could have actually been with Vanity's judge, of all things.
Yeah.
Ironic indeed, as James works his way around. You see that Perry's waiting for it. While he was waiting, not able to land the kill.
Are these the lineups that get it? Oh my word, there's one.
No way, right?
Got another one for Jenny, so he's actually just letting himself know where he doesn't need to look, where he can displace somebody, cutting some angles, but he's not going to be able to do enough as he gets cut down by Lakia there. And now from Haven to Ascent, we see the rounds of aggression being the ones that NUTURN capitalize on. Speed, aggression coming out of the gate, Solo grabbing it here, and this is what we saw from Solo in their victories, just cleaning up whoever would be standing in front of them at any time. Allow as well, a great job by NUTURN to turn it on this round. Woo! Okily dokily.
All right, here for NUTURN, what do they dial up? Oh man, the spikes on the side of A, and as soon as the gate goes down, Jamie's invests the Viper's Pit to deny any entry into A, and I mean, that's like a hard, okay, well, we've got to reconsider something. If their plan was to go to A, that just becomes significantly more difficult. Solo does have the lockdown, right? So there's room to create something, and even with the Viper's Pit Riv, it looks like they want to go in anyway. They've taken Cat, they're posted up down A long. They want to work this way.
Look how nobody's moving on version 1. NUTURN wants information. Now finally getting out of the situation. Tree is taken. Great ground and control by Allow and the rest of the team to start this off.
Oh, that's huge, right? The lockdown could have cleared Jamie's out to drop the Viper's Pit. James plays it well, but he dies anyway. The Seekers are going to come out as well. Excuse me, as Penny's op is tamed, at least for now, as V1 to consider how they want to retake this. They do have a lockdown of their own, but Riv, it looks like they don't even really want to try.
Yeah, they throw a lockdown in, and Lakia says, I'm going to take that out with my Hunter's Fury. So holding for now, they don't need to use too much. And NUTURN doing a great job there at working together now. You know, we saw them kind of try to take that B control away from Vanity when he had the judge, and it was 1 by 1. Feeling more comfortable, trusting each other. They're right behind each other, shooting over his shoulders. That's how you saw Allow and one other take Tree as they were taking that long as well. Look at, they're so happy. Just dancing back by Gelato, getting a quick order in before the next round. And NUTURN showing signs of life much earlier here in map 2 to start shutting down version 1.
Much earlier, Riv, and they needed it. If you track back to the previous round, to the previous map to Haven, they'd lost 8 rounds in a row, right? Before they'd won that round, so you can feel like the pressure, and yeah, the map has changed, but for NUTURN, they needed to will themselves out of the catacombs that they were in from a mental perspective to work your way into a better, more advantageous position, and so far, that's what NUTURN has been able to do. A heavy stack towards B. They've got Gravity Well, or excuse me, they have Astra Stars. Back towards B, denying information coming in from the defender spawn. It looks like they're going to try to hit B here, and we haven't seen a full hit here. They've tried Riv, but they just haven't been able to get past what V1 has set up here.
This is the first time version 1's kind of playing their own wall push towards mid. I think they leave Jammies to do this. The spam comes through from Zelsis. Tags a few, but nothing to write home about just yet.
So Vanity's going to, because of the information that's been gathered, Vanity's going to try to push his way out of A. He did get spotted by the alarm bot from Solo, or excuse me, the turret from Solo just then, so he's got to be expecting that. That's going to force NUTURN to have to double down on A because of the perception of pressure from that side of the map. The middle's not safe as well. Options continue to dwindle for NUTURN.
Look at how version 1 changes up just a little bit of the strategy, a little bit of the placement when the gun rounds come back around. Knowing they have to hit back on that economy, go for the throat of NUTURN. And version 1 is just able to make these slight changes that are not allowing NUTURN the ground they want to take control. Still, the possibility to take this one, if they can get the spike plant in. Lakia does have the Hunter's Fury, but it seems so far away at this point. And a shoulder shot to allow from Penny is going to drop another one at tiles on the map.
The kid doesn't miss, man. Penny just doesn't miss. It's just not fair. Now we look at how Perry has to work the most scenic of scenic routes to try to get back towards A. And again, it was because of the presence that Vanity showed early on. Perry has to respect the possibility that somebody has worked in through the attacker spawn and was wrapping in on them. Now Perry's going to be able to get away. Wow. He's going to keep the rifle. He stays alive, which is great. But you see just like those small moments, right? Like that small bit of presence destroying the turret really kind of puts them in a tizzy.
Just this push right here, let's say it. There's 2 pushed up in mid. You have information on tiles, no rotation. Information going up cat, no one's on A yet, so you only need to leave 1 on A. The way version 1 is able to distribute themselves and get the return on investment they are with info, with frags, is just making it so hard for NUTURN to do anything. Let's see here. This time it does not look like they want to be stalled and allows in the site to start.
Oh, gosh. Dude, the flash, the dash allows the tip of the spear, and it's instantly stripped off as he drops. You see Lakia drops as well with the Hunter's Fury. And now NUTURN find themselves again, like, looking for plan B. All right, B didn't work, so I guess it's probably more like plan mid or plan A, but you get what I'm saying. Nothing's working.
Spike down mid.
Okay. Penny. Okay. Okay. Oh, my word. Penny is heads up today, that's for damn sure. No tails. Perry takes down Jammies with the Phantom. and we're looking to see what he can do. Again, you know, Perry always being the last one alive, anchoring around, making sure he can be in astral form, but it makes for a tough situation when you cannot regroup with the team due to what version 1 is making happen here. It's going to be a little foire at the cafe. Almost. Oh dear, oh dear. That is a hell of a hedge. Effie's takes down Perry there with the Odin, and they continue to run the map now with a few rounds in their favor. It should be, again, another save coming out. We'll see what happens if they decide to fully save up for a few rounds of bye to come back on to version 1.
Yeah, man, you can feel the financial implications of everything, right? That's 2 rounds in a row where Perry has to try to save in order to keep their finances in a better spot. The previous round, not the one we just played, but the one before that worked out. But this time, they had to drop it. So you see investment out of Allow, you see investment out of Lakia, and as they call in a timeout on the side of NUTURN, I think this is a pivotal time too, because this half is still salvageable, right? You also have the Hunter's Fury, you have the Cosmic Divide, but the window for opportunity to get back in this map gets smaller and smaller every round.
Buying on the off rounds is a thing. They have a bit of flex and money. There's a few saving. There's a few buying armored up. I feel like they need to collectively get on the same page for NUTURN. Yeah, you have the Blade Storm. Yeah, you have this, that. It kind of works. There is full util around the board. But as soon... Okay, so we actually have Suggest going back over to 1. That feels a bit better. As soon as somebody like that... What are you doing to me, NUTURN? I guess we're just chatting. They haven't purchased yet. But I was wondering if they're going to save, if they're going to do these rounds. We saw when version 1 played Liquid, it was a slugfest on some of those maps of partial buys, keeping the econ going. And it's good to see that NUTURN wasn't flexing towards that. It's the kind of story I had going when I saw their buys. But keeping it safe here, they're all together on the buy as they get a tactical timeout going through. And let's talk about what we might want to see them do here. Because when they keep going up, they keep getting stopped by only a few bits of utility. And it seems more like that is based on not confident in going in the site rather than everybody going in, right? Only Allow pass through a Viper toxic screen on the last one. Everybody else could have basically passed through. They don't dash, but you're there. It just seems like that a bit of disjointedness for them is really, really hurting them.
Yeah, I would have to agree completely. And again,
they got to keep going with their util.
They have to, right? And again, it's just a point I was making earlier. It seems like NUTURN understand the gravitas of the moment. They have to invest in rifles. They have to make something happen here. They have certain tools to do it. Like I mentioned, they've got the Hunter's Fury, and this is a slightly different look, right? This time they're looking to work the middle of the map. Penny from the top rope, going fishing. Looking for a little something on the parry. Not going to find anything. But the thing is, V1 already has a considerable amount of information from droning through Garage, so they know there's no heavy hit coming that way. The spike is making his way towards A. As you see, Allow has taken top cat control. I wanted to see something a little different, and maybe it's off the backs of the Hunter's Fury from Lakia, but...
This is going to be NUTURN prepped here. And version 1 seeing these stars early means they're a bit in position as well. NUTURN with the aggression, 3 from A long as they head into the site, but a Molly takes down Suggest.
You just can't work your way in, right? There's no entry between the gravity well, between the nanoswarm, between the snake bites, between everything they throw at him. It's so hard to manage. Lakia's Hunter's Fury clearing out a little bit of space. Penny goes fishing. No, Penny doesn't land it. It looked like he thought he was done, but Lakia takes care of business. Allow gets 2 of his own, tries to get the 3rd, not able to do so. The lockdown coming out. And Solo has to run for the fences. Maybe he's... Oh, no.
Here's the bait. Can they bait him? Can they bait him? Lineups are there.
No, they're patient. Zelsis on the defuse. Gets it to half, but drops. Lakia looking to make a little magic happen as the Dark gets cleaned up. Effie's alone in a 1v2. Oh my gosh! Effie's does it again! Are you kidding me?
Hope everybody has their earplugs in the studio right now. That is just absurd. The unthinkable from Effie's once again in the Odin transfer as he is standing in a family photo. They were looking at him dead in the eyes, and he's able to pull it off here. Absolutely something else.
Dude, how? How? That might be the best Red Bull clutch we've seen the entire week. I mean, that was just out of control.
Reminds me of Leafs when their teams were playing Cloud9 Challengers. Oh my word.
Operator in the hands of Penny again. You see the willingness that NUTURN have in investing utility to clear out top cat, but much like we've mentioned so far in this half, they haven't been able to do anything with that. And Riv, you kind of wonder with the such a big momentum play, like what we just saw out of Effie's, you can almost, it's easy to feel the air just kind of sucked out of them. How do NUTURN respond?
It's tough. And Doug, look at this strat set up on defense by version 1. Sova's out of B site now. Anybody runs down lane, you run into a toxic wall, sonar bolt comes over, and you're supposed to be able to see who's in the site, but it's all going a little too slow there. There's the return by version 1.
Yeah.
And now they're looking. It's going to be real tough for Zelsis here. A great job by NUTURN to pull it back.
Yeah, I think the other key thing to remember there in that moment was Effie's had the Hunter's Fury, right? And he was playing off-site. You can actually see Vanity's about to walk right past the scene of the crime. So he was set up to try to invest that Hunter's Fury to control the site, to try to stop things from going the other way, but wasn't able to do so. Vanity.
Oh.
Vanity. All right, that was key out of NUTURN, right? Like they needed that, especially given how Effie just punched him in the mouth. That was an excellent response from NUTURN.
Get the blood flowing for the team. Get a few more alt points in there for NUTURN if they can keep themselves up in these rounds. Maybe start focusing a few orbs. They're resorting to the 3-2 each time. They feel like that's been working for them to feel something out, keep everybody protected, and have a flank watched by at least one side. You can see that Solo's over on the right there, and they do have lockdown. Hunter's Fury is there for Effie's. Again, an answer from version 1 possibly for this round. So can NUTURN find a way to get that ult out? Can they start making version 1 respect the agency and the control that NUTURN's trying to get around the map? Well, there's an answer right there.
And look at the
that was just out of Effie's.
Well, like look at the stylistic difference there, right? They know that Solo has the lockdown. Oftentimes you'll see a Hunter's Fury kept as like an ace in the hole as a counter to that lockdown, especially when you're on defense, to stop teams from being able to easily take the site. But Effie's invests that early on to try to clear out some space, and it was all off the back of how well they've read NUTURN, right? Like they thought they had a bead on where NUTURN was going to be.
The judge there for Vanity. Not to mention how much money that continues to put in their pockets as they buy that from round to round. NUTURN making a bit of noise as they drop in, but there's the ult we were expecting. Let's see if they can set this one up. See, they're waiting, but now the smokes are an afterthought. Everything's a bit slower. Here come the Viper bites, and everybody's going to take a bunch of damage and vulnerability when they come through. It just seems like it's not on pace for what needs to be happening versus version 1.
I've got your trail. 30 seconds
Seeker's
left.
coming out as well. This Vanity somehow stays alive. Oh, and the Viper's Pit's coming out as well, but Allow somehow has made his way deep into the belly of the beast undetected. Jamie's playing around his own Jello. No, he's going to drop. That's off the board as Allow tries to stay alive. There's Vanity's Judge taking care of business again. Perry clearing things out. Penny pushing his way in through tree. The path
Double
has been
team
clear.
on tree. Wow.
Courtesy of Zelsis, and that's going to leave Solo and Perry alone. They've got a decent setup here. Perry has to stay alive. That's so difficult to deal with. Solo's in a great spot as well. This is certainly a winnable situation for NUTURN. The tap starts. Solo good for one, not able to get the second. That's going to leave Perry on an island.
Right there.
In a 1v2, the Cloudburst buying a little bit of time.
Half.
Penny gets it to half. Penny drops. Perry
He's
in
gotta
the
push it.
1v1. And I don't know that if he has enough time. He's got to stick the fight to him right now. He gets it, but is he going to get enough time for the defuse? No, he's not even
What a
going to
round.
try. Excellent response from NUTURN.
Oh, the difference in the rounds are very touch and go, and NUTURN is there on the edge to take one for
Last round in
themselves.
the half.
But they are able to capitalize, Doug, and that's the only thing that matters at the end of the round. NUTURN coming back with a few here. Well done to just stop the action on the post plant and not allow V1 in. For some reason, they always solve the puzzle. They decipher what you're doing. Vanities comes in, kills a few. The double team on Cat, and then no one peeked. No one bought into the fake fight, the 1v1s, and Perry came up big. He's been waiting for his moment, and he solidified one there.
That boy's cold, ice in his veins, a desperately needed Red Bull clutch coming out of NUTURN there. As we mentioned, Riv, at the half, like, this is still a very salvageable round. That was a pivotal moment where they needed to make adjustments, and it seems like they've been able to capitalize a bit off of some of that momentum. A 7-5 half, given how the beginning of this map went, that feels like a win.
Beautiful push in. NUTURN vibing now. Feeling pretty good as they make their way into A once again.
You are divided.
That's the ultimate coming in from Astra. Cosmic Divide is there, and Allow is going to take a front row seat to heaven.
Oh, wow. The shock dart was there, and the Judge was there as well. And you look at Solo. Solo's off the play right now. He's still on top Cat because he's worried about that. He was worried about Penny. Now they have to push their way through. The Cosmic Divide just narrowly keeping a member of version 1 alive. For NUTURN, Vanity has already tapped it. They started, but they're pulling off. Lakia has the Hunter's Fury, but Effie's just going hunting. Lakia's already good for one, but Perry read it like a book. He was playing in wine. There's the Hunter's Fury. Penny gets it to half.
Enemy remaining.
But I don't know if he's gonna get enough. No, the Hunter's Fury comes in at just the right time.
Beautiful.
Keeping things alive for NUTURN and getting him to a 7-5 half. What a shift, Riv.
I am also such a big fan of Lakia's ults. The mechanic he uses, if you didn't see
Yes.
it, he pulls the ultimate up from the ground so it's hidden until the final moment when your opponent can see it. That actually caused Penny to have to dash, I'm sorry, Penny to have to dash away. So, or to say Allow. Now I'm getting all confused here.
We'll see if we can see it, but you're right. It's a really cool thing. Look at the trajectory of the Hunter's Fury on your screen there and how it comes down and then pops back up. As you were saying, Rick, that like hides where the trajectory is. That hides. It gives him just a split second to try to dance around that. Very beautiful by Lakia.
Seeing the name switch in the top right and then Penny being back on right. I was like, wait, okay, what? It gets you. It gets you. 7-5 here as they start off, and hey, wouldn't you know, that's an A.
And dude, like version 1 plays so hard on this like post-plant utility that Jamie's that entire entry was not even close to the site, right? Like that was a 4. That was gross by Perry. That was just like a 4-man take that version 1 attempted, and NUTURN handled that with ease. I think if that's the plan, is just totally leaving Jamie's off of the entry like they did on Haven, that pistol suggests that may not work.
Yeah. Perry waiting. Very good. Thrust, Perry. Ah, yes. Just what a round from him. They're feeling it now. Now, for a moment, I mean, you never doubt yourself, but you're like, why can't I shoot? Why does it feel like I should be hitting these shots, but not? It's a very dangerous spot to be in. NUTURN shaking all those cobwebs off. Now they're feeling it. This is the game we wanted to get in this series all throughout, and I hope we get to a map 3 for this. Alau's going to be pushing forward to start things off here on the second round bye.
Yeah, considerable gun advantage in favor of NUTURN, just pistols for version 1, and it's gone about as well as you would expect. Lakia just continues to pile it on. A Prime Gaming flawless round for NUTURN as we're tied up at 7 apiece. Now version 1 are going to have better weaponry. This is still a great bonus round for NUTURN, so you even question, like, given how the momentum is going your way, do you kind of risk it and invest a little bit here instead of just riding the gravy train all the way to Flavortown? It's tough to say, but for V1, they're going to have a little bit to fight back with here.
Little Prime Gaming flawless. And it was quick. I think as well, you know, Prime Gaming flawless is good to see come in, but for NUTURN, that feels good. Confidence again in the fact that what they're doing is working. A little Naisu around the board, and they're ready for another round. 7-7 now. We're all tied up on Ascent for NUTURN versus version 1.
So Justin and Lakia both have rifles. Spectres the rest of the way. You see Alau has already taken a little bit of damage as V1 look to work the middle of the map. They've got the Astral Star back closer to defensive spawn to deny some info if they try to push their way in that way. And this feels just like enough that NUTURN have to respect it, right? They've made presence across the middle of the map. They've shot down the wall, and it's just like, it's a threat. It's like, hey, baby, we could be here.
And I love the wall that they use over here, V1. They've been using utility windows, and by that I mean when smokes are going up and down, walls are falling, that's when they're taking their shots. Those small windows to find small frags and get themselves ahead in the round. Now trying to recuperate what could be Effie's body. Effie's gets one, and he takes down Lakia.
Dude, that was huge. Lakia was the only one on the site, and he was really kind of flanked in. Lakia had to go nuts there for NUTURN, but now version 1 have full control of the site. You see Alau and the remaining members of NUTURN starting to mosey their way over, but as they walk over, they just kind of get mowed down. Perry, again alone, on the opposite side of the map, has to save a weapon, or attempt to save a weapon to try to get into the next round, because they're not going to have much else to work with, Rev.
V1 again feeling that confidence in the first shots as they make their way into the sites with a decent amount of utility. Again, next round, watch for version 1, having Jammies off by himself with that wall, just an info grabber. Vanity, the rest of the team will mill about the map, and they'll find themselves something that feels like success that allows them to go to the next thing. Beautiful audio shot and prediction there coming out of Perry. See if he can do a little bit more damage here. This would actually help a lot. Armor off. Armor off is a big help. It's another grand, so at least they get a little bit there. Nice job by Perry at the end.
Oh, Lakia, again, Lakia was in a really good spot here, and he almost caught Effie's, right? When they first caught each other, it was a swing out. Effie's had utility out. Lakia needed to get that kill to control that area of the map on the hit onto B. Wasn't able to do so. Slightly different Viper wall here. Coming out from Jammies and an op in the hands of Alau.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was doing about this op, and it's he's got some armor. Got like a bikini armor on. He's got half. He's good though. He's not a naked opper. And we'll see a quick shot to start things off towards tiles. That's going to alert version 1 that there's an op on the board. So now they might want to close these angles and use a bit more util to push whatever that op angle might be on the side of NUTURN's defense. Jammy's already pushed up behind that necessary flash. And again, Jammy's alone until they need it. He's grabbing info, letting him know what he sees. Vanity can then make it happen across the map.
Hunter's Fury coming up from Effie's to clear out tree, and then the team's going to follow shortly thereafter. Penny with the dash, going to have the first type, but the flash was there. The flash stops everything. Version 1 are stuffed as NUTURN hold fast. They've mowed down the members of V1. Effie's is the last one standing in a 1v5. NUTURN not going away, not going quietly into that good night as they put up one hell of a fight.
And they read this so nicely with what was happening around the map. Again, quietness from version 1. NUTURN said power and numbers towards A as they slowly put all their util into position to shut down what version 1 was trying to do.
30 seconds left.
Looks like they won't get too much more use out of Effie's. They may try to push him at the end here. But we're possibly seeing NUTURN be able to start to control the economy game if they can get enough off of version 1 over the next few rounds. And that's going to be pivotal because version 1 right now just are on top of the fundamentals. They're on top of the plays overall. So every little bit that NUTURN can get back here is very big.
Yeah, Effie's looking to do a little bit of what Perry did a couple of rounds ago, but you're going to be tied up at 8 apiece. Now, one other thing that I want us to keep an eye on, because we saw it earlier in the half, and that seems to be a pivotal conditioning area for really both sides, is the middle of the map. In the previous round, there was an alarm bot smack dab in the middle. You see it on the minimap that never got triggered, so there are a few things to think about here. Number one, version 1 don't know exactly the spot of that, right? Like, so it's not like they can drop a shock dart from far away to clear it out. And NUTURN still have, it's the exact same spot. You see it, right? There's no reason to change that around. They can control that area of the map with relative ease. They don't have to worry about it because that alarm bot hasn't gone off. Now for V1, they're hard going A-Riv.
And they have the off too on the side of defense, not positioned. It's over towards B here for allow. So this could be a hard retake. Oh, this beautiful job so far by NUTURN getting back into these sites. See if they can do it again. The flashes have been what has successfully got them the frags, and Perry's there alone to get 2.
Riv, this is the exact same look that we saw from V1 on the pistol. Jammies was in the same spot. The investment that they made into the round is the exact same, and would you believe it, the outcome is the same as well. They try to funnel 4 in from A long and leave Jammies off, and NUTURN just handle it so well. That's the second time they try that. It doesn't work.
The plays are being read. That's usually what happens when you say, wait, where did the initiation from version 1 go? Because the plays were read. The shock bolts, the sonar bolts didn't give any info, and this is what it looks like when NUTURN is then able to shut down a V1 strategy. They know it. They're feeling it, and they just need to replicate that over and over. And right now, it feels like they can do that without a problem. 3 ultimates ready for them. They can start to domino those ults round per round and make sure it's a bit more successful for them. And you can see version 1 now wants the tactical timeout, since those rounds seemed like the most chaotic rounds for version 1 in the entire series so far of 2 games.
Yeah, and NUTURN have won 4 of the last 5. They look really good on this half, and hopefully we have this awesome stats dude in the background who's making our jobs infinitely easier. He makes us look way smarter than we actually are. But I want to confirm, I believe this is the first time that NUTURN have the lead. Yeah, this is the first time they have the lead the entire map.
Yeah. I was statsing that one out as we went along, and it's wild to think about, honestly, with the caliber of both teams coming in, the preparation we've seen from them on each map that they play, and these agent compositions that they come through with. I think, you know, always seeing NUTURN run this same composition, maybe the homework was done. Version 1, you can start to say the same thing once they got jammies. They haven't switched up too much, but it does seem like the sub is not affecting version 1 whatsoever because of the way they play jammies on the side of the map. If he does lose a 1v1, it happens. The info's grabbed, and Vanity's still running a strat here. So we'll see if, now looking at NUTURN's side, what their setup is, how they would be able to stop what's happening here from version 1 as we get back in. And a lot of the stars are towards that A side. Again, coverage on what they have towards that alt orb is a lot of what they like to do. Knowing the other team isn't successfully building themselves up for free, and getting a little bit of pressure and knowledge of what could start at A here. So 5 seconds in, looks like we will get a little back and forth on the A alt orb.
Pulling them in.
See, trading gravity wells, but the one difference is that NUTURN hit a little bit harder in this instance, as Allow has the op. Zelsis has worked his way forward to try to get the ult orb, and yeah, you got it, but it costs Zelsis his life. Penny looking to do a bit of the same. So you mentioned, Riv, at the beginning of the round, the ult orbs and how important they would be this round. Both of them have already been collected, and now V1 with the Blade Storm, they've got the opportunity to reset, right? They have plenty of time. Well, they did lose Zelsis, but
right. And that play, honestly, might have just been a good mind game by NUTURN. Usually you see Suggest at A, so you're not expecting a quick flash to come around the corner, but Suggest being at B, NUTURN start to divvy up where they play each other, but Penny says, we'll take 1 right back.
Penny already good for 1. They make the noise, they get the kill, and then they get the heck out of dodge. You see him flipping the map. Penny looking for a bit more as now he works his way up the middle. Now there's that alarm bot I mentioned earlier. That's going to give some away, and the door's down as well. It's so hard to get through that when you don't have the weaponry. Penny's just going to stick the fight to him. Good for one, good for two. Third on the round as he manages to stay alive with 88 health, but they're hunting. They know where Penny is. They're out looking for blood. Solo just slowly, patiently waiting. The onus is on Penny. How patient is he? Not able to land the burst. He gets cleaned up, but Effie's what the Sheriff does, and it's gone absolutely as we all predicted, right? At the beginning of this round, somehow, V1 find themselves with the numbers advantage. A thrifty round win, first one of the series, and a statement out of V1. That pause could not have come at a better time.
Again, if NUTURN takes a round, version 1 stops the bleeding immediately. Somehow they come through, and a lot of the times, it's not a coin flip, it's just Penny coming through, making it happen when these rounds, like we said, you need to go for the throw on economy, right? If they're gonna start building up a bit of bank, let's hit them harder than they're going to hit us, and that's what version 1 brought into the fight. I love the play from NUTURN too. The dart over that Astra smoke to kill everybody coming through, but version 1, again, adapting to the situation.
This map certainly has been back and forth. It seems like neither team is ready to go away quite yet. For version 1 here, while it's been rocky, I mean, really, with the exception of 2 rounds, it's been NUTURN the entire way.
Yeah.
They're looking to work the middle of the map. There are 2 players from NUTURN that are already there. You just saw Loud dash his way out towards safety, and that was strictly info grabbing for V1.
Suggest waiting. Doesn't get any tag there.
Need that back. Taking that back.
Perry
Oh,
just
man,
getting
they
some
know.
stars back.
Yeah, look at that. They know, right? NUTURN started to rotate off. You saw Perry pull the stars back because they know at this point that the hit's going to be towards
Solo.
A, and then that's a confirmation. Look at Lakia just used the dart in B to make sure that nobody was pushing up. Now they can fully commit towards the A side of the map. Perry's in a critical spot. Solo is as well. Solo good for one.
Just aging over there in wine. Dougie, he gets it. Perry still stands tall in mid, and they had a lot of mid action before, so why would, you know, version 1 think there would still be some people there? Great job by NUTURN to mix it up once again. 13 seconds onto this, and it looks like it's going to fizzle out for version 1 here. Suggest has a real good idea, but catches himself in the air. And Zelstis is going to hang out here. NUTURN is really starting to find their groove. I think what we saw happen on Haven, most of all, was as version 1 took the lead, NUTURN got into a phase of a not wanting to lose play style. And when you play to not lose, you're not aggressive. You're not controlling. You're not doing things that are regular to what you would see for NUTURN. Here, they're playing to win. Once again, back in the driver's seat, feeling confident about their plays, and we're seeing a much different NUTURN, the one we expected to see coming into the series.
Absolutely, and that's what has them in this position. Again, for the second time this map, they have the lead, and for the last few, it's been a little back and forth from both squads, and V1 just hasn't really been able to find a way in. Riv, like NUTURN, they've read them, they've been a step ahead of them for the majority of this half, and look at the space that Solo's taking away, ensuring that Lakia can get the Hunter's Fury, get that ult to bring that ultimate online. Now they have an even more powerful tool at their disposal, making things look even more bleak for V1 here. And they've lost Penny already.
Slow move up. Orb's already been confiscated. 4 ults on the side of version 1, 3 up here on the side of NUTURN. All of those quite impactful for a site take. Still, wall put up on the right side. That push-up, though, from Perry gives them a great idea that they can start leaning over towards B. We see Suggest again for NUTURN back onto Cat, and this looks like it's going to be the execute coming in, and Allow is ready.
Allow already taking care of Jamie. Suggest was waiting for Vanity as well, getting a taste of his own medicine as the judge cleans him up. And again, for version 1, just not a whole lot of room to work with, not a whole lot of room to breathe. NUTURN's defenses have held up very well. course, as I say that, Effie's gets a 2-piece to drop solo and allow. Lakia drops as well, and by golly, Riv, they've gotten onto the site. They also have the lockdown at Azalsis. That's going to give them a bit of room to breathe, but no, Suggest cleans up one. He is going to be able to get the spike down. Oh, but the timing! Oh, the timing! Zelsis just narrowly gets it down, but isn't able to do anything past that. NUTURN get to 11. We've got a map.
Absolutely we do. That's going to be closer on deck. Seekers for Suggest. Great retake. Confident play there. Version 1, you can see just how scary these rounds can be for NUTURN with people just coming up with 2-3Ks on these site takes at the last moment. So NUTURN reacting so well to these instances where they might be down in numbers immediately or even in numbers and then playing it to their favor. Boop. Yeah, there we go. Yep. Some gentleman's warfare. Yell nice. That's what we love to see. I absolutely love everything we've been getting out of the player cams. It's so fun to watch these players, and they look like they're having a blast here. NUTURN, a little bit more so on this map than the last one, I'd say, Doug, as they have, like you said, 11-9 and close to that game point.
Yeah, and V1, they have a mixed buy here. You see a couple of Spectres and a couple of Sheriffs, so not what they're going to want to bring into this thing, and you kind of feel that pressure as NUTURN, one round away, excuse me, from being on map point. This is a pivotal round for V1. Somehow looking to pull really a miracle out of their hat, some magic to kind of flip the economy here.
I see the Cosmic Divide Viper Pit strat available for version 1. They love to do this. It's kind of one of my favorite combos to see because you're just on the other side of Cosmic Divide and you see this wall grow through it. It is a save round. I don't know if they'll try to execute it here. Allow coming up with almost 2 as Effies and Penny trade back.
Well, dude, they've already invested the Hunter's Fury. What more are they willing to invest as they're getting mowed down? But things are really being traded back and forth. Vanity's alone. Vanity good for 1. Vanity, the captain of version 1. Trying to make some magic. I have no way he thinks that. Oh my gosh, Vanity, a Red Bull clutch and a damn good one at that. As Vanity gets 3, the economy's busted. What a response from North American representatives.
What can't this man do? Honestly, Cat Ears leading the team, calling the shots, making the shots. Holy moly, the pressure's on and it just feels like ankle weights for him, nothing more.
Down A.
Just the consideration in the Spectre Dwarbala. You know what I mean, Doug?
I do.
Kayota. Let's go. 11-10 here, NUTURN. Like you said, the economy's going to be a bit in shambles, but we'll see if NUTURN can right the ship. It's V1's finding a way to do it.
And look, they're dialing up something a bit more aggressively here, understanding they have NUTURN on the ropes as they're going to try to dash their way in, but the Hunter's Fury coming out from Lakia, looking to equalize things. Suggest playing down low. He's going to get dropped as V1 fully crack that bad boy open like an egg. You've got Solo on the flank, but you've got Jamie's just a step ahead as Lakia's left alone. Now, yes, all he had was classic, but I think you really have to stress the importance of the previous round. As we mentioned it, from a financial perspective, that very well could decide the map and the series.
One of the most impactful rounds for sure, and the fact that it has been twice now, even more times throughout the series, that V1's able to just pull it back on the next round while being down in money. Penny from his signature box from the clutch the other day there, just hiding right under the feet of his opponents. Clutches that as well. I should say gets the round for the team. 11-11 as we enter round 23. Ultimates up for a few on each side. The Seekers and a lockdown could be imperative here for NUTURN to retake the site. That Viper wall again over towards A. Just really making NUTURN think if they're there. Seeing it a few times, they leave it alone. They say, fine, we'll play retake. Killjoy has utility there. And here are the Seekers we see first. How can they work off of these? The smoke in mid may kind of just nullify this, but they know what a slight position of version 1 is now.
Yeah, I think even more than that, Riv, V1 had some aggressive posturing. They wanted to work that way, right? They wanted to work the middle of the map, but the Seekers pushed them back and forced them to reset things a bit differently. It looks like they're still considering leaning towards a B hit, a mid-B split. but that certainly buys them time, and Perry left undetected. The gravity well's gonna come through as well as Penny drops. Perry looking for more, not able to get it as he gets traded out. Jammies, the sub, comes huge for V1 as 2 drop on the side of NUTURN. Solo's gotta go big. Solo's gotta go big, good for 1. Gets traded back out as version 1 have easy access onto A here. Oh no! The Viper Fit was there, but just stops it. That gives him so much room to work with as they dance around the generator node. Zelsis comes up big as well and is now Lakia in a 1v2. Lakia's there!
Oh my god!
Lakia brings it back from the depths! 6 feet under. NUTURN will not go away.
You said what about Effie's Red Bull clutch there, Doug? Oh my word, the Sovas are popping off today. You can wear a cape, sir. You can wear a cape. What a play by Lakia. Literally flying off the balcony under the pressure of a swarm. And then he still is able to capitalize on the play. And these are the plays right here. And they realized it was happening when they heard him running, but you were able to fake out every other pro player in the game. That peak moment when you are in the minds of your opponents and you just solve the puzzle so quick. Look at that. Head in hands. Head in hands, Doug.
They're like, dude, what just happened? What just happened? Now NUTURN's on map point. Bladestorm's online. They do have full rifles and, oh, Riv. 2 judges for NUTURN.
NUTURN holding a great defense. Divide comes up immediately. The pressure's on from version 1 to see how NUTURN reacts.
Lockdown's there. There's no other positioning, so this is not a fake. It really seems like they want to go this way. Penny's going to dash his way forward. Staying alive on the other side of the Cosmic Divide. The judge not good there, but allows Phantom was. Penny still dances around the smoke, trying to stick the matter to him. As they've gotten the spike down, so far so good, right? They check that box off, but the thing is, there's no real, no advantageous setup for post plants, right? Like, there is no investment of utility that can help them here. If things go sideways, they're just gonna take the fight. They're gonna take the fight, and Jamie's is already good for 1. Looking for a second, no! A whirling dervish of reticles flying around as nobody's able to land the shots. A 2v2 here as things slow down for just a moment. Perry's position's been given away, but they've got to know Vanity's there. The spike continues to tick away. If you're NUTURN, you've got to go here, baby. Perry drops. It's all on the hands of Allow. Can he get the defuse? No, he cannot, ladies and gentlemen. Woo, baby, we're going to overtime.
Last player standing.
Down to the last drop on that play, and this is what we're getting. Everybody trading on these shots. The closest of plays to come down to an overtime now to see who will stay in that upper bracket. NUTURN of version 1 here. And what a game so far for NUTURN to pull themselves back from that first map. Just absolutely forget about it and now put up this showing. We see the scoreboard here maybe on the second one, and it's only been a few rounds that version 1 has really been able to pull in their favor here, as it's really been this half coming in beautifully for NUTURN. So we're getting there though. Now it's OT, so erase all that. Let's see what we got, Doug.
Operator in the hands of Penny. Because of the overtime rules, that means he's not going to have armor.
Right.
Which is going to be rocking that glass cannon. See that smoke go up, go down. I think, Riv, I think he saw it. I think he saw the barrel Solo's gun. And look at, I mean, look at the utility usage from version 1 onto A. I mean, that thing's lit up like a Christmas tree. There's so much there, but Allow somehow gets through undetected anyway.
Vanity loves to play the smoke a bit. They will walk out. Here come the darts over just for a bit of damage. The double dart, actually, already landed for the shock darts. And here comes the rest of the play. Great job by NUTURN setting up the post plant. This is going to be a tough one for version 1.
Oh my gosh, and Solo's on the flank as well. They don't move. This may be ugly. Vanity already good for 1. Suggest trades it back out as Effys joins in on the fun. Spike continues to tick away. There's Solo. We saw him on the flank. Solo's got a chance. Solo onto Penny. Solo onto Vanity.
Last player.
Or X6, excuse me, and now it's Effys. Effys once again in a 1v1. Perry is the swing. Effys comes up huge again.
When does he not come up clutch? absolutely absurd. I want to call a shout out to Jammies as well on that play as he pushed a main. He cut off Wine with a Viper bite, not allowing a push coming in from that person to get the 1v1 situation.
Yep.
Everything that happened there again from version 1's retake. Oh my word, the end of these rounds are absurd.
My gosh, Effies. Right, and like you look at this roster, and I want to take nothing away from Effies because I think for the entire time of Valorant, he's shown how cracked out he can be, but he's not the first person you think of to do stuff like that. And how many times this week, Riv, has he been the hero that version 1 is needed?
Many times, whether it was the lineups, whether it's just all-out play, he has been able to do it when called upon. 13-12, Doug, this could be it for NUTURN in the upper bracket here. Version 1 looking to solidify a game point.
All right, the hard hit onto B. The dash comes through as Penny makes his way across. The Shock Dart trying to clear him out. And they're going to, I mean, they're working their way in, but Solo big. Solo's already gotten 2. The Gravity Well is going to try to pull Zelsis out from that corner, thinking that's where the spike is going to go. Solo, how much more do you have in you? Solo good for 4. The ace is stopped at the hands of Zelsis. Now Zelsis in a 1v3 to try to put NUTURN away. He's got some utility. He's got full armor. Cloudburst denying info. No, he's not able to do it.
Oh,
the Cloudburst was there. Locky is going to get the defuse, and oh, baby, we're going again.
We are go again, and I want to call attention, not a mistake, not anything, but to the nerves right now. We saw Lakia Shock Dart. One hit Penny straight on. The next one went into the wall in front of Lakia. These players, as well as any of the viewers and fans out there, are just as much on the edge of their seat, sweating this one out. And what a game, what a map 2 we have so far. NUTURN turning on the afterburners to keep it going. And we're going to see if they can keep it happening here as we go into round 27.
Jamie's Viper's wall going up. No operator in the hands of Penny once again. So gets a little peek early on, not going to land onto anything. As much like we saw earlier in the half, or in the map, excuse me, the drone clearing out the middle as they try to exploit it. Allow has taken that space, and again, Allow's not able to do anything with it. Jammies takes care of him.
Fake on B right now from NUTURN. Fake on B. Version 1 is set up on the Sova Dart retake, so there's not much of a bite. We can see the rotation from Vanity right now, and all the way back across. That thwarts the entirety of the play. Spike's not supposed to show like that. Unfortunately, that was seen by Penny. And now NUTURN have to come up with a second play on the round.
On the benefit for NUTURN here is that they had mid control, right? So they can invest back that way easily. Although things went a little bit sideways, they can adjust with just over 40 seconds left in the round. It seems like they're trying to potentially work their way around. Yeah, Lakia deep in. And how many times did we see Lakia cause problems from this exact spot in regulation time? And by golly, he's doing it again. Effie's drops. That's not a safe way to go anymore, and that should give them a bit more room, them being NUTURN, to try to get onto A. The the clock continues to tick down, so they've got to go A here. There's really no other option, and they're walking into Penny's operator. The jiggle, the knife, nothing showing. Great patience out of Penny, but his position's been given away. He has to dash out. Zelsis is good for 1. 7 bullets left. 5 seconds left on the clock. They've got to get the spike down. Perry just playing in the nick of time, but Suggest comes up big. He takes care of him. The spike goes down. Now, it's on Jammies. Seeker giving his position away. As Jammies has to come up big. Jammies good for 1. The kill gets traded. NUTURN take the lead.
Beautifully played by NUTURN there. The double peek is all you needed. They walked out together, hip in hip. Great fundamental play there to secure the round, but it means so much. Match point once again now on the side of NUTURN here as version 1 look to keep this one alive for themselves.
What a map this has been. My goodness, it's delivered, and this was kind of like the tail of the tape, right? This is what people were excited for and hoping for in this matchup.
Yep. And Doug, I question what was NUTURN's second strat for that round. How were they going to come back, right? Oh my word, were they able to do it after using quite a bit of utility on aim, on out aiming. Version 1, here we go, round 28.
Version 1 backs against the wall.
Whoa.
Jamie's got messed up there, man. He's going to have to peel back a little bit, but Penny is taking the middle of the map. No, the Nano Swarm's there. Tags him up a bit, but they somehow clear him out of logs. Anyway, Lakia mows down 2 members of version 1, as now he's anchoring still back on the site, retreats to safety, 1 point away from having the 100. Keep that in mind. The drone comes up big as well. 12 seconds left. They've got to know he's back there. They've got to know he's back there. Allowance to just swing out. Version 1's left to very little as Vanity, and if he's trying to keep it alive, but no, it's not going to happen. Oh, now they had this, and like all of this has been like an asterisk up until this point, but it seems like V1 are just kind of like built in such a way, it's in their DNA that they can handle all of that and walk away from that on top, right? They've done it on the North American stage. They've done it on the international stage. Yeah. And it's been, I mean, they just took a huge blow from NUTURN, but if there's any team from North America that I believe can take a hit like that in the mouth and punch right back, it's version 1.
And on this one, we do have NUTURN starting on defense as we hop out of our Agent Select by Prime Gaming. Great game there.
Oh, yeah. You played it.
Great game, great game. Oh, yeah, a few times.
Dabble? Dabble?
A little bit, you know. I'll watch some people. Looking at the attack percentage win rate here for NUTURN is a bit concerning, though, Doug. 44% on attack. So they need everything they can get here on defense. They got to make it work because it may be rough on the second side. Just a speculation, but we got now a little bit of mid-run going on, and it looks like it is going to be V1 feeling the weather here in mid before they make a move.
You see Suggest has something set up towards Garage on B as well.
Ooh.
There's nobody home. They haven't taken the space away, but they do have Spidey senses tingling, feeling like the hit's going to go this way, and in a large part, they are right? Like, there's no presence towards A. They're looking to work this B mid-split.
If you, here, we'll get this, and then I'll talk about what I was just about to say. Nice in by Penny, distracting. Oh, dear. That got real close, and they're going to have to really struggle to get this one in as they did not get too much info.
Oh, Vanity read that so well. You saw 2 members of NUTURN try to push through to get behind them, and Vanity was waiting for it, and now V1 are looking to dial up a little something spicy, a little something special, as they've picked up the spike, and it looks like they're going to try to flip the map. They've taken defender spawn. They're working all the way across back towards A, and you can see it's a foot race as Lakia is trying to get to be the first one there, and Lakia does beat them to the punch. They're going to rotate back, but you've got Allow, who's also pinching them in, and they're going to walk right into his lap. Allow with the frenzy, Allow with the kills, Allow with the win. A 3K for NUTURN.
Great job by NUTURN playing that one slow. What I was going to mention was, I said before we see Jammies go off alone. He'll Viper Wall, he'll stay with that, he'll give info. And you saw the whole time, Suggest was kind of waiting on that position, making sure nobody was there, but NUTURN never really bit to anything until they had confirmation. They weren't worried about the Viper Wall. It's something that version 1 plays all the time there. See, again, Viper Wall towards the left side just a bit deeper, which tries to cover that upper area of Heaven. We'll see how they use this now, because they can get a little closer without a distraction yet.
Oh, Gravity Wall, and you're seeing a bit of a force. Oh, it's just actually in the hands of Penny, excuse me. But they did put some money into this round. You mentioned the Viper's Wall. You mentioned the dash as well from Penny as he's gotten his way up to Heaven. Not triggered by the Killjoy turret yet. I think one thing we have to keep in mind here, especially in the attacking half, is you think back to their map against Liquid, which was an overtime... I mean, an instant classic overtime match, and there were a couple of instances, one that's very vivid, where version 1, like, I believe Pansy said they overcooked it, right? Like, they tried rotating. Yeah,
just back and forth, back and forth.
Right. They, like, played themselves, and you kind of saw some hints of that in the way they played that pistol, where they got back into defender spawn, then they tried pulling back, and Allow was just waiting for him, so we have to watch that. How many pump fakes are they willing to throw? Parry with the paranoia, and then the fault line as well, and the grenade. It's just way too much. It's too easy. NUTURN mows him down. Just a couple remaining on the side.
Great read, great everything. Honestly, just waiting to make this one cleaned up here.
Yeah.
And they push forward. So NUTURN, for the first time here in the map, starting off nice and strong. making sure they can keep V1 on the back foot.
Remaining.
We did see a bit of a control here and back and forth in the few maps before, but a lot more NUTURN members were falling. A lot more economy was required for their next rounds, and here they get a very nice Prime Gaming Flawless.
Very nice one indeed. Now version 1. What do they bring to the fold? You mentioned how important it is really for both of these teams to get a lead right in this first half because of how because of the nature of Split and how it frequently plays out. I think there's a lot that can be determined just off of this first half when we think about how things will play out. And it was just such a good stand by NUTURN.
Yeah.
One of the other things I'm loving from them, Riv, is how they have, well, we're gonna have to hold on to that thought. That op shot from Allow just narrowly misses as they try to work their way at bay.
And here, now the jammy strat. Leave him off to the side. It's up to NUTURN to now divide themselves accordingly. Usually they will have suggest towards the middle of the map, so he can control with a fault line, whether that's towards mailroom or whether that's back down towards ramp. So they keep it safe there. The opt for Allow as Vanity on the move.
And Zelsis, I mean, look at how far up they both are, right? They have full control of mid. That was their one key condition to work out. And yeah, they got one, but Lakia drops. Perry's going to drop as well. Now they have the middle of the map. Take a look at how Zelsis is going to be wrapping up behind them as well as he took his way up ropes, deep into defender spawn. There is no area of the map that V1 are not willing to push into. But again, Suggest is just able to punish that Vanity drops.
Nice job by NUTURN there to continue to pressure. I thought V1 was going to try to pull a rope-a-dope. And Solo with a beautiful push and pressure here, knowing that V1 is always going to rotate around the map a little bit. It's hardly ever the first hit. That's what the information that Jammies is giving, so they can do multiple things, decide what they want in their own adventure. But Solo pushes up. If you can grab this room on Split, it means so much because of how the entries work. You otherwise know they're going through the middle of vents. You know, so if you can see NUTURN pushing up like this every time, the calls they have to make are that much easier. Really smart plays.
You can already see this, we're only a couple rounds in, but this feels like a chess match already of watching players rotate around the maps and how they're kind of reading, trying to be one step ahead of one another. There you saw a beautiful multi-kill off of that exact same situation, right? Like reading things out. We'll see how V1 play this out from the attacking half. You see the fault line coming out, delaying any sort of entry into Garage, and with that, that allows Perry to get some aggressive positioning, hold that other side, and set up a brutal crossfire with Allow and Perry in Garage.
I like the fact that NUTURN is splitting the wall over there on A. This new wall that you see version 1 putting up means if they do go through that top vent area, they pretty much have a safe spot towards the backside of A there. So here they put a little aggression over towards that B site in Garage, and we'll see if they actually execute fully on this with their save round coming through.
You should run.
So, all right, let's see how this plays out before I try to break this out. You see the lockdown has come out. Penny's already good onto Allow. And they've got some room, but the thing is, Suggest is back on site. He's safe from the lockdown, and he's got a rifle. Yeah, you've got plenty of utility, but the flash was there. He gets punished anyway, but Perry does not. Solo gets onto one as well. I mean, version 1 just kind of get ripped to shreds here. Zelsis with 8 health in a 1v2, and I mean, yeah, we've seen some crazier things, but insanely unlikely. Lakia gets cleaned up. And here's the thing, Riv, that I wanted to point out. It's so oppressive that NUTURN takes that much space because, okay, let's play out that round one more time. They got deep into Garage, they invested utility, great. Version 1 had to invest an equal amount of utility in the Cloudburst, the dash, the gravity, or excuse me, the Astra Star to clear out that corner, and all NUTURN had to do was back up to where they started, right? So even though that much utility was invested to push them back, they just went back to equal footing. There wasn't anything that was really gained that wasn't already version 1's to begin with.
And they're not backing down. Previously on Haven, that might have been a save in one of those rounds that you see version 1 get back through some Sheriffs and Spectres. But NUTURN was saying, no, we're Phantoms. We got a Vandal. Oh, no, they're all Phantoms right now. And a Vandal, there is one. So knowing that, why not take the fights? They have to show confidence, and NUTURN is really starting to step up. Jammy's working alone by himself with that wall once again, as the rest of Vision Strikers grab the information. Solo, I mean, he is playing true to his name right now. Anytime he is put in that situation, he comes out on top. Huge for the team once again.
Suggest gets cleaned up at the hands of Penny. And you see Jamie's has made his way towards A, playing around the wall, big kill as well. And you like that, right? Because at that moment, the spike is still in the middle of the map. You feel things out on A. If Jamie's does get a kill there, they can flip it. Oh, that's big. He cancels it out. They're not going to be pushing in from that way, but if Jamie's doesn't get that kill, then they can flip and go the other way. I love that you see Penny still holding the middle of the map as well, controlling the flank. And he's going to get a chance at something here. They walk right into his crosshair to control that. The spike's going to go down at the hands of FEs, and now NUTURN have to take back.
Looks like they're just hanging out for this one.
Yep.
Make sure they're safe. And looking at, you talk about Jammies a bit. We keep saying he's alone. But let's talk about why that works good for him. You know, why would they put the sub alone? Well, Jammies comes over as a teammate already previously of a few members of this team, and Zelsis and whatnot. So you see him, one, having that communication. Two, he was kind of a duelist in Valorant, jet player, whatnot, but you're not going to move Penny off that. So putting him in a situation where he can do whatever in 1v1s is fantastic. But on a new team, we've heard version 1 say he's not making that many decisions. So having Jammies hang out in a situation while people pressure him sounds like the perfect and ideal situation for this sub. And honestly, he gets a 1 kill across the map here, and he just gets to play around his utility and use 5-head stuff.
Yeah, Jamie's has performed admirably, to say the least. I mean, the guy's been incredible. But for version 1, I think that's also an important round because you've got to get, you've got to stop the bleeding, right? Like, you're down 4, you can feel the momentum, and think back with me, Riv, right after the pistol, the energy that NUTURN showed when they won that round. You'd think they had won an overtime round, right? To freaking win the whole dang thing. And I think the important thing to take away from that is the momentum that they had from winning the overtime in the previous map fully carried here, and you can see it on the timeline, right? They roar out of the gates, they win 4 rounds in a row, and for version 1, a lot of it was like, you've got to mitigate some of this damage, you've got to do something to stop this and shift the way things are going, because this can get out of hand very quickly.
We'll have to see what they, I mean, NUTURN here taking the tactical timeout to make sure they can continue doing what they're doing and make sure that none of this is, you know, anything's coming back to fruition that might plague them in a situation where they're ahead, ironing all that out, whatever they may be talking about. It's even harder with masks on. Now we can't even really speculate that much. Who reads lips? Who reads lips through masks? But, you know, we talk about version 1 quite a bit so far. We've explained Jammies and whatnot. We got to go, you know, back to talk about Solo and where he's been with Perry. And they're between them, as they said on the desk, over 2 decades of professional gaming experience and leadership there for Solo. Perry included in the gaming experience, but just what Solo has been able to accomplish himself, the veteran that he is, and still, honestly, booming the zooms, if you will.
Booming the zooms indeed. Let's take a look at setups early on. You see the Viper's wall is going to go up, cover top ramps, and is going to cover heaven. You also have the Killjoy turret to deny any sort of rotation wrapping around from version 1 in case they get a little cheeky, try to dial up a little bit of monkey business. Ooh. As now, with that, all of that in mind, right? Like, they've taken care of A. They understand they have safety valves over there. Vanity's the safety valve on B, but with all of that, they can kind of feel things out across the middle of the map now.
The 3-block Viper wall is up. We see on the right side again, this millabout here that NUTURN has been able to read by version 1. As version 1 tries to figure out what's going on, NUTURN has been in the right spot. They've never really wanted to rotate through mid. They only take a few fights here. A quick suck doesn't do too much, though. And now they're able to hang out. So a bit of util now expended here from Vanity as they try to move forward. And we'll see where they can use the rest of these stars as they place them, it looks like, over towards that A site, where Jammies, again, has been grabbing info on what could be happening.
Yeah, but dude, he might have grabbed some info, but I think it's just like that nobody's home, right? And you've got so much utility. There's the alarm bot. That's going to give that away, and he hadn't even gotten up that far to have that much space. So once that alarm bot goes off, with roughly 35 seconds left in the round, you know that that's where the hit's going to go. Now, keep an eye on Jamie still. He's
already lining up.
Got to line up, indeed, but Solo's lockdown's going to create some space. They're going to have to back off, and this might, I mean, Riv, this might end up being lineup 101 here, because even if they play off with that, they've got some of those lineups. It's safe for them to play this out. If you're NUTURN, you've got to take the fight to version 1 here. You've got to stick it to him.
Oh my
Allow
God.
just narrowly missing onto one, but Solo does not. Allow gets a second. Version 1 can't get back in. The defuse is going to start. You see Jammies is alive. There's the snake bite. Is it going to be enough for the defuse?
he got it!
It stops him. It delays him. But can they get back on? Can they get back on, Riv? I don't know if they can.
They got
Solo's
time.
getting it to half. Solo's getting it to half. Solo steals it right out of under their noses.
That might have been the weirdest A-site hold I've seen. All 5 players over towards Alt Orb. Oh my word, version 1. That was, NUTURN was just shooting fish in a barrel there for the last few moments. They come up 5-1, like you said, suggests just right under their noses, even with the next Viper Bite coming through. And, boom, or Solo rather, sorry. Just off to the side.
Yeah, Riv, they just didn't have anything left, and like, you know, we saw that lockdown early on and how much space it created. V1 had to funnel back, right? But now, on the attack again, they've got rifles across the board and a Spectre. Jamie's again still kind of playing chicken over on A's side. He's gonna get some good info, he's gonna get a kill, and Allow doesn't swing it out.
That's such a hard play for Solo. The person on the outside is always going to be able to see you there. Puts himself in a tough spot, but Penny now going into that B site. He's going to be alone. Dashes straight through.
Celsius and Penny get a couple of kills apiece. You see Vanity is playing in Garage as well, holding the middle of the map as Jammies is holding Garage as Jammies is holding the middle of the map, and you see NUTURN this early on in the round, they've already punted. They've given up the space, and it's interesting to see, Riv, that's now twice that NUTURN, I mean, a 2v5 sucks, right? Like, a 2v5 is not a pleasant situation to find yourself in. But you see teams at least try it. There's this very clear NUTURN, once they have decided that, all right, guys, we can't win this round, they just cut their losses. They don't want to have anything to do with it.
We talked a little bit about NUTURN's percentages on this map. 67% win rate on the defense. When you look at all-time maps for teams and win rate percentages on attack defense, you'll sometimes see like 55s to 58s when they're really good, 60s to 63s, 67% on defense. And we're seeing that here as they're able to capitalize on almost round after round, version 1 finding a way through. But it's going to be tough is what I'm saying for version 1 still here on out, even finding rounds. This is where NUTURN feels so comfortable. And it's where they have to, because we mentioned their attack win rate percentage is 44%. So sometimes it can fall apart where maybe NUTURN again falls into that playing to their opponent in the moment and forgetting their own style.
Yeah, I think the story for V1 here is just how many rounds can you get, right? You aren't expecting to win this half. It's can we get to 8-4? Can we get to 7-5? And then get to the side that we prefer. This round, you've got the Jamie's wall up. Slightly different setup, right? Like, it's not necessarily hitting off top heaven. It's not hitting off top ramps the same way that we've seen before. It's a slightly different look. You see the Cosmic Divide coming out as well, and the Viper's Pit Riv. This is a full-blown fake, right? There is no intention to go A, but man, NUTURN have bit, and they've bit hard.
See how they recoup. You always get to do the full retake if this is the case, but that doesn't mean it's any better. Perry starts one off. The Omen from the shadows takes down Jammies, and we'll see how this one plays out. They finally find out that Jammies has been hanging out on A too long.
Vanity's playing off across the middle of the map as well. So they've got some control of the rotations. That's going to keep Harry at bay. Here comes the Thunder. Blocky has already been cleaned up. You hear the lockdown is going to come out as well. Buy a little time. The tap was there. No, Effie's gets absolutely destroyed. The gravity wall's coming out, and it's going to delay just a little bit. And the lockdown there as well, so they have to respect it. They have to back off. But Zelsis, not knowing what's going on, has to check it. Zelsis is good for one. He gets cleaned up as Vanity alone in a 1v3. Yep. And the time is running as well. Vanity might do it. Ladies and gents, the 1v1 as the spike continues to tick away. It's not at half. Suggest gets the kill, but V1 get the round win.
And it is a push to the last moment for these rounds. NUTURN having a very, very methodical retake and hold in the middle of that site take, coming in together, trading over each other's shoulders, and then it comes down to it again. It's not a lineup this time, but that post-plant of version 1 is just so deadly and hard to break through.
Hey, look at him too, man. Vanity just shows no emotion in those plays, in those moments. It's like cold poker face. I'd never want to call a bluff on that guy. Version 1, full rifles. NUTURN not nearly as fortunate. They have one in the hands of Lakia, who has the showstopper. But it seems like V1, they have found something that's starting to work. Of course, as I say that, the one rifle on the side of NUTURN takes care of Penny.
Veli brought it up coming into our last map, or out of our last map, that Penny was finding those first deaths instead of first bloods a little more. And it was affecting version 1, so we'll keep an eye on that call out as well from the analyst desk as we proceed through this. Now round 9. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, already a banger of a series. It's the final map here to see who stays up in the upper bracket between version 1 and NUTURN Gaming. It looks like a little love towards B here from version 1, and a lot of focus from NUTURN on defense has now pushed Killjoy to A.
Oh no. Oh no, the setup was there, right? You've got the judge, you also had the fault line. Everything was set up. NUTURN fully committed to controlling this area of the map, and this was not a fake. Much like what we saw previously, V1 did want to go towards B. They put that sage wall up as well to try to give them entry, and they get absolutely destroyed. Perry once again using the ultimate to grab information, much like we saw a couple of rounds ago, ensure that nobody is pushing up into garage, because they have to flip the map. Yeah, Zelsis was deep, but he still gets punished. Jammies is alone, and he's not around for long. A flawless round from NUTURN. I mean,
and that is prime gaming.
It is prime gaming indeed. You're absolutely right. It seems like every time V1 like figures something out and they punch back, NUTURN just respond in kind.
Yeah, NUTURN is literally reading version 1 like a book on these plays. I mentioned, I was like, oh my god, all of that utility from KJ was very much focused towards A. KJ's usually on A for the side of NUTURN, but the way they focused the util made me think B could be very dangerous. But the way this NUTURN set up, being behind each other, always having that contact play with somebody else to take the firefight as well, they do so well playing off each other in these moments where they're just feeling it. And right now, they very much are. As we come into round 10, Suggest a bit of a peek there, and he almost loses all of his head.
Yeah, second chance at life. He gets messed up, just down to 10 health, but he manages to get away. No heals on the side of NUTURN to get him back to full health. And much like we've seen the last couple of rounds, right? Like Jamie's the default, feeling things out on A, not getting any info, right? Like not getting any positioning. No real estate has been gained. And because of that, they can still play around this. They being NUTURN, right? They still have the Nanoswarm. They still have the turret. And you see the activation of that because V1 showed, and now they're going to pull back. The Sage Wall is up. They're going to work their way in through heaven. Vanity rains fire down on a Suggest from top row. Perry trades it back out. Perry looking to hold fast. No, he's going to get cleaned up as the 3v3 comes through. Effie's res brings Vanity back into things, and there's Lakia's showstopper. The blast pass across, and he lands onto one. Vanity rips him down from the skies as Allow is now the one on the entry. There's the lockdown as Zelsis cleans up Allow. Solo has to make some magic happen. There's the snake bite again, denying entry. At least just a little bit, make him think about it. Solo does finally get cleaned up. We talked about this Riv, right? For V1, 7-5, 8-4, that's a win. Right now it's been rocky, but they're holding serve.
This play coming in here, just seeing how it all executed, how it all worked out. You can't underestimate the use of the lockdowns here, but the placement of it wasn't in range. It was a different place than usual. So it leaves that spot open, just these small things at the last moment when you are forced to make the play. That's what it starts coming down to, is the opponents forcing each other to make plays under certain situations. You're trying to set a play up, you start getting shot at, you're gonna have to start darting and nading under that aspect of firefight. So that's all that NUTURN's trying to put down onto version 1. They're just not letting them do anything easy or fundamental to start off.
You can feel like version 1, or excuse me, NUTURN have a really good idea that they're going to want to hit B. Perry has smoked the entrance out of garage twice. They also invested the fault line at the beginning of the round, which is pretty standard. And there's also the denial of info. So version 1 has no idea if somebody's crossed across garage to be holding that flank. All of the heavy investment that way. Now, V1, because they haven't found much room to work with elsewhere, they're kind of like huddled up in the middle of the map. This is normally where we see Jammies peek out, see if he can get a kill, and then if they do, they can try to exploit the middle, work their way through ropes to get towards A. Oh, but it's Solo who gets impatient. It's Solo who gets punished. And while it wasn't through vents, it wasn't through ropes, they are going to go back towards A with 30 seconds left.
I think that's perfect by version 1. We'll talk about that in a minute as they rush the site here. Penny's going to be the first one in, looking for Lakia at screens.
Here comes the Cosmic Divide as well. Penny playing just on the other side of it. Remember, he's got the Blade Storm, but if he's not careful, they're going to show up right behind him. Lakia playing on the other side of the wall as it looks like they're just going to wait it out. And Riv, again, look at it. It's a 5v4. They're so concerned with controlling economy, with not losing grasp on the map, that they're willing to cut ties very early. It's the third time we see them do this.
It's kind of incredible to see, honestly. And exits may be something that they can get here. We'll talk a little bit about what I wanted to coming in and why this was such a good play for version 1. NUTURN is doing a great job at just denying info. I have hardly ever seen a team that doesn't put anyone in B heaven. We have seen version 1 walk all the way up there and out of B heaven multiple times, into ropes, out of ropes, because there's nothing to be grabbed there. And NUTURN's saying, sure, grab it. We're ready for the site take. Our plan is here. We're playing to your game, version 1. I keep looking at the V and saying Vision Striker from NUTURN, and I've been watching VOD after VOD. It's so hard to not say it. I apologize to everyone out there. But yeah, they're just, NUTURN this time is not falling prey to playing version 1's game.
Last round of the half, you got to keep a look at Ultimate. Zelsis 1 point away from having the lockdown in tow. There's the fault line. The smoke comes out as well on top of the nade, but this time it's an excellent counter, expecting that Perry's going to go around. They invest in Nano Swarm as well. Perry gets messed the F up, and he has to back up.
That is pretty messed up.
That is pretty messed up. Solo gets cleaned up at the hands of Jamie's as Penny flies across this screen. And look at the setups, right? They know where they want it. They've dropped the ping. The smoke from Viper is there as well. Penny's not allowed to get into the site at all as the spike goes down. They've got the lineups. This should be vintage version 1 here, Riv.
Hold it, hold, and see if they can get. They have a few right under Hell, nice and easy. And yeah, they're just pressuring NUTURN into having to take something.
Well, and that's the thing, like, we've never seen NUTURN have to do this, because now that it's the last round of the half, they're gonna fight it. There's no reason not to. Zelsis is creeping his way around. Penny flashed up, dashes away, somehow stays alive just long enough, but does get cleaned up. Suggest on the defuse. Effys and Zelsis are both there. Effys and Zelsis come right around the corner, just in the nick of time to tie us up at 6 going into the second half.
What a start to this map. And kudos, I should say, for NUTURN, an amazing start. And kudos to the side of version 1 for being able to pull it back. Looking at the score lines, usually we don't say this, look, KDA is on my word, but looking at the score lines, you can see it has been a complete team effort by the side of version 1. Nobody's having the ability to pop off. Nobody's coming out. It's not Penny's day. This is requiring a lot of teamwork, and we're seeing a different version of the team now that they're kind of allocated to playing that style.
All right, NUTURN on the attack. We talked about what score version 1 needed to hit in order to feel good. They surpassed that. And now it's on NUTURN on the attack. What can they do? What areas of the map can they exploit? Again, this from a historical perspective, it is a bit better of a half for version 1, right? From a defensive perspective, they tend to play this a bit better. And as you mentioned, Riv, it's painfully average out of NUTURN on attack on split.
They don't have the breach just yet. I feel like that's kind of the initiation of the play after they figure out what's going on. Flank is going to be held by Perry as usual, just on the Omen, not the Astra this time. They do see a wall in front. That's not going to be activated just yet. The site take comes in from NUTURN, and they've made great ground.
Yes, they have indeed, as Penny and Zelsis are both out. Now Lau, the same spot we saw Penny in just a couple of moments ago, trying to control entry in from the defender's spawn. You see Jamie's up in heaven, trying to clear things out as well, and they're gonna have to bust a move here relatively soon. Good investment of utility. Yeah, Jamie's trying to clear some space. Here they go. Vanity flying across the screen. It's actually Effys that does it. But Lakia cleans him up. Jamie's still up atop in heaven. He's left alone, and he's not around for long. So NUTURN win the pistol, a very important pistol.
Nicely done, too. In the end there, still having a bit of util, using it correctly. I thought they might have got caught out with the single peeks they did on elbow right here. This was the secondary of the peeks by Lakia. Able to hold it down, though. Not a problem for him as he gets his feet a little wet in the Viper's Bite before end of the round with an and one. So that's a NUTURN round. That's a pistol round coming in. They're usually able to secure these. Are the shotties there? Always for vanity. Always got a pocket shotty. But it is not going to be the regular buy here for version 1. Split is not a game you can start messing with Econ on. The moment you start going down on Econ, the map starts to roll in your opponent's favor.
Oh my gosh, that was borderline filth out of solo. He did get one, but it got traded out. And you see NUTURN is dashed on to B, the paranoia to follow up, as well as Alau's gotten to the backside. Now Vanity's in this great spot, but all he has is a classic. There's just not much he can do with that weapon. So Sight in full control of NUTURN here. Version 1 trying to fight for a retake. The only thing they have that's better is the Spectre in the hands of Penny, and he's got 5 health left. Well, he had 5 health left.
That is the story a lot of the times, huh? Parry and Suggest along with Alau here. Alau's like, I don't want to go down, so I'm going to go ahead and hold this Spectre. I'll be the last one to peek. Parry says, on me. Full health, full kill. Nice little round there for themselves. See what they actually keep in terms of guns. Suggest did have that shotty in hand that he picked up. The Bucky for himself. And again, there you can see very much a team game across the board for the side of version 1, trying to pull it together. Jammies your information, grab it on the other side of the map, usually trying to figure out the 1v1s and keep the post plants going on. The rest of the team playing well. Effie's now not on his Sova. We are seeing a little bit less of an impact there, but that's not like they're like, oh, we shouldn't play Sova. He's just Sage this time, and it's almost a necessity. This wall right here is so big for shutting down a strategy in its tracks, and we'll see if we can get a bit of that.
I mean, and that's exactly what they've done so far, right? NUTURN fully stacked on A. They wanted to go that way. There is nobody lurking, gathering information anywhere. And that wall off the bat just buys so much time. On top of the gravity well, in case it gets broken down, they're able to mow them apart. And while that is how things panned out, they weren't able to get the kills. Lakia dashing across your screen. Effie's holds fast, good for one. The paranoia comes out as he has to reposition. Reload, no, not gonna matter as he gets taken out at the hands of Alau. Now, for NUTURN, they have some control on the site. They've got Solo playing the middle of the map as well.
Yep.
And Parry on the swing. He was holding such a pivotal part, but no, he gets cleaned up. The spike goes down.
Solo is so big for this round.
Oh, and he's hearing everything, Riv. And
He's taking the last move.
Yeah, if he can be patient, if he can be quiet, he's got a chance at something, but no, now his position's been given away. Here we go, another entry in from the defender spawn because there's no control of Heaven. Vanity has to clear them out or else they're just gonna be ripped to shreds. Vanity does clear them out. Now they can apply pressure from different areas. They've got Vanity up in Heaven. They've got people working their way around Pillar, but Alau does not allow any of that to go down. Suggest gets one as well. NUTURN get to 9.
That's huge by NUTURN. After version 1 identified what was going on up in Heaven, Vanity's seeing Solo behind, that should have been the rest of version 1 in the site, completely collapsing on the members that were there. But for Alau and Suggest to be able to hold those angles, even they know that was a hell yes. They were on the edge of their seat for that one, and on knife's edge for sure. 9-6 though, NUTURN getting a bit of a lead.
They are. Now version 1 are on a broken buy again. You've got the judge in the hands of Vanity, but that's it. Meanwhile, NUTURN far more bang behind their punch as they've got full rifles across the board. You see, I mean, we've seen a little bit of a look towards A, but that's really been it so far from the side of NUTURN as they've leaned towards B. You see Jamie's taking some of that space away. The dash across the site, the paranoia that follows. Alau goes up from the top ropes, and it's actually Zelsis' Nano Swarm that's able to get the opening pick. Alau with 18 health left. Certainly sitting dicey, and they know he's there, but they're not going to clear it. They're not going to clear it. Alau's still okay.
Gets to shake off the concussion. He'll be good back there. Very low HP though. Jammy's able to tag one down. Quick Viper Bite for any push that may come in as they pincer the site. This is going to be Jammies and Penny.
Jamie's good for it. Jamie's has the only one. He was the only one with a rifle. That's huge. It's now Perry alone in a 1v2 with 18 health, 3 bullets to his name. Has to switch over to the classic Penny, playing around the Cloudburst so patiently, so intelligently for version 1 there. There was not a, okay, we know where he is. Everyone fly at him. They were very patient. They played things out beautifully, and they bridged the gap down to 2.
What a round there. And a much necessary round. You can see the Thrifty coming up on your screen as they make it happen. And now they have a few guns to be working with on the round. We'll recap this one right here. The push around from Jammies. I mean, the guy sets up the same wall they set up on attack. He's like, this feels comfortable. Now we're going to go ahead and do something else around the map. Working together as per usual. Jammies, Penny, making it work. He's like, no, like we were ever going to lose that one. What's the setup here? Across the map, it's split. We do have the spike right now away from the rest of NUTURN, so expect this one to be drawn out a bit and a bit more of a default play from NUTURN Gaming.
Also note that Lakia is the only one without a rifle or a Spectre even, right? He's only got the Sheriff.
Are they focusing his ult here? Yeah, he's getting ult.
And that's, this is like full-on entry, full-on commit, right? They've got the Rolling Thunder. They have the Showstopper as well. There was a recon mission to try to grab that ult orb to get Lakia's ultimate online, and they've succeeded, right? So box 1
right
on this to-do list checked. There's still a long way to go, though.
Okay, taking down the wall, always imperative. If a wall is in your game, put a hole in it, people. Make that Sage sweat a little bit. Never just leave the wall up. That's weird. That's weird. Tips for all. PSA. Oh, baby.
And it wasn't with the Rolling Thunder. The Rolling Thunder was actually elsewhere. The Paranoid is going to follow up. Lakia gets a kill onto Effie's anyway. Zelsis somehow has gotten behind them. Spots Perry, denies any other entry, and that includes the spike. Now that sideline has been given up. Now Solo's going to work his way in. As Penny with the op in 1 HP. Looking to make something happen. There's a gravity well. Vanity dodging. Fancy footwork around the utility to trying to keep him back. As the spike has gone down. Keep an eye on Perry on the minimap. Work in the middle is also good for 1. Lockdown on top of the Viper Spit. They are fully committing to taking this site back. Lakia has to back up. The op with 1 HP. Doesn't matter. He's good for it. Eventually gets cleaned up. Jamie's gets one as well. The defuse is there. Suggest playing just on the other side. Suggest good for 1. Surely giving me a heart attack. Along with the rest of North America, as it looked like he was going to do it, but no, Zelsis is able to get the defuse. Version 1 get to 8. This thing's going back and forth, Riv.
The intensity with which version 1 needed to retake that site was seen in the ultimate usage. Literally on the front doorstep of everything that was happening once they could get into position, and V1 throwing it down. NUTURN doing such a nice job of breaking these sites open, getting in. I love the rolling thunder. Hey, sometimes you gotta ask. I love the rolling thunder coming in.
He just wasn't sure. Yeah.
Unintentional reposition of the Killjoy turret, which then didn't activate as much on people running in. So it was Zelsis not getting as much information on what was happening. Unintentional, but still a really neat aspect of that last round. And Vanity. Vanity being Vanity, you know, hyping it up, spicing things up as well. And he has some questions for his opponents.
So if you're version here. Yeah, well, if you're NUTURN here.
Okay, I'm NUTURN.
Right? You just saw a heavy investment of utility of ultimates from version 1 to take that site back, and it was a good entry, right? You also invested the Showstopper, you also invested the Rolling Thunder, but now you're broke. Right, like you're busted. You've got Lakia with the Sheriff, and you've got Allow on a little something. But really, what are you looking to do here, Riv? Ideally, just take a couple of weapons away from V1?
Honestly, it would hopefully be more than that. But they know this is one of those pivotal rounds that can start to swap the game back and forth. Let's take a look at the econ here as it comes through. That's 2 rounds right now for version 1. So that means this round loss is $2,900 on top of NUTURN's money. More than enough credits to be purchasing on that side. If version 1 gets reset, they get $1,900, which could actually put them in a spot where they're not finding all of the utility they need, right? That's $2,600 for Jammies, if that comes to fruition. on this. He purchased a gun this round, $7,200. So there's been a drop already for version 1. You said this round could be pivotal. These rounds could be pivotal, and it gets even more as it goes. It's going to be towards B. Spike is down, though.
And you can feel it, Riv, right? Like every T crossed, every I dotted. The heaviness of the moment as these teams are just quietly playing through, understanding that this is a pivotal round for economy for both teams as they try to stay in the upper bracket here in Masters Reykjavik. For NUTURN, they've tested the waters B, they cleared some stuff out, and they invested a little bit as well. But they are going to flip things back, and you see an adjustment from version 1. I think on most other maps, given what they saw early on, you're taking a little bit away, right? Like you're working down ramps, you're working through sewers, you're trying to take some of the middle of the map away. That has not been the case at all year. That was terrifying. That was jump scare stuff right there.
I was not ready for that. I'm glad the players are still vibing right now because, man, this is intense. All right, coming back, testing the water. Penny says 1, Blade Storm out.
It's a fake, though. It's a fake, though. Solo's going to invest the lockdown, but the spike is still on the other side. It's Vanity who's alone. Yeah, Zelsys is close by.
I feel like this is one of Vanity's judge situations, but he's got the Phantom.
Zelsys backed up. I don't think Zelsys spotted him. But the trigger discipline. He's good for 1. Vanity from, Zelsys from up top gets it as well. Nobody bites on the fake. The clock is going to expire without the spike going down. A couple of members still alive on the side of NUTURN. Of course, as I say that aloud, gets cleaned up, but we're tied up at 9 apiece. Version 1 from Finances should be sitting pretty.
10 seconds left.
That it should. We did see that, a bit of a round where NUTURN wants to get the spike down. They run into it willy-nilly without having too much to invest, keeping the econ for further rounds now that we are 9-9. Noticing Penny did go down. That operator is now in the hands of Lakia on the other side. He has been focusing quite a bit for the team to be getting these frags. We saw his Sovas on Ascent, his plays before on Haven. He is somebody to definitely get the impact frags for the team. And instantly walled off as you saw them play that to be a quick smoke play, but didn't work. He was trying to hit the utility window that version 1 uses.
And again, a quiet start to this round, as you mentioned, the Viper's Wall delaying some of that initial aggression from NUTURN. They do have the From the Shadows in the hands of Perry, and we've seen him use that for info gathering really every time this map, excuse me. Now we'll see how things play out. Is V1, V1's not getting a lot of information here either, Riv. This is very much like a wait, patiently see things out. Look at where Jammies is right now. I often call that the discipline corner, right? Because it's rare. You have to, when you're dashing across site to get entry on A, you have to look there, and it's actually kind of sickening how frequently that box goes unchecked.
And it's a perfect play here from what could be from Penny as he draws the attention.
That was loud.
Jammies has a field day. Yeah, that was pretty loud. Breach has some big old feet. So they're going to get themselves into a slight position here. And this is where we saw NUTURN as well, kind of leaving the map open. They're like, you know, middle of the map's open. Let's play it. And now it's going to be that play towards the A Heaven side. Effie's ready and waiting.
They are committing on to the site. The discipline corner! The discipline corner! They don't check it! Jammies gets too lucky and stuffs the barrel of the op in his mouth to clean him up, but with 4 seconds left, they've got to hurry up. He's getting delayed. He's not going to have time. The gravity well keeps him off. Perry's not able to get the spike planted. Version 1 take the lead.
NUTURN with a bit of a pause strat there. They balk once they get into vents, and it seemed like it was almost reminiscent of a NUTURN double pump, back and forth, and then hit. But they kind of said, all right, well, now is the time to go. And the first people jumping in are all looking at the same thing. No one really had a corner to look at. It was kind of just in the moment, which meant there wasn't as much utility usage as there could have been. And all A entry from Heaven is a little weird, too, to regain.
Yeah. So oftentimes when you see teams approach, have that style like NUTURN just did, it's intended to cause questioning on the defensive half and to make them unsure about themselves. But the discipline that we've seen out of version 1 to maintain their angles, to not give up an inch, and to be patient, not aggressively peek a corner, has been what's really made this approach from NUTURN ineffective, entirely ineffective.
They've been able to keep the operator in hand. Tiny little jump peaks here, going over towards A. Is that Solo figuring out what's going on, getting the info for the team. He just Solo called for a smoke. He wants to see if that will draw any more attention from somebody across the map, as the rest of the team of NUTURN now works it over towards mid. Looks like they will finally meet up with Solo. The captain, or not the captain, I'm sorry, the kind of that brain they listen to is suggest is your captain, your leader there.
So,
but yeah, they're making their way back over.
So Effys puts up that wall up in A heaven, and version 1 rotate off because they have the safety of that. As soon as that wall went up, and as soon as NUTURN saw the wall rift, NUTURN rotated into A, expecting that version 1 was going to pull off, and they should have a numbers advantage on the site, and that's why they're sticking to it. But the paranoia misses onto Penny. Jammies goes entirely undetected as well. 2 have already dropped on the side of NUTURN with 13 seconds left. There's not enough time to go elsewhere. There is no plan B. You've got to commit onto it here. 7 seconds left. Effy's trying to be the last line of defense, but Solo mows his way through what version 1 had set up. Now Vanity and Zelsis are showing up a bit late to the party as the spike goes down. He has the Cosmic Divide, so he's got some utility. He's got a little something. They have a chance.
They've used the Cosmic Divide to get into a site and blast through, but I think without more than 2 viewpoints. Oh my God, Zelsis hits the unhittable shot. Oh my word! It's gonna be Vanity getting Perry in the back. Doug, we always see that trolling and tricking people into firing, but even under recoil control, woohoo, Zelsis eagle eyes the head off his opponent. 11-9, a gap is created now by version 1 here on split over NUTURN, and we're coming up to round 21.
Dude, that was filth. I imagine we're gonna see that again. There was actually so much that was big there. Suggest dying, Zelsis peeking off of his turret, and then somehow that happens onto Solo. Things you really hate to see if you're a fan of NUTURN, because you look at that and go, really?
That shot,
that happened?
I rate that harder than Cypher No Hat and Purple Reyna. Boom. That's how hard that shot is.
Yep.
All right, getting into the next round.
NUTURN showing heavy presence towards A, but not peeking out. It's actually Jammies who's got the op here, normally in the hands of Penny. But Jammies has shown he's pretty formidable with it as well. A couple of cloud bursts to deny info. He may, I think he did spot that. I think he spotted Allow.
Here.
Oh, here.
Yep.
Just enough.
Oh man, the pressure, right? The paranoia, the everything is thrown his way, and he has to back up. He has to give that space up.
Little flash dash combo. You always love to see it start off around. Pressure the opposing team. Let's see if they have a secondary. What's the secondary util now? The first bit of area was gained as we look at NUTURN pretty critically here for this round. Seeing that first strat, allowed space to be gained by Allow. And now they'll try to keep coming up. Already the play from Solo towards mid as they hold the rotation too. So waiting on the patience here, but each round has been that last 30 seconds, Doug.
And Riv, it's not even just the Solo getting control. The wall was up from Effys. They cleared it out, and that pulls Effys back over because they wanted to go A. The Rolling Thunder comes out on top of the showstopper as Lakia gets on to Penny. Jammies with the op. Still alive as the spike begins to go down. Solo is still in an excellent spot to cause problems. We mentioned the Cosmic Divide. It's still available here. Effys also has the res, so you imagine he's going to come over. If they can provide a little bit of cover, there's a chance at something there, but the sight lines are so tight. There's the cover that I was talking about. The Cosmic Divide comes up, but they still have to try to peek around that res. They bring Penny online. Lakia is so tempted to work around it, and he doesn't do it, but Allow does. Solo drops as Allow with the Blade Storm gets snatched out of the sky, not able to provide any impact. The pace of that Lakia, the flash on to suggest a round win for NUTURN. Oh my gosh!
Amazing stuff. The Cosmic Divide not ruffling the feathers of NUTURN all that much, knowing it would allow version 1 onto the site. They just set up to watch version 1 walk through, and the shots they were able to make, the plays they were able to hit. Beautifully done on that stop there. And overall, Doug, this got me laughing because what other ultimate can you throw the Rolling Thunder at than Showstopper? Ray doesn't give a crap if she's concussed in there. She's still hitting a rocket shot. So that amount of chaos just does not leave you any choice. I love that play from NUTURN.
Very well played indeed, and that's going to bridge the gap down to 1 round lead for version 1. As you see, Jammies has invested the Viper's Pit right off the bat to control entry onto A. Imagine we'll see a wall from Effie's here soon, presumably either across mid or, yep, entry past mail. And what that really does is that's forcing NUTURN into a spot where it's like, all right, dude, do you have the balls to push into the Viper's Pit? Probably not. Do you want to work through the wall? You don't know what's on the other side. So they have to funnel A towards B into garage. And look at all the utility, right? They're even set up to where when allowed dashes across, which is a very common entry for Jett, where's she dashing into? All of the utility, all of the nanoswarms, everything that's there. With that in mind, they're still considering hitting it, but there's just no easy entry in, Rev.
And also, we have not mentioned it much throughout this. Obviously, Vanity's Astra, Harry's Omen, but you also see what the Astra's doing to stop the flow of play along with Sage Orbs, along with everything else they can throw in there. It's not just an Omen Smoke or Paranoia, so you can see how much more it's kind of adding to being able to Gravity Well, being able to Nebula. Penny's been there the whole time, never move an inch, finds the first one.
Oh my gosh, it's a meat grinder! Excelsis and Vanity rip them to shreds! A Prime Gaming flawless, all off the backs of that Viper's Pit at the beginning. The process of elimination for NUTURN to understand we can't go anywhere else except right into version 1's lap, and that puts them at map point, that puts them at series point.
The way version 1 takes control, and still at this level, their opponent is just dumbfounded at the moment when they walk around the corner, is one of the reasons they're here. When you're amazing the casters, when you're amazing everybody else, and you're pulling out stuff like this, it's just the wow factor, and it's a consistent thing coming from version 1, and it might allow them to topple their opponents in NUTURN here in this game point.
Dude, I could break down that round. I could talk about that round for probably an hour. There was just so much that version 1 did well, but now NUTURN, they've got the lockdown ready to go. They're leaning towards A as they fight to keep this map alive. Map 2 went into overtime, and this looks like it very well could as well, but for NUTURN, you've got to come up big. You've got to come up real big. You see the investment of utility already, right? Like, they've invested the Roomba, now they've invested the lockdown, and because of that, look at how version 1 are creeping across the middle of the map. The Sage Wall has blocked off mid. Vanity has full control of ropes and vents. They have defensive spawn as well. They know where they're going. And for NUTURN, they're going to have to push their way into it. Effie's gets detained. Are they going to hunt him down? Vanity's there with the bait, but Lakia wins it anyway. He's going to get the third. As Lakia, or excuse me, as version 1 are down to 2 members remaining. Now it is Zelsis, and it is Penny. I'm going to call Zelsis one of their star duelists because up until this point, that's what he has played. But now, on the Killjoy, can you have the same effect?
Penny onto Parry, 3v2. Still a decent amount of time to get over to the spike, but it doesn't look like it's going to be happening on this round 4v1.
Enemy remaining.
Huh.
Placing alarm bot.
Yeah, they're just going to pull off.
Sentry.
Zelsis will try to save whatever weaponry he can into the next round. As you see, members of NUTURN, both Suggest and Lakia are going to carry a rifle in as well. And Riv, we find ourselves at this pivotal juncture yet again, where we're 1 round away from overtime.
OT for me, please. Let's see it. Oh my word, what a game so far. And the play, honestly, maybe just losing the moment or what was going on to have that ult be able to grab somebody on it. It could, you know, it's a bait, we got to detain. But to not be able to play off of what you're trying to set up on your opponent and just fall prey to everything they wanted, it's not a good look. We get 1 from each though, right? Version 1's round before that slaughtered NUTURN. NUTURN bringing it right back to him, delivering the same medicine. As now the setup across the map does put Penny with the operator on B. You have Effie's over near heaven of B, under there just to get the slows on. So this is your stop power over here on the B site.
Oh,
now they know there's an op though.
Yeah, dude, and you see that smoke to deny that exact play right there. The wall goes up, and you think it's you have a little bit more freedom. You would think to swing around that and get the ult, but the smoke from Parry buys enough space for them to get that ult orb into their pocket, and now they're going to turn their attention over to A with just under a minute left on the clock. They have the showstopper. Perry's going to have his From the Shadows as well.
I would love to see that From the Shadows go towards the back with a showstopper following.
Yep.
Almost immediate chaos once again. They're going to hold everything for now. Showstopper is actually going into heaven. Sorry, into sight, I should say. And that's going to be Zelsis going down to start.
Zelsis was the only one on the site. They invested a considerable amount to get on there. We mentioned the showstopper. We mentioned the From the Shadows. Those have been used. But version 1 are still in a decent spot to be able to take this thing back. Penny has an operator. And that's a big kill. Suggest needs to win that. My gosh, Suggest needed to win that. Vanity on the rope. Literally on the rope, manages to win that gunfight to bring us down to 4 apiece. Version 1, the clock continues to tick away. You're going to have to go here, and you're going to have to go soon. Allow takes care of Penny. It was a dogfight in disguise as Lakia is good for 1 as well. Solo playing around it. No, he gets mowed down through the smoke as it's a 2v2. Perry in a great spot. Lakia's in a good spot as well. Baby, if it wasn't enough the first time, we're doing it again. We're going to overtime.
It's exactly what we need to see from these two teams. The caliber of play has topped, and we are now seeing them leave everything on the map. I cannot wait to see what they even pull out in these overtime rounds. Seeing what NUTURN was going through in map 1 made this series, Doug, we have to recap, made this series seem like it was version 1's from the beginning. But that was never the case. NUTURN knew they could come back. They had the strats. At times, they have made version 1 play their game. And now both teams, again, like you said, meet each other in the overtime. It's now, is it the up? Do they bring it back out? They will not. It's going to be full buys all around with rifles, full armor, as they're not leaving anything to chance. Tactical timeout here coming in from NUTURN to start off our overtime round. But will it be version 1 entering this tournament with the sub of Jammies, surprising the world, or the Kingslayers of Korea to move on in the upper bracket, taking down Damwon Kia to get here, taking down Vision Strikers to get here, and showing a lot of potential and power doing it. Now we got this matchup. It couldn't have ended any other way.
No, absolutely not. I think the one thing that we have to keep in mind here is as we go into overtime, as we think about how each side played out for both teams, version 1 were very effective on the attacking half, right? You remember it was a 6-6 half, which is not common on split. That means they have really had something good going for them on the attacking side. Now version 1 is going to be starting the overtime on attack. We'll see what NUTURN can do. We'll see what kind of adjustments they have to make really to stifle the aggression that version 1 showed that got them to a 6-6 half.
And this is where you get to use everything, Doug. This is where everybody looks at utility usage. Everybody looks at how you're playing these rounds out, because it's now up to you. It's not up to what the econ is providing you this round. You're not out of a molly. What will you be able to do with everything? And that's one of the parts I love, is these are the strats these teams have orchestrated for OTs. It's kind of like the penalty shot. What do they have? What secret is it to get that one round in their favor?
Okay, so slight adaptation, but a similar look from NUTURN early on. The fault line into garage, the smoke from Perry to deny information, but it's a slight miss. So Vanity's actually able to check that back corner that's been so problematic for Vanity and for the rest of V1 on that first half. Now they have full control there. Yes, Zelsis dropped. We'll see what Vanity can do to exploit things. And oh my gosh, Jammies has as well.
Great push there as they were coming back, able to get up and get a bit on a Zelsis and Jammies.
That's a terrifying
Vanity's still working it. The crossfire in A2 as well by NUTURN, terrifying.
Way.
It's going to be tough for this to actually make something work. Great positioning by version 1 here, but yeah, that's a difficult one.
Riv, that Arumba somehow didn't detect the two members of V1 as they pushed through, and now they're actually coming in from behind. There's an excellent pinch because of what Vanity was able to do, but Vanity has to come up big here. He's already gotten one. But he's in a 1v3. Yeah, he's going to get cleaned up. The concerns that we had about NUTURN on the defensive half have for now been stifled as they take the lead.
Match point.
Woo! See what happens here as we check the replay. Oh my word. That kind of play, it puts a smile on my face. because it's in the mind of your opponent. And that's how you always have to be playing. The moment you're thinking, I need to nade, I need to move up, you're already 2 steps behind your opponent. You always need to be thinking, are they moving? What are they doing? And yeah, they're moving. Here comes Allow.
Full-on aggression, but again, it's a bait. You see Allow has made a whole lot of noise towards A, but the spike is quietly making its way towards B and Riv. I mentioned the discipline that version 1 showed in regulation, but now they've bit really hard on the early aggression, so NUTURN's going to be able to get onto B really for free unless Zelsis can cause some heroics. He's already taken care of Lakia. What else does he have left in him?
Quick turret up. Flanked now by Allow. Waiting very, very patiently for any noise. They're not going to give it to him just yet. It looks like the flank won't be had by version 1 as they come back into the site here, but it is going to be Zelsis watching for Allow as here comes the retake ever so slowly.
They're waiting for Jamies to show up. Now Jamies has joined the fold, but Allow, as you said, is on the flank. Might cause a problem. No Penny highlights this time around as, my goodness, it very well may be happening. Zelsis drops 1, but what else can he do? No, ladies and gentlemen, bow down to your...
Any standouts here? I feel as though there's not going to be too much surprise from FNATIC, at least for me.
No, there isn't. And again, really, it looks towards X10 if we're going to see anything coming out. Obviously, Patty coming onto the Jet. Now, one talking point is obviously X10 kind of rolling with the breach here on Icebox pretty consistently. And again, success-wise, I'm not all for it, but I mean, if it works for you, it works for you. So no real surprises on either side here. No major switch-ups.
No, we did see a little bit of kind of, I guess the Cypher coming into play in moments on Icebox for X10 previous to now. I mean,
of course,
it can work.
Was, yeah.
Exactly, we have seen it work in previous games, especially if you've watched Gambit in the past, for example, made it look very viable, and it is a bit of a pocket pick, but not today. We are going to be going into this one, and keep in mind, one of these 2 teams will be going home. This is elimination time. This is where the big boys come to play. You have FNATIC coming into this on the defending side, and Durka already going to put himself in a little bit of a forward lean, and X10 on the attack.
So no real piece comes through. A couple of sound cues going to be picked up by Durka here with Sushi and Scary hopping up, but might try and isolate Patty Pan up top here. Actually, the recon comes through. Crew's going to slip through, but Durka and Doma both find kills. And Boaster comes in with a shock dart as well.
Yeah. The first man in, struggling a little. Scary's going to find at least an answer back on Durka, but now you've got a 4v2. So Scary and Fox going to try and make something out of this. That wall going to keep them safe for a second, but now with it dissipating, they're going to have to look for that next step. Boaster's going to be tucked on site, but he has the support from Short, Magnum, and Doma. Not too far away. Fox trying to clear through. Boaster could be the first potential target. Not going to happen. Boaster stays alive, and Scary now the 1v4. And you've got that slow wrap around from Mystic as well. So no backing away from this, even with that 38-second mark on the board.
No, just a matter of time here. Yeah, Magnum and Boaster just going to try and run the clock down a little bit. And there you go, Boaster will pick up his third on the round. So a clean pistol come through. Again, Durka managed to open that one up with Cruz trying to slip underneath pipes, but good setup from FNATIC to hold on to this. And actually, initially, I love that little the slow orb and the shock dart combo actually to pick that kill up on Cruz.
And again, while we're in that beautiful replay, shout out to the observers. You got Prius, Sapphire, and Yeti taking you through this, and I haven't even seen a single T-Tors in chat, so you know they're doing good. Now, at this point, FNATIC are 1 up to the lead. We have to see if there's any damage to be garnered from this round. No individual big success from X10. No one kind of pushed anywhere further forward. Boaster getting, you know, all underway. The couple of kills he picked up going to work out well for him to start off with a bit of a bang, but Durka happy to once again post up a little on this. Of course, does have the ability to get away after that first bit of contact, but let's see how much he sticks by this. Cautious peek on the first, and there it is. Backs away on 20-ish HP. Should be okay. He doesn't get the heal, though, so he's going to be feeling a little worse for wear, as Fox does dive on down, so Durka's now dead, and FNATIC do lose a little control of the site, but the HP on all of X10 is exceedingly low, so there shouldn't be too much danger now.
No, 1 HP. 12 HP left on Patty Pan. Will get dealt with there. Mystic going to pick up the final 2. We'll close that one out. Again, I'm not sure. Actually, Doma tried to back away from the screen, so I'm not sure if that was a misclick there, and he meant to get the heal off on Durka, but didn't end up mattering anyway. Doma comes back all the way towards default and finds 2 kills of his own to make up for it. good opportunity here, I guess, with the bonus for maybe FNATIC to try and be a little more proactive in this round. And no presence really showed over towards mid or B in the first two, and you can see here already X10 leaning that direction. Gonna leave Sushi Boy, I guess, to maybe get some control of Belt, but FNATIC reading into this now. They're gonna have Durka and Doma actually over towards Boiler here, and maybe towards Kitchen. So
I do want to see that duo finding a little bit more comfort, I guess is the word I'd go for. It does seem there's a pause coming in, so hopefully that's resolved quickly. But between the two, I want to get that synergy going. I saw that little, maybe the heal was meant to go to Durka, just kind of misplaced it. But still, I'd love to see those two really synergize here. I think that was something that was slightly missing in that Sentinels game, specifically on Icebox. You could see there was a little less of that cohesion between the two, so if they can get that smoothed out, that'd be a really nice look for them to come back into this. But of course, in this scenario, we're looking at the rifles coming out for X10, and they should be able to do damage here.
I think I mean, FNATIC are going to be tested with kind of how fast and loose X10 like to play some of their buy rounds, and I think with historically, when we look at FNATIC and when they've struggled regionally, they've been against these very reactive teams who like to try and collapse very quickly on first bloods, and they need to control Patty-Pan in particular in the early rounds, and ice towards Durka and Doma to achieve that. I think across any of the way we see these rounds play out, and actually FNATIC during that pause did actually send a third over towards A, so it's only Mystic and Magnum over here, mid wide open right now for the taking.
Yeah, they might be able to punish towards one if they manage to catch that Killjoy, but already Patty-Pan is right up middle. And this is the guy that can pop off. If you are wanting to see X10 do damage, you want to see this guy get rolling quick. So already Durka could be in trouble. Lovely work from Patty-Pan. Quick hit and run. Gonna just back away towards middle, expecting maybe a counter peek to come through, but we can already see it's the deep hold from Mystic. Kind of giving up the site a fair crack. There is utility there, but it is going to be that deeper hold waiting for the support. And mid's actually not got too much pressure on it, apart from Fox, who turned his attention at the right time. HP's getting dwindled. This is dangerous. They're down to 2 here, Hypok. There is SMGs against them. There was Sheriffs. This should not have been this dangerous.
No, nobody from FNATIC able to upgrade just yet, but Mystic still playing all the way deep towards spawn now, actually coming away from Snowman to play a little safer. I like that as well. He's not as easy to corner.
30 seconds left.
And all three members of FNATIC now going to stack up around Kitchen. They're just going to try and wait out the plant here. Doma and Magnum actually go creeping. They're going to retake control of bottom of tube here. Really, it's going to be difficult for... I mean, they've got to pick something away from default because the sight lines towards mid just... Yeah, look at it. It's 10 seconds now, and they have perfect angles to prevent this.
There it is,
Magnum. Yeah.
Oh, that's going to be a bit of heartbreak here. Sushi Boys is in so much danger. Yeah, he's done for. Great work between... I've got to highlight to him, Mystic able to stay alive, keep that presence, but not over-peak, not over-commit. Allow them just enough room maintaining control, while the other two hit those rotations really well done in the end. And I mean, it's going to be devastating for X10. That round was meant to be the easy one to walk through.
Yeah. And I mean, this right here, again, find that first is actually disgusting, but you're right. The fact that he comes away from Snowman and regroups, it allows him to kind of not play in a corner where potentially actually X10's weapons are way more deadly at that range. They can play distance, and I really, really like that readjustment. Here is... Looked like X10 wanted to flex out a little bit on B lane, but not going to get any value for it just yet. A little bit of control for the time being, but FNATIC just going to sit back on this, and only really with the Sheriffs. Again, expect FNATIC to try and play distance on this, especially with Durka coming across with the operator now. He's going to post up towards Snowman. X10 sitting for the time being.
Yeah, and Durka here. Keeping cool under pressure, doesn't give away too much of this. Now going to be in a little bit of a situation, but does manage to back away from this. And again, you can see FNATIC playing quite calm here under pressure. The site has been taken, but postured happily for this retake. Until then, Magnum being a loss is a bit of an issue building, but Mystic bails him out with a stunner. Spins around on a dime, gets 3. And now Patty-Pan has to dig deep on this. This man has been a huge influence on the success of X10. They could do with it right now. That's going to be a key step in the right direction. Now 2 left. Already spotted out 1 earlier. Gets maybe a glimpse on Doma. Yeah, so he knows where the last 2 players are. He could still do work on this one. But how does he stop this? He can't. Durka plucks him out and says no. That's 4 on the board for FNATIC.
Really good play with the wall. Actually, it creates just this tunnel for Durka to hold. Forces Pattypan to come through and take that angle. Damn, he made it interesting, and that's what we look to in this series, right? Is Pattypan to have rounds like this. Mystic holding things down though with these first 3 kills, absolutely huge. And again, it's only Sheriffs he's up against, but nice nonetheless. That's how things did close out there with that wall.
Nice!
Nice.
I know, it's just, yeah, the casual one. I think that was both at the end, it was just like the casual. Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah.
It's all right, guys. It's all right. And I do want to keep my, you know, my attention drawn towards Durka and how he's approaching this. He will probably get away with a great deal more than he would against, you know, Sentinels, for example. But I do want to see if he's maybe adjusted even coming into this, or if he's going to go back to the way he was playing before. And they put a lot of pressure on the guy, but already a nice mid-take, it looks like, from X10. Pattypan's been able to thread somewhat of the needle, but he needs a shot on Boaster. That's a problem. Sushi Boys does keep his back safe there as Boaster went on that repeat. Nice work from Sushi Boys to double up in middle here.
I like that, actually. It's the biggest criticism you could have would be the strength in this default. So to have a contingency in place for Pattypan to explore mid there, Sushi Boys will capitalize on it. Give them a little bit of space, actually, to work with. They're going to throw an alarm bot down in kitchen and rotate off. Actually, Mystic, scary creeping through. Investing a Viper spit over here by screen. I'm not sure how much site coverage that's going to give them. Might be able to get the clean plant here on default still. Cut some more sight lines off of FNATIC here.
Does, and well, it's going to be gone soon, so no worries in that regard. Fox has already taken down Mystic. And a 3v4, Magnum trying to work in on this. The flash, he turns it pretty well. And now you're going to see, oh, no way. Boast has found Fox, and it's just down to Pattypan. A 1v4 post plant, not going to get it. The double face comes through. You may get Durka, but you don't get Magnum. The defuse comes out again. And I didn't like the ult from Mystic, but I do want to keep highlighting how much time he's buying on these rotations as well. He's being so good at this. That little quick pick that he gets from on top of the ledge, dips back down. Didn't love the ult, but still, even in that, just buys the time on these rotations. And X10 aren't making it to the post plants.
No, you're right. And then actually Fox pushes through and finds the 1 kill that matters in that situation and removes Mystic from that A site hold. And again, at that point, I got to say, did Cruz catch a self-flash there? I mean, he came round and see, yeah, like Magnum turned it, but yeah, Cruz actually self-flashed there, so really unlucky not to catch that kill on Magnum on back site. And I got to be honest, that's kind of when that falls apart. X10 gonna put their foot on the brake for a moment here. Attack timeout called at 5-0 scoreline. And I'll be honest, execution-wise, they're finding the success that I think was going to be hardest for them, which is kind of getting into sight, getting these plants down, at least getting entry. But FNATIC able to stabilize and recover these rounds seemingly with ease.
No, and it does seem as though his attack timeout, as it stands. They are looking like they are trying to work out how to press the button, which makes me a little worried. I'm nervous, but we'll believe it's all good to go. X10, probably the right time to try and stop the rot, get that answer building, maybe just change up a little bit of that focus coming into this, because you don't want to get any further than 5-0 down at this point. It is FNATIC's choice of map, though, so take from that what you will. Again, though, you don't want blowouts. You don't want to, even coming into, we said it, late in this veto, they could have a good shot at bringing a little bit more towards the plate, but if you get thrashed in map 1, you're not exactly feeling yourself down the line. So hopefully X10 can find an answer here, but I don't know what the answer is at the moment. They've been kind of halted pretty quickly, and the retakes have been good. The composure on some of these site takes has been fantastic. So yeah, a little worrying if they don't find an answer soon.
I'll be honest, I mean, Pattypan being the highlight player is obviously a huge win condition, but I feel like we need players like Foxes and Sushi Boys to have good games individually here when we anticipate how FNATIC are going to want to play, right? And even just that little piece in mid with Sushi kind of over-peaking Pattypan, allowing him to kind of slow creep up towards Boiler. It's little things like that that already, like I said, are big positives for me. It's just, right now, FNATIC turning things around in the retake and kind of negating that early round pressure.
See what this gets them now. The buy is decent enough for X10, but Magnum wants to get aggressive. That's a bit of a problem they have to deal with early as well. Just that little bit of a switch up to the post him up. Durka going to get the glimpse through middle, but falls away after a bit of an exchange with Pattypan.
Yeah.
Who's going to be down on 27 HP here.
So Durka did get caught there down to 70, but will get healed up. Mystic did actually place his orb on the other side here, so going to stay on pipes for the time being. Again, this position already gone unchecked once.
Poison's off.
Mystic got to be careful. We're actually going to back away here on the cooldown, and actually the set piece comes up on the other side from X10. Cruise swings through, going to find Mystic right away.
Yeah, caught him on the timing. Boaster almost got caught out in the open, but fades away just in time. The double face towards the right side of it. Garners Boaster 2 out of nowhere. That's a... Oh, no way. It's a disaster for X10. They just kind of clump up for him. He happily waits and greets it with a smile, and now just Fox alive. The spike's already kind of halfway committed. Thank you again. Look at Yeti doing work here. The spike already committed halfway over, so Durka's going to be able to see enough and maybe even just get a cue that he's crossed. And Fox is going to have to do some mad heavy lifting. Not going to happen. FNATIC once again holding the line, and Boaster getting away with murder.
Yeah, and like I said, it's the early things that, you know, X10 again gets you into sight. Actually, at this point, I mean, finding Mystic. But right here, I mean, there's nothing to cover off. Nobody's swept through this side of pipes. Nobody's even holding the side of maze. The both are able to line the first two up and has a free peek onto the third as well.
I thought Magnum might have already been maybe shoulder peeking, trying to keep that attention that way. There wasn't even any of that. It was just purely Boaster just got the timing right, and nobody was keeping that in mind. That reaggress could potentially happen. Now Durka going to put himself right amongst them. Good start for Durka. Dashes away, gets to safety, gets that first pick, and again, this is against pistols, man. That's brutal. A little bit of light armor to follow, but the ults are there. They've just not had any time to really bring them through. FNATIC are smothering them.
Yeah, the hard work's done now, and again, actually, it's the, I guess other than Fox, it's the one player on X10 that can really challenge Durka with his flashes, get him off these angles, so it'll be extremely difficult. A Marshal, Frenzy, two Sheriffs to get away. Durka will rotate away, going to leave Doma solo right now, and actually timing-wise, he does catch Foxes, yet we'll spot all three there, so wisely will back away. Foxes, though! Durka and Doma fall.
How did he get that second on Doma? I was about to praise Doma for kind of playing it quite calm, quite deep. He wasn't over-peaking and just gets dug out of the position. Fox is again going to find his third, though. Big display so far. The man with the rifle now looking to maybe catch Boaster if he slips in. Yes, he does! Excellence from Fox, trying to get that first round for X10. As Mystic is your final man alive. I don't know what he's going to do, but maybe just keep hold of the rifle that he's got in his hands. Doesn't want to give away anything at this point. And yeah, it's time to just chill it out. As I've got to say it, that's just an individual pop-off. Good luck replicating that, but you got to love it when you see it. And he might be trying it. Does he dare check? Let's see. Keep in mind, Mystic is in spawn. And it's just... Oh no. Fox, can you get it? No! Mystic denies. That's just nasty. Costing them... Actually, a couple of the rifles up still up.
I say that was... I was going to say, was that the operator, the one last one to peek there? But beautiful round here.
Impeccable.
Great entry here with him. And like I said, actually the Sheriff didn't end up mattering. I think it would get close enough to find a headshot, at least in the second, onto Doma for a nice little transfer. And actually, it's the one that you least expect them to come away with to be their first round on the board here.
Guess you got to take them when you can get them at this point. And if it's off the back of one player having a big round, got to hope they can maybe do a little bit more of that. Boaster getting a fair bit of information. There's no challenge on A, so they can maybe lean a little early. Durka's already going to get walking towards middle, but Mystic, I'm sure it's Doma, should know what's coming their way now. Already utility coming in, and there's those ults being invested. We noted them before, and Pattypan going to try and work off the back. Doma denies, and they try and hold some position towards middle. And you can see a bit of a stall now from X10. They're not able to make the progress they had before.
Okay, it's the setup there again. I love the idea. Rolling Thunder comes through. Pattypan desperately tries to close the distance to capitalize on it, but FNATIC setup just perfect in that regard.
He's been watching this a while. He was already in middle. You can see the line of sight here. Just turns away. He's so paranoid, but he's still going to find it on the first. Ults up, sees both of them. Full information noted. Repeaks in. Cruz is going to find Durka, so a chance is had, but it's limited. 30 seconds. They've got to make a big boy play out of this one, but already you can see the position from Doma is good. Sat in on this one. Does anyone get some attention? No, he doesn't need it. The lovely crossfire.
Beautiful.
Contact on one, swing from the other. FNATIC stop it before it starts.
And again, it's just as soon as that happens in mid, you see already that Doma and Boaster don't risk anything. Just hold this super, super deep setup on site. Right here, as soon as that first kill comes through, seeing them both headed now on the minimap, and they don't come through to challenge anything at all. Beautiful counter peek from Boaster. And a little bit of investment. I mean, Sheriff's across the border, Guardian in the hands of Patipan here. A funky buy nonetheless. At this point, really, we need to see something out of it. Like I said, the concern really was going to be the set plays and the executes coming into this series, and I gotta say, it's not looking good right now.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
No. And look, EU Hope has been in the bin a little bit. Maybe they need this. You know, a little bit of hope to come out from somewhere. But 7-1 as a start is pretty blistering, and it's harsh for X10, but there is room for recovery. Not in this round, more than likely, as Patipan and Fox are the last two alive. Spike's going to be way at the back. Patipan trying to play as best he can to this. But pinned to spawn. It's another one for FNATIC. And I feel it's too early in the evening to be showing this sort of thing.
It's beginning to look that way. It is definitely beginning to look that way. I mean, it's tough because FNATIC are kind of... I mean, Dirk is still playing a similar playstyle, right? And this time around, again, the difference being is just finding value time and time again. Doma pretty much always in a position to either double down or get the trade. It's really, really difficult for X10 to deal with this. And like I said, it comes back just to the same time that we'd say the two players to support Patipan. Ooh, okay.
That's not
Said
bad.
that, yeah. Durka will shut the... Patipan will shut Durka down at the start of this round.
They need a little bit of that fire. A second could be brilliant for them. You can see Cruz trying to work off the back of it. Patipan now going to lean forward a little, catches another tag towards Doma, but doesn't quite get the kill he wants, and they want to build off the back of this, but you can see the utility gets just poured in from the other side. X10 can't capitalize on that initial pick just yet.
Good, actually. Both Boaster and Doma managed to slip away from that. Now holding very, very deep there. You go, Patipan finally dealt with. Welcome, so Crew will find one. Mystic trade that out now, but at least now a decent opportunity to set up, but Boaster comes through and finds Sushi immediately.
Scary. Gonna isolate Magnum, now spammed out though. Boaster's not gonna let it go away, and now Fox called upon the 1v1. He gets the first step towards Boaster. It's him against Mystic though. Should have all the information. You can see Mystic trying to not give away too much, but he has to show it. Oh. And now the timing's everything. Mystic tries to make the madman move, but the clutch comes out from Fox. And a great round for them to close down on, maybe necessary for just a breath of fresh air.
They're really, really well played. And again, it's Doma looks to find that trade on Patipan, but gotta respect the Blade Storm. Yeah, but again, it felt a little awkward there as things progressed, and FNATIC got a couple of kills back in their favor. I love this here. So the Aldron comes through, it actually nearly closes the distance.
There's a second away.
Onto him.
But it was your Red Bull clutch, so X10 pulling a couple of these rounds back off the back of some great individual work. There's no one doubting the individuals from X10, but Mystic going to invest the ult towards this, feeling the instantaneous pressure towards A. That's going to deny a lot of room to work, but Patipan's going to try and find a route forward, but Mystic denies straight up out of there. Now Mystic keeps trying to work forward. He's still trying to hold this line. So much pressure, so much util, all the spam his way, but he's unmoved.
Actually, Boaster going to throw down 100. Does get an initial tag here, and we're going to be able to follow up, and Sushi Boy's actually going to invest the lockdown. I like that. In response to the Hunter's Fury going out, no real counter now to shut this down, and maybe an attempt to cancel out. Oh, the nano was perfect as well. He's going to get detained.
Yeah, Mystic just has to sit and wait. He can't do anything, just watch as it unfolds around him. But now as the smoke depletes, you're still going to see players here. Doma still up on towards the rafters. It puts it down towards Durka, and Boaster up against Cruz. Cruz watching that push in. He catches the player on short. And now Durka put into the 1v2. Spike now to be planted.
Spike planted.
Both a little lower than before, but it is the op, so HP is not going to be a huge factor the first. I thought he had it, but no, up and over. Desperate for the shot. Bold attempt there. 30 HP. This could be it. It is. Fox again with the shutdown, closing out the round. But X10 finding value off the back of that killjoy.
Yeah, nice little setup there. Again, Mystic able to play inside, but tries to slip back into that little slice of backside. The Nano Swarm forces him out. It's a really nice take, actually, from X10. And yeah, right here, actually, playing this, there was a moment where I thought they were going to give him kind of an opportunity to peek onto Cruz, I think, who was on default, with Fox kind of stuck underneath the rope. He managed to close things out with a shock dart here, and I mean, really, they can get the fourth. It's not going to be the worst half ever, considering how this started. Durka now from the... this is the spot we always see him.
Yeah, and like the guillotine again, going to be just claiming more and more bodies. Only one this time. Good trade comes out. Doma has to fall away, tries to buy some time.
Unresable as well.
That's a very good point. I don't think they managed to quite catch the fallback, but the upgrade on the op. But you could see the punish coming out, catching Boaster on the push-up a little.
That's going to be the green light, actually, for X10 to come over now. If Cruz finds one of these lurking kills, it's going to be massive, but no, Mystic and Doma with the double swing. Discipline there, Magnum got himself into a dirty spot. Finds the first, but traded out by Fox.
Down A.
Fox is the glue to this team at the moment, and he's been holding this together for them. But the res did come in. Durka's back on his feet. Mystic, Doma, and Durka. Yeah, nice one, analyst. Fox, though, going to instantly put him back in his grave and looks to keep claiming some more. The stunning aim from this man. It's on point now. Going to just try and fall away, keep the time building. And the rounds, here's Fox is unrelenting. He wants to give them the gap. He wants to give them a buffer, give them a chance in that second half.
I love that as well. Just completely pushing through, being proactive. He wants to retake this space in mid to cut off that rotation. As soon as the res comes through, he knows that he might be able to isolate one of these players and immediately finds Durka. And also, actually, I mean, plan B-wise, he's able to play mid here with the Hunter's Fury. Again, if it comes down to it, with Sushi Boy setting all the way back towards Belt, I really love that, actually. A 2v3 again. To be able to put the advantage back in your favor there, just on the back of a little bit of aggression. Absolutely earned that one. And as I said, actually comes out 8-4, and the best of a bad situation overall for X10.
Yeah, the recovery was paramount to getting them back into this, just that little buffer. But hey, look, FNATIC and Pistols. They've won so far, but, you know, it was a bit of an issue before. And if X10 close this out, it gives them that gateway back to a way easier scoreline to manage. We'll see. As FNATIC now will be on the attacking side. And Patipan waiting patiently. See him get a spot towards this play up, and it was the right place. The timing! Oh, it's heartbreak.
My word.
He's lucky to be alive, but...
Yeah. That's really unfortunate. Aftershock going to clear out a couple of players off pipes, or actually at least force them out in the open. Magnum and Durka just want to double down on this.
It seems they have to push off the back, and now Patipan's still alive. Barely, but is standing, just trying to find his way around all of this utility. Viper's work just absolutely everywhere. Sudden reveal, and he's going to be surprised by Doma. Faking out the spike plant for the first, but actually is committing on this one now with the spike plant. You see Bosa tries to keep him safe here. Fox is right amongst them and just gets plucked on through. And now down to two, Sushi Boys and Scary. Trying to find these two players, but that wall is so obnoxious to deal with.
Yeah, going to be really difficult to dig Doma or Boaster off there. Again, just splitting this 2-2. Yeah, not an awful lot for X10 to do here. The Nano Swarm comes through, forces him out. Just too much to deal with there for Sushi Boys. And FNATIC will close. Fist around in the second half. Really, really good stuff, actually. Again, actually, all the right moves from X10 to try and stop that initial aggression, but I think actually a little bit of no respect shown on the side of Durka and Magnum to just charge through. It pays dividends for them.
Guys, I asked question.
Sure, we were supposed to catch the end of that one, but
Solid. Durka going to be working forward, and actually a bit of a stack here, but gets red and undone. I thought they may be able to get away with a little bit more from that, but not the case. Two players instantaneously gone, and the play towards the side begins. Who's on top? What a shot from him, though. Lovely connection. Gonna slow down the piece, at least from FNATIC for now. Any more would be brilliant.
wall up. Again, the Viper's wall just to block line of sight. Could do any damage to it before it reinforces. Durka now behind yellow. Swings out, sees way more than he's bargaining for, but both Durka going to find the first with the shock dart, and the last Fox will fall. FNATIC now double digits. And this is the sort of round here. Again, X10 is first buy round. I want to see them lean heavily towards taking some of this early control, but it's just so difficult with the way Durka plays, and not an awful lot other than Cruz, like I said, to really kind of force him off these early round angles. It's got to be a really, really well thought out setup from X10. It's really, really tough. It really is.
Let's see what the answer is. They'll have plenty of footage to go over. Just do what Sentinels did, Forehead.
Yeah.
Yeah, Paddy Pan. Seemingly very aware of the potential pressure about to mount towards his side. He's not alone in this either. He does have support here. Crew's not too far away. Oh, that's a lovely shot from him. Gonna just fade away off to the back of claiming Durka, and now actually gonna... He's double dipping on this. He's going back for a little bit more. Couldn't quite land the shot he needed, as Doma can just keep that movement up around the corner and take it towards the site.
Fox now. I find Bosa Viper's a bit invested here, and he's actually just trying to charge all the way through. He will get spotted out. Doma cleans him up. Cruz will send out the fault line, but again, playing so deep here and unable to really follow up on the pressure created by Fox. I don't think they can contest this hold on A. Spike's still not even down yet, so FNATIC just waiting for them to push in. Wall goes up, just to be extra safe. And actually breaks through it here, but no kill. Cruz has to hit that reload, and now they can reset. Still got the snake bite. Great opportunity to play post plant here. And actually Mystic gonna swing back through for good measure.
It's a shutdown. 11 on the board.
Just quickly though, Patty Pan finds first blood, and again he goes back to re-explore. There's no support there. There's nothing from Fox. There's nothing from Cruz. There's no kind of support structure around that, and they do the hard job, right? Which is kill Durka. They find the first blood. It's really tough to watch this, because it just comes down to a couple of minute readjustments where they have the utility to do so. It's not being put in place.
No, it's unfortunate, because X10 getting to this point was highly impressive, and I think all of us became slight fans of Paddy Panny. Desperation plays coming out now, just trying to dive head first towards it, and FNATIC just running the same again here, taking that control building. Fox this time goes back in, and they're just clutching at straws, and nothing's coming through. It's just slipping through their fingertips, and you're down to just 2 here. Well, unfortunate for X10, but FNATIC just going through the motions, it feels like.
Yeah, they've hit their stride here, and I think you're absolutely right. It's desperation plays. This round all but concluded. Scary, just outside this. Cloudburst might find one, actually. Durka hits him with the moves. Doma going to clean things up, but a Prime Gaming flawless to put FNATIC on map point here on Icebox.
And here we go. This could be map 1. It has been a bit of a blowout. If FNATIC close now, it's on X10. You got to put up more than this. FNATIC are playing like their life is on the line right now, and it is. This is an elimination game, and they have brought out everything. They are not holding back for a second. Durka's on point. Everyone's firing on all cylinders, and X10 look a little slower to this. Yeah,
and I mean, the big question coming into this series would have been, how much of an impact did that other series have on FNATIC. So to come to the elimination game and play like this, it's a huge positive for me. Again, you know, before day one started, a big thing with both of the EMEA teams was, what are we going to see on LAN?
Yes. And at this point, road to recovery is good. This is still, though, FNATIC's map choice. So X10 fans, don't despair just yet. There is still room. But if it keeps going this way, if there's no extra rounds to be found, I've got to feel their hearts are going to be sinking. But Fox has been desperately trying to do something with this. He's been pulling his weight and then some, but Doma does not care for any of your feelings. Doubles down, and it gets 2, and now it's just 1. Crew's left with it all to do in map 1 here. This elimination will start being said more and more. Cruz now tries to step in. Boaster says no. FNATIC's first.
เราไม่กลัวอะไรอยู่แล้วแล้วก็เอาจริงไม่ได้มองว่าเราต้องเจอใครหรือกลัวอะไรแค่จะสู้ทุกคนให้ได้ก็ปัจจัยหลักที่ทำให้เราชนะก็เป็นเปลี่ยนคอมแบบสิ้นเชิงคือปกติเราเล่นเจ็ตกับบีทแต่ตอนนี้คือเราไม่มีเจ็ตกับบีทแล้วก็น่าทำให้เคอร์ติสและคูณมึนๆอยู่บ้างก็หลักๆเลยคือการปรับตัวเราปรับตัวไวมากก็คิดว่าที่สำคัญคือในอนาคตถ้ามันมีเมตาอะไรใหม่ๆเข้ามาการปรับตัวคือเรื่องสำคัญถือว่าเราเรียนรู้ว่าเราปรับตัวได้ไว
Join Riot and the LGBTQ+ community in celebrating Pride Month. Inclusive games mean a better experience for everyone. And while we can't march this year, we can certainly celebrate in-game. And all of our games, including League of Legends and Valorant, will have Pride content, such as emotes, player cards, and more. Equip your content, show your support for LGBTQ+ players everywhere. Thank you so much, everyone, and welcome back to the studio here in Los Angeles. You just heard some words there from Patafan about needing to adapt to the situation, needing to adapt as far as the meta goes. Golden Boy here alongside my colleagues. We got Lothar, Veli, and Achilleos. And Lothar, let's jump straight into the Prime Gaming map highlights because we're not going to beat around the bush. You know, the X10 kind of got mollywopped. What went wrong?
Yeah, there was a how did you call it yesterday? There was a lot of whammies.
Whammies,
you know, all over the place.
Whammy.
Exactly. So there was a lot of anchoring on sites as well, especially from Mystic, because they basically, let's say, just abused what X10 was lacking. And what was lacking was Sage. If you're paying attention to what I was saying in the previous days, if you don't have a Sage on attack on Icebox, planting on B is a very tough task ahead of you. And what is even more important is that FNATIC knew about that. So they put a Toxin Orb on B side default, so no one can plant there. They can put a Killjoy Nano Swarm, they can put a Snakebite there, they can delay the plant for such a long time, it's insane. Then spam through the box, someone standing in the orb has 1 HP, dies to 1 bullet. And because of that, they funnel the people from the attackers to A side, where they're gonna be just hunted down by the rest of the team. So FNATIC playing really well strategically, and X10 just cannot find a counter to what is the counter from FNATIC to them.
You know what? I think Lothar is hitting it on the head. I'm looking at the comp lineup right now, and with Sova, Jet, Viper, Killjoy, and Breach, if you're going just A like Immortals in First Strike, then that comp might work out. But having Breach and not a lot of long-lasting smokes, you don't have Sage's Ice Walls. That's why we've seen that super aggressive playstyle over at B for X10. They're going to have to switch that up and just add another variable to it. If you want to be successful at both sides, you're going to have to throw in the Brimstone. You're going to have to throw in maybe an Omen, maybe an Astra. You have to clear off long lines of sights, because what happened was you had Patafan, you know, he's dashing in. And what is it? You have Doma on ledge. You have people kitchen ledge, just getting easy picks. So you're going to have to block off more sight than that. And a little bit of protection from Sage might help. So X10, maybe they could turn that into a better game next time.
Yeah, I mean, I said that there's potential for this to maybe be a close series, maybe even a 2-1, but right now it seems like they're just kind of getting outgunned at every twist and turn. I think the composition changes will definitely help them, but I mean, Patty's just going for, such aggressive plays, and he is getting outfragged. We're seeing Durka, we're seeing Mystic coming up with these kills, shutting him down early, so even if they do make those adjustments, I don't know if that's going to be enough for X10 to be able to actually make this into a competitive series. I'm just happy that they still have smiles on their faces at the end of it all. You can tell that these guys, despite the fact that they're kind of getting brutalized there on Icebox, they're still having a good time. They're just kind of happy to be a part of it all. So it's good to see that they are going to be at least like mentally stable to go into this next map. So maybe with some adjustments, they can try to tighten it up a little bit more.
Yeah, for sure. And Lothar did want to touch, though, on a particular play that you had brought up as well. There were some decent moments there. I think, from X10, mostly from FNATIC. What do you got for me?
Yeah, this was actually a very neat play by X10 when they used the Killjoy ult to push out Mystic out of his ultimate. And then when he was pushed out of his ultimate, he had to stand in a corner where an Endless Swarm was being just used. And basically, he couldn't stand in the corner. He had to go into his ult. Then he gets detained. And because of that, he then gets preyed upon. And that's a great usage of utility here by X10. But coming into Haven, this is actually a very good thing to talk about for a brief moment, because so far FNATIC only played on Icebox and Haven in this event, and if they were gonna win 2-0, they're still only gonna play on Icebox and Haven. They're gonna save a lot of strats, but X10 is using a Viper differently than we currently see it in Europe, than Liquid, an example, which FNATIC is familiar with. So there might be a small advantage coming from X10 right now on Haven because of Patty fans' very aggressive Viper play with the orbs. So I'm really looking forward to how they will counter that that type of play style from X10.
For sure. And they're going to definitely need to step it up here if they want to force a Game 3. Because so far, it looks like FNATIC are looking to only play games on Icebox and Haven. Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters now to get things rolling. For map number 2, you got Pansy and Hypoc on the horn.
Thanks, guys. And yeah, this has to now be a bounce back coming in from X10. The Spirits didn't look crushed. They didn't look too down and out. They looked like they were still having a good time, but no one likes losing, so it's time to turn up a little bit here. Straight into the Agent Select, brought to you by Prime Gaming. We can have a little look at the selection coming in.
Yeah, I mean, I know Lothar just mentioned it's obviously Patty Pan flexing onto the Viper here and Fox onto the Jet. Now, a big benefit, obviously, Fox had a fantastic map 1, so potentially here, going to be able to on an agent that suits it a little more. But again, for me, it's the consistency in that front line, and we'll talk about that as we come into Haven here. Again, no real surprises on the side of FNATIC. It's sort of expected them to adopt this comp and carry it through. But yeah, it's. I mean, I come back to it. There was just too many rounds where the conditions were Patty Pan finding an entry and then having some follow-up in terms of X10's frontline. It just wasn't there for me on a utility basis or kind of a positional basis. There was never anything to double down on any of the early round work that they did do. And I say that it was only really like call it a 25% success ratio. So even on those rounds where they did find entry, there was just nothing to secure that.
Okay. It's got to be do or die time for X10. They're staring down now a map advantage against them. And for FNATIC, this has to feel kind of good to shake off that last game, to get their heads back feeling confident moving forward in, of course, a very similar map pool to where they got defeated. So this for them should be road to recovery, potentially at least in their confidence, if they can close this out cleanly. However, X10, we already had Fox stand up a little bit. We need the rest to be able to meet that sort of caliber because he has been popping off. The rest, though, are a little quiet on map 1.
Yeah, and I guess once again, the key stakeholders here on defense, at least in terms of information gathering. Hold that thought. Sushi actually gonna get peeked on B here. Doma will actually come out on top of that massively in terms of the damage. They're going to reset back towards Garage, at least deal with some of the utility here. So this is the sort of thing I was just about to start talking about. It's reacting off of this early information here. And Fox actually will find first blood. Durka will fall, but FNATIC set up elsewhere. It's the perfect contact to give them.
This is great for a beginning.
Taking that back.
Now where does the lean come in towards? Supposed to going to take that garage control, but then back away from this for now. Look towards that B site. Still utility on the way in. It's a very slow piece going forward. They're not making any noise with this so far, trying to navigate their way around as quietly as possible.
Look at it. Ooh.
30 seconds left.
I love
Now,
this.
Cruz is watching the CT push, so he's aware that, of course, B is open for business and someone could potentially come through, but keep in mind how far away Fox is. Cruz needs to stay alive. The flash is pretty good for at least one. Did get the blind as well towards Doma, but Magnum's on the trade, so already the site's going to be under control. They've got to be aware of Fox, and it seems as though they are. Yeah, Magnum's on the case for that. Now, Spike planted, though. The retake's still got some legs to this. Don't think it's over unless Boaster does more of that. No, Patty Pan quickly shuts that down before that became any sort of problem. Mystic still towards Hell, and it's just Mystic. Tries to turn the own flash. Knives out, baby. Let's go. Mystic! It's two, but Scary calms our worries, and X10 gonna get the pistol.
For a moment there, when he's able to still throw out that flash, I'm like, no way. Batman comes in swinging with the knife to try and close it out. Again, good presence of mind, though. Again, with the early information, Magnum immediately, after they find this trade onto Cruz, Magnum immediately comes across to address Sewers, knowing full... I'm glad we caught that as well. Again, if he finds that kill a little earlier, maybe he can reset, actually, for that final kill onto Scary. Very much doable there. FNATIC actually going to invest back into this. Yeah, look at this. 3 Spectres, the Marshal coming out.
That's a pretty comparable purchase. That's not bad at all. Fox could be in trouble, but Durka taking a little bit of space, but his Boaster might be leaning in on this Doma, ready to try and set this in motion.
Oh, he's going to wall the wrong side.
And here we go. Fox, how much damage can you do? One's good. He could have done maybe a little more, but straight through. Scary and Cruz just going to lock that down. Perfect play from X10. Instantly nullifying any threat that could have happened towards B.
That Magnum will find Sushi, though. Get hunted down. I know exactly where he is. Patty Pan going to post up, and we'll find the final kill there. Really, really good setup there from X10, and anticipating the hit and run, I guess, execute onto B's site and putting Fox there with a judge. Only good for one, but the cleanup was perfect here. Coming through from A and C Link at the same time, actually.
Yeah. No hesitation on that. Everyone just piled on in. That's a great response from X10 to instantly lean towards it. No holding back at all. And FNATIC will be put in the pocket for a little bit on the economy, at least.
So they can't carry across this, so Sushi Boy actually only with a ghost here, but if he could just play distance, it should be fine for him. He's going to be tucked onto the back of C's side, and FNATIC actually looking like they want to force all the way up through the utility onto C. Durka will immediately find him. Scary will trade, but more to deal with.
Yeah, but Scary's not taking any damage. No time to reload just yet, but he gets a little fadeaway on Mystic. Still standing, still doing work. Where's the next bit of danger going to come from? Anything from Doma? Yes! He does find Fox. Now suddenly he could have done some damage, but no. Patty Pan, great positioning, making sure to maintain, no threats. Damage was there, but the round is X10's. And at this point, I think just getting in that motion, getting in that flow state, getting themselves a couple of rounds on the board after Icebox is exactly what they need.
Again, damage done, yes, but they carried across 2 Spectres, the Bulldog, and Ghost coming in and feeling themselves after that cleanup. Yeah, and that's good to see after getting picked apart on Icebox to come back in with the right energy and get the first 3 rounds on the board.
It's much better. Fox quickly on the op though. Heard the Sky Flash pop. I'm going to fall away from this for now. Had a little bit of a look towards Sewers, but decides to not go for that much more. And you can see that kind of eventual fight potentially happening on A-Long as well, but FNATIC have a couple of challenges to just try and get this map control to build.
If Cruz saw anything there, but Durka already tucked opposite sandbags here, so could get caught off guard. The creep comes through, and actually Cruz will escape for the time being. Blind will slow things down a little bit as well, as there's nobody coming through sewers here. It's everybody stacked on long if they decide to force through. The good thing is actually nobody else from X10 giving anything else away on the other side of the map. As FNATIC now going to throw a little bit of utility down, makes me think they're going to try and force through his 5 here onto A side.
They managed to pull away 2 of the flashes, now 3 from Cruz, so he's going to have to try
No
and play
info off
this.
that. Look at this.
30 seconds left.
And this rotation? There's no one on A. They're all biting on this Mystic fake and just sending in the fake flash as well, keeping all these players that they can walk onto the site completely scot-free. That's unbearable for X10. They had 3 players here. They were all in the right place for this. And the retake's going to be rough as well. Mystic still got that flank. He's still holding map control.
It's on the back of Cruz getting no audio cue off that flash. No information gathered, or at least the information they think nobody's there. And Mystic's timing sells this fake perfectly. X10 now got to break through with a 4v5 retake. FNATIC already set up everything in place to hold this now. Durka already causing problems in heaven. Will get dealt with.
There's no player in hell either. Interesting post plants here. Doma could get isolated depending on Magnum on the swing from site. Takes a fair crack of damage there himself, down to 17 HP, but time. And Fox with that off, he's probably going to want to try and keep that, but Doma's now going to cut off the retreat. Fox is in a little bit of trouble. Oh, he doesn't get away either. Good catch from Doma there, just to cost them that up. Picking it up if they wanted, opting to not go for it this time around. They're happy with what they've got.
I love that timing as well. If FNATIC actually read that perfectly, it's like, yeah, did anybody get blind? No, we can immediately creep on the back of this and actually probably get close enough to hear the audio cue of them falling away, right? So right there, Mystic's got all the information he needs to work on. He needs to throw out the flash, throw the Seekers in, and then as soon as only one of those goes to C site, and you know, a couple will split off towards Garage or whatever, then it's literally the perfect fake from FNATIC. Dealing with that information perfectly. And like I said, I mean, you look towards a couple of players of X10 to be the stakeholders in terms of map control here and gathering information. Right there, FNATIC pivot perfectly on it.
Now, ult did just come up, and we saw that being picked up by Pattypan there, so he's going to pop the ult, try and keep control of the sewers and slip back towards A. Still a 3-play stack towards A as well, coming out from X10. FNATIC, however, exploring options elsewhere. Durka not shy on showing presence, but has to be cautious. There was a little bit of a play out on long from the jet on the other side, so Durka again trying to maintain a little bit of presence, but joining the rest towards that C side.
A little bit of a set piece here. Is Magnum lining up this Nano Swarm. Mystic going to try and clear through some of these close angles in Cubby. Coming through just yet, but Doma with the pinch actually will find Sushi, and now Scary got to be very careful. Isolated on backside here, and Doma will clean him up as well.
Yeah, that isolation coming in through Garage. Doma with a bit of a wide step on it. Pattypan though dragged back away. Can't do exactly what he wanted. Still finding Doma, but look at this. Fox has to do some big work now. Even Pattypan going to be called upon in a 2v3. Now the spike's yet to be planted. That's in the hands of Magnum right now, being dragged towards side. Pattypan, he's ahead of this. He's going to get the freebie. Denies the spike plant. Quick trade, though. Now the 1v2. Fox can still do this. 13 seconds for the plant. There's a player in the back. Cubby of sights. Durka says no. FNATIC convert. And with the 2 standing.
It's super unlucky for Pattyban, not able to escape there. Does deny the plant coming through, but they're so split that unfortunately, I mean, I could say as well, Fox potentially needs to time his push at the same time there. Pattyban has no option to get out, and I don't know what Sushi was doing there. He completely caught sleeping inside Garage. Didn't even react to Doma walking up.
Spike down, C.
Really, really nice round from FNATIC. Yeah, a good response. Gonna 2 back on the board for themselves, and actually X10 on a funky buy here, and FNATIC looking to change the pace.
The flash, just Boaster was so ready for it. Utility was there as well to try and slow the hit, but Durka now going to fill the void. And this is just FNATIC striding through towards the site here. This is going to be hard to handle. The flank gets caught, Fox found, and now it's down to the 2, and playing retake on these weapons is never fun. So when the spike plant goes in, you can kind of put this one in the pockets of FNATIC, unless Durka massively overextends, but no, he's keeping his composure here. Scary now. Might be just forced to try and catch a couple on the way out, maybe do whatever damage he could, but now noted. It's just not a nice situation to be in, is it?
A Bucky in hand is not what it used to be, that's for sure. I don't think FNATIC are even going to give him the consolation. Should leave him alive, actually, here. Okay, maybe clear him up. An opportunity to punish the economy even further, force him to carry that Bucky across into the next. It's almost like that The most shameful thing that can come out of that is being forced to save the Bucky.
Never nice, is it? With the space, FNATIC are finding it. They're not being held up at all. This confidence from Icebox seems to have been carried into now the gun rounds at least. But we do have the buy coming back out for X10, so if there's going to be a time to stop the rot, it has to be now. Because keep in mind how these rounds have gone down. We had the force from FNATIC in the second, so you expect that knock-on if they didn't convert it. So the first three kind of get put down almost as that pistol round, as in a weird way. But once these rifles have come out for both sides and the break on the back of it, X10 have kind of been struggling a bit. Let's see what this goes down like. Already an early investment of the ult here.
Yeah, Fox is drifting down C long. He might catch one, but it's a triple peek comes through there. Does find the first, but traded. Doma finds that one, will get Magnum straight back on his feet.
Yeah, there's utility here, but there's no one to stop this or utilize it. Durka's already worked his way forward. Pattypan has no idea. Durka is just thriving in no man's land. He is just claiming it as his own. Once again, X10 on the player disadvantage. Sushi, Scary, and Cruz going to try and find ways back in, but that was a quick hit. There's still plenty of utility with FNATIC. Ball goes up. Durka just going to be sitting there, funneling them forward, just dodging bullets like Neo. No problem. Tapping away, keeping them back, biding the time. Seeker's coming out as well. Big investment for X10. Now, timing on the reload could work out, but no. Mystic on the bailout. Durka's still alive. Scary, not looking so threatening until now. Comes alive, gets 3. The final player. Would he expect it? No. Mystic pushing up aggressively to find him. And it's going to be another for FNATIC, even though X10 did get close.
Came very close, and I mean, on the back of that investment, rightfully so. And down the Cosmic Divide as well. Pretty late on during that retake, actually after the Seekers get thrown. FNATIC were just good enough control. And again, it's a similar thing to what we saw on Icebox. That's a really good use of the wall here to create just another choke point. Forcing Boaster gets caught in that lurk actually pretty early on. Usually in these sorts of executions, we look towards Boaster to be that late round presence or the game changer for FNATIC, and it didn't end up mattering this time. I think actually as soon as they find that lurk kill, right, they can kind of be a little more aggressive, get stacked up a lot closer because they know that they have no flank threat to worry about. X10 actually going to call a timeout here with FNATIC pulling one round ahead. The buy's not pretty, Lauren. It's I mean, it's no real surprise, but once again, there just seems to be an inability to kind of deal with the early round pressure. And again, one thing you look towards is certain players kind of being on point with their rotations, kind of finding early information, backing away, knowing when to, you know, give up a site and play a full retake. But FNATIC are just so good at setting up a strong post plant that, I mean, even there where it goes, you gotta say favorably for X10 in the first, you know, 10 to 15 seconds. FNATIC just play numbers. It's just a trade back and forth, comes down to a 1v1, and the players on FNATIC right now just on point.
And I don't want this to necessarily deem that X10's individuals aren't good. Like, how many times have we seen Pattypan having great rounds, or in that previous one, Scary, Fox in the last map. So many of these players are great individuals, but you got to be that collective right now to be able to take down FNATIC, it looks like. But a fast flash through middle, potentially. Nothing massive off the back of it. But a quick build towards A-Long, and as you highlighted earlier, the economy's in a bad spot for X10 here, so if they can get anything out of this, that'd be fantastic. But Boaster ahead of the flash, plays into it, does not care for the birds, and now Dirk are going to take up that space, and once again, they just take so much early map control here that they can fall away from this. They've done brilliantly already. Getting a little bit of a top-up as well, and they can reaggress when needed. You can see Fox trying to find that room, and it's just Dirk is very aware right now.
It maybe comes through to try and retrieve that weapon. I think Fox is the only one that didn't purchase anything. Yeah, FNATIC still cautious in approach. Yeah, this is when that paranoia starts building. FNATIC trying to abuse these rotations. So you're going to come through. Pattypan will find one. Boaster trades it out though, and there you go. A site on a platter for them.
So many bodies still up. There's the wall as well. Just having so much utility to make this hard as hell to play back in from. Speaking of the double stack down there too, Sushi Boys. It's gonna have a brutal time trying to make anything out of this. No one offering anything up either. You can see the discipline on FNATIC right now. Yeah, Magma and Doma can be the first ports of contact, You can see them trying to clear that. Not going to quite get what they want. Instant pressure comes back in. Good connection there towards Magnum. They still have to clear out that now triple stack in hell. Oh, this drop down's not pretty at all. Nope, Boaster. There's the first. The mad leap out from Scary. But FNATIC are fine. And this is road to recovery for them. I think, once again, take what you want from that loss to Sentinels. I think most of us put... I'd say... I don't know if I'd say most. I'd say a lot of people did predict FNATIC to go to that lower run after seeing, look, if you're facing Sentinels, these guys are on point, but this is the first real time we've got to see FNATIC beyond that now. We get to see what they look like after the back of that quite big loss. And something we often said about them, at least coming into this event, was that they do well having to build back in. They're good at learning from mistakes. They can pull this one back off. We questioned whether or not it'd work with these younger players, but at the moment, this is confidence building. We do have the buyback in, though, for X10. It looks like Pattypan wants to get involved.
The two members actually drifting all the way around. The flash goes through, though, so both Cruz and Pattypan at least noted in terms of the audio cue there from the flash. It's on Durka and Mystic really be diligent if they do decide to push through. Elsewhere, three members of FNATIC pressuring towards Garage, maybe trying to pull out a rotation once again. With one flash left, but Mystic able to clear through with close angles should he choose to. And just look at it. I mean, X10 have to respect this. They're backed up so deep. Nobody even playing inside B. They're all huddled towards C-Link here, and they're playing so deep on site.
Durka can punish this double stack on long. They know it's there. Yeah, Durka's perfectly read this off the back of that Sky play as well. Mystic does get caught by it, but now Pattypan's trapped. He's trying to get himself out of it. Durka denies, and that's huge. That's now the side theirs. But look at the spike. It's on the way, but there's going to be a bit of timing on this. 30 seconds. Maybe Scary can cut off these rotations, make it maybe manageable for X10. It's a big amount of pressure on him, but they've just slipped away in time. He's lost that window of opportunity. His position now noted, and Fox can't make the play back in on this alone.
Spike planted.
I don't even think he can with the teammate. Scary now backing away wisely. I mean, at this point, you got to hold on. X10 have to get something going. And even in the rounds early on there, like I said, Mystic finds the audio cue off the flash to note that somebody's on long. And they're given so much time and space for Durka to move through sewers. It's almost like just like not respecting the Viper setup, right? It's like, yeah, I'm gonna walk. I'm just gonna walk it. And the problem being, I mean, FNATIC are barely investing any utility in terms of stalls. So once they're getting onto site and getting these plants, the retakes are just rough. Like, it's always with the wall. I mean, even now, look, Doma's still got the wall, right? So even if they didn't find these kills, they'd be able to get up, set up comfortably on site. Nobody can contest the wall before it can reinforce it. It's just, when you talk about this sort of composition having so much stall on defense, the same applies for the post plants here.
Spot on. And this is going to be the question mark that we put to whoever makes it through the lower bracket. Is, I guess it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And FNATIC are bounding back here. This is what, 6 in on the trot now. And we haven't quite seen the reply yet from X10. They've tried a couple of switch-ups, getting aggressive on the extremities. None of it's paid out. As you highlighted perfectly there, this is where they've got to stop it now. Otherwise, again, the buffer's going to be so slim, so marginal to work with on that half switch. It's going to be very hard to bounce back into it. So we've got to see a little more from them. FNATIC still, though, going through the motions. They've definitely had the run of A, but it looks like a switch-up's come in.
That's going to play a much deeper setup. With Sushi Boys rotating over, I guess on the back of having that lockdown, which has been online for a while here. I've got to highlight it. X10 need to build a plan around making that, or putting it to use at least. So with this readjustment, hopefully that's what we're going to see. Another set piece coming out from FNATIC, at least a little bit of utility involved.
Get out of my way.
Durka going to come all the way up onto site, and Fox actually will find Doma and Sewer here, but side control in favor of FNATIC comfortably.
This does give it a little bit more leg towards retake at least. Fox can be a nuisance, can be a problem. Magnum really wants to dig him out of this, and I don't think Fox is aware of it. No, he's not at all. Magnum finds him. Ult can go down if wanted, trying to get that timing just right. Seeker's going to go through, and X10 were postured for this. Both ults coming in now.
Yeah, and again, Magnums has gone down later, so there's nothing X10 can do to close the distance. Durka actually is going to ride it out because he knows. Again, the second lockdown should protect him. Scary will find one. Actually, a man advantage now as a 2-for-1 trade comes through. Mystic going to respond.
Cruz, maybe. He's got to get that speed going, though. He can't wait too long. He's still got utility, but he's banking it on being on Suo. But he's not. He's on the close box. He gets down Magnum, but time now. How do you dig the final player out? Mystic just has to play the clock. The shoulder peek's in, the jump peek's there. And he's done more than enough with just that little bit of movement in the end as X10 once again gets so close. But it does not matter. FNATIC win the round. It's 7 on the board.
Yeah, it's just not an awful lot X10 can do differently there. Like I said, it's just such a good execution from FNATIC. Again, they isolate Fox. They know that they have enough site control where they can invest 2 players literally to just go hunting. And there's no counter pressure comes through. Nobody is able to push through because they're setting up those lockdown. The call right there from Sushi is, no guys, wait, I've got lockdown, stay in A-Link. We don't need to come through and challenge. So it's almost like Fox, even after First Blood comes through, he said to the Slaughter, there's nothing they can do to keep him alive.
No. And you can see the money. Again, the economy's been harsh for X10. Even in the rounds, they've been getting close on not getting away with guns, no benefits, but Paddypan trying to make the difference. Sheriff by the side, expecting the swing from Doma, but he can't deal with it. Cruz, though, pounces. Good work. Spike now dropped. Aggressive burst comes out from X10. Maybe that's what they needed. Magnum turns the flash and turns the kill. Gets Cruz down. Tries to convert towards Garage as well, but it's a mad battle to retrieve that spike. And finally a 2v2, but none of those guns were a couple of boxes. And he's... Oh no! Oh no! Only one! A couple of missed knives going astray. Leaves Dirk with a chance now to close out in this 1v1.
Dirk just anticipating if Scary was going to come through and try and find a weapon upgrade, but he hasn't. He actually respects it. Backs all the way up onto C site. Dirk are going to have a free plant here and an opportunity to play very, very aggressive.
Spike planted.
All the time in the world, and Scary's still on C long, Lauren. It's going to take so much time for him to come through. He's going to be running. He's not going to have time to walk here. This is all playing into Dirk's favor.
He's got a Spectre. I think there may have been more down there, but Divide coming out.
Yeah.
Durka now needs to kind of play without the audio cues, but it doesn't seem to matter too much, at least to this. Scary can get close towards the site, and Durka going to take the time. He spotted him. Durka's just going to play him like a fiddle. This is nasty work. Durka can just play it out, dips in, does have a look. Scary, great work, but he doesn't have the time. He tried the best he could. He gave it everything he had, but in the end, Durka just played it to the second.
Just toying with him, with that divide going up. I was going to say again, that divide going up almost gives Dirk a secondary layer of, you know, playing a much deeper angle than he would be from Suez. So, yeah, it's a really tough round to watch. I mean, Fox unfortunately misses the first. Only good for one from the window. FNATIC on the brink of closing this out. 9-3 on the half. Decent purchase coming back in though. It's the only saving grace really for X10 here.
Oh, Fox just full take in that, but great pick. Denying Durka freedom. 4 would be a gateway. It would be a start. It would be enough to suffer through a pistol loss potentially, which is maybe what they need here. Magnum going to build off the back of that flash. Going to at least force him back for a second. No, good work again from Sushi Boys here. Nice punish on Magnum. He knows more pressure could be coming through towards Garage, so going to go for the adjust back around towards the C site. So far, so good. Ticking the box for X10.
Well, they readjust here. Expecting, or at least Scary expecting, for FNATIC to maybe pivot away, and it's Boaster. Always the one that lurks into B. Doma's posted up outside though with him. We'll go through. Gambles correctly, and Doma with a perfect counterbeat. Scary will be very, very careful now. Actually, that's giving them the revive here, so brings it to a 4v4, Lauren.
Where is that spike as it stands? Still in the hands of Mystic as they do start to build towards that B side. Scary isolated a little, but now he's got pressure from both fronts. He's going to be boasted to punish. You're going to have a look down towards the C site. Connector now controlled to an extent. Mystic with a quick plant. Fox on the way, but 3 players on the playback. Always tricky to play retake with Ops, but let's see what Fox can do. Opting for the rifle above it. Both still at the back of sight, being a nuisance, being a pest to try and clear. Fox needs to find a way in. The double stack as instantly comes around. Mystic doesn't allow it. Pattypan tries it. This is a shutdown. FNATIC maintain large and supreme. This is just them in control here.
Switching sides.
Yeah, nothing that can stop them. Really, really convincing. Even the rounds that, again, right there, X10, they get their big win condition, right? They deal with Durka in the early round. They find the first blood, and FNATIC are able to just completely control the pace of that round and swing it back in their favor. X10 are kind of itching to make a move throughout that round, and FNATIC able to just exploit that. Look at that. I mean, other than... we could talk FNATIC and pistol rounds another time, but come to round 4 onwards, and it's dominant.
Yeah. It is, and X10 need this. They picked up the first 3. There was the force in the second. If you're just tuning in, it was a good start for X10. Maybe a little bit of hope that we had managed to find in potentially there being a turnaround, but now you're starting to see it looking like this could be the curtain call for them in this tournament, as FNATIC looking now to continue that lower bracket run on 9-3 map advantage as well. X10 have a mountain to climb.
Yeah, they do. And I mean, come back to the same things that we kind of talked about before this series started. I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen it. You know, a couple of things we highlighted that were the big win conditions for X10. They just haven't gone their way at all. And really, I gotta say, you know, as well, Fox having a fantastic map 1. Look to him on Haven to do some real work on the jet. That hasn't worked for him. Again, good opportunity here with the side switch for maybe that to become a possibility, but I just also haven't, fundamentally, I haven't seen enough from X10 where, you know, there's utility to back up that front line, like I said on Icebox, time and time again. It's just not being invested correctly.
I'm with you. And see the juggling going on. Hand warmers everywhere.
These spirits are still high. Come on.
It's hard to not like X10 as a team as well. They've come in and had...
Yep.
I mean, the win over, was it Crazy Raccoons to get to this point as well? Yep. Was pretty solid. And Crazy Raccoons pushed, who was it? Version 1? I believe so. I mean, they've played well, and it's not over yet. There's a whole other half to play out, and it's round by round, right? Kill by kill, step by step, it can always happen. But in their way is a FNATIC who looks like they have a point to prove. I think that's the main thing here, is that they got pushed down to the lowers. Anyone coming into this bracket, when you looked at it, when you saw who their opponents were, thought this could be a possibility, and I'm pretty sure somewhere in their heads they went, yeah, that might be the case. And it's going to be an arduous journey, but they've kept it clean so far.
And again, I mean, one of the terms I used before this series started was FNATIC come back to their comfort zone, and this is when we see them play best, right? And it's... It's kind of crazy to think that, you know, there are a lot of things that went wrong versus Sentinels, and having those early fact-finding rounds that, you know, I want to say investing Durka as a whole, as his own entity, right, to kind of try and figure out Sentinels. Right here, they can invest him time and time again because he's finding kills. They don't even need to look to that secondary layer of, okay, how do we adapt based on, you know, what happens with Durka, what happens with Mystic in the early round. There's nothing. It's just he's finding value left, right, and center. Everything they do, even if it goes wrong, they have the contingency plan, and they're able to follow up on it and convert.
And I just see Boaster, I'm just waiting for the next clip to make it to Reddit. I'm just like, every time I see a camera near him, I'm like, okay, what's he gonna do now? The guy constantly putting on a show, but it does seem as though there's just like a couple of tech issues, so they're gonna be hopefully picked up and fixed as soon as possible.
Aww. Do you know what? There used to be something where we just put Pattypan and Boast it in a room and just
see what happens.
Film it. Yeah.
Yeah. And I love the fact that we have players having fun. I mean, this is highly competitive, right? Tournament life on the line, all of this, but you get to see the personalities behind the players, which I'm going to say it, some esports really don't have, so it's kind of cool that in Valorant we get to enjoy that. We get to see it from the very first tournament. Some of these players just putting on a great show. I love it.
I saw a discussion of somebody. It was almost like like an arena studio appreciation post.
Yep.
It was like, I'm so glad we have the players facing each other. And you know what? I actually thought about it. I was like, yeah, fair point, actually. How many times do we see it where it's just a bank sat up next to each other? You know what? Some of the player cams have been fantastic. Thank you, version 1. But just even this being the first kind of cross-regional, to have this environment as well, it's fantastic to see.
It really is. It's been an incredible event so far. We're not even towards the real pointy end of the stick, I guess you could say. That's the big part of it. Yeah, there really is. Between these two, though, it's one of those games that's, being brutally honest with you, hard to kind of find depth in because Fnatic are performing on a higher level than X10, and there's no need to sugarcoat the pill. We're, you know, we tell it how it is, and the win conditions for X10 are pretty vast at the moment, and they need to hit them fast. But oh, poster, any more clips?
That's the secret handshake, right?
Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Here we go.
Oh,
wait.
Oh no, we're back in game. That was that was a sit up straight. That was a sit up straight. We're back in.
I do get nervous. There's a classic thing, right? And we'll let you guys at home in on the secrets because we're filling time. When you see players like put the chairs back, headsets are off, you know it's going to be a long pause. And I get nervous. If headsets go off, instantly danger. Because you know the admins are normally straight on them like, put your headset on. But it does seem as though, look, I'm seeing like postured up, they're leaning in. Here we go. We've got the screen tan coming in. We're back into game, and it is 9-3 still in the second half here. Fnatic with a dominant performance to begin with. However, the pistols have been a problem.
They have, as Boaster will fall off the rip here. I'll swing out of double doors. Magnum there to greet anybody else looking to follow up on it. And actually, the turret going to get dealt with, and it's 4 coming up long here. Magnum got a lot to deal with. We'll find the first, but will be traded out by Sushi.
And Durka's going hunting, and the timing could be just so perfect for him. Scary just turns around. You can see it knife out now. He's just trying to close that gap, but Spike is going down.
Spike planted.
Now he's got good positioning here. Now Scary's going to at least consider this. Yeah, turn, good timing there. Spots out the utility coming from corner of sight. Spots one on the site and knows that Scary's there. That's big information garnered just from Durka, but he needs Mystic and Doma to do some work from CT. But look at this post-bomb positioning in Garage.
Should lean away from that. Again, a 1-for-1 comes through. Sushi will find that. Doma will respond. Good opportunity. I mean, oh, we just needed to catch Sushi there, but he's going to find one more. Durka falls. It comes down to a 1v1.
Sushi boys. He's tried to play the timing. He does it so well. Excellent round from him to claim the perfect start for X10 going forward.
I think Doma still had the wall there as well. Again, difficult in that 1v1 situation to get it down and find value from it. But potentially, if he has a little more time and space with Durka not falling, Doma could have set up that wall when really, really difficult to break through that. Fantastic round from Sushi Boy. They're finding that initial trade on the entry up C long. Good work from him. Again, clutching out this 1v1 as well. Nice little 4-piece from him, and another pistol round slips through Fnatic's fingers.
Feels Fnatic, man. I mean, welcome. What are you gonna do? For now, it looks like a little set trap towards C, just stacked up, right? Just off the back of maybe some contact and a pop flash from Mystic, potentially. Boaster gonna try and bait him in. I don't think... I hope they're not gonna fall for it. Nah. Bit of a labored spray, but Cruz will convert towards Boaster. Don't make me nervous, Fox.
I'm getting nervous. That's okay.
No.
Thank you. Yeah. Durka got the tag there. I was like, I think he's low, so I'm just gonna send it. This whole time. Oh no.
Wait, that's Spike.
Magnum's found a spike.
Down A.
Okay, it's okay. Fox is still alive. It's okay. Magnum. Gonna hear these steps. Some other players coming past. They don't check it, they don't check it. Oh god, he gets one. Okay, it's fine. It's still fine. It's still all okay. 35 seconds and Doma is gonna be on the site. Now keep in mind, one of these players is pretty far away. That's for... Oh, no way. Doma. 1 HP in a dream. 25 seconds in a 1v1. Jet is on the way. Fox is trying to come over. Patty pat up and over he goes. Finds Doma, and it's all gravy. It's all good. There's
Thank
never
God.
a problem. There's never a problem, Hypok. Don't worry about it.
I glanced up to the minimap and I was like, Fox is literally in Narnia right now while all this is going down on A site and he's only 30 HP. Oh.
Okay. It's okay.
Well, first 2 on the board. That's a start, right? And actually, looking back towards the Crazy Raccoons series, at least on Haven, X10 did have a stronger attacking half. So,
It's very true.
let's hope they can continue this, but build a little momentum in the early rounds, get some of that economy online. That's not what you want to see. Durka gonna find Sushi Boys right off the rip. That's
Just
right here, top of
straight down,
default.
yeah.
Going for the orb, I think.
Oh, Doma, so much pressure. Nice work from Fox to try and capitalize on that fallback. Mystic with a good trade, but now he's going to be controlled towards the site itself, but gets himself out of it. Now, they've lost that timing or maybe that quick hit they could have gone for, capitalizing on some of these picks, but as it stands, Cruz is going to back away from this.
Mystic gonna get a little more information off that. Again, this was riding through the economy. 3 Spectres on the side of X10 here. Weapon advantage definitely in FNATIC's favor. Bass goes out again, not gonna find anything, and Boaster, similar situation to what we saw in the half.
Good flash.
Oh, actually, it comes to they don't check that. Cruz, though, will find Mystic.
It's on a knife's edge, but it's being kept together okay. Magnum only gets 1. This isn't tradable either. Boaster, though, still alive on long. I'm amazed he gets away with that on Pattypan. Now Scary trying to push through towards CT, gets claimed by Durka. That was close. X10 could have... I felt they could have done even maybe more with that, even though it was a bonus round. Fnatic are going to get to 10.
I mean, with no information on where Durka is, it defeats me why Scary doesn't stack up and just hard clear Boaster. They know that they tagged him up on the cross. They noted that he went towards long.
Ooh.
I don't get it. I don't get it. A little bit of a misplay there. Maybe the pressure really piling on here in map 2. Again, they're fantastic for the clearance on the way in. And again, on the back of that flash, again, similar situations to what we saw in the first half, right? No audio cue off the flash, and they swing immediately on it.
Is this gonna be a straight walk? Oh no. Durka, this terrifies me. He starts getting a little frisky. You get nervous. Yeah, he's trying to re-peek into that box. Absolutely denies it. Gonna quickly take the space that Durka was trying to play with, and he's actually gonna push further on. That's pretty nice from Fox. That's a lot of room garnered. Yeah, Magnum has no idea. Boaster could even be predicted. No, but he does stay alive. But great damage from Fox there off the back of some good space. But Doma just absolutely Ferraris it up mid. Now the spike's still to hand with Sushi Boy, so they still got a good chance on a spike plant here uncontested.
Enemy remaining.
Seekers come out, reveal Boaster's position. He reads that one wrong, unfortunately. Gambles on the wrong way. Mystic, the last man standing here, and X10 on the brink of actually putting up a nice round here. Mystic will find a consolation in the form of Cruz, but quickly traded out by Pattypan now. Bigger picture, I mean, ultimate progress way in favor of Fnatic. Even though these early rounds have gone the way they have, they found enough kills to make it worthwhile at least. And I gotta say, even with 2 surviving there, it's not as clean as you want. For X10 to really build any sort of buffer here, they need to be coming through and winning flawless rounds, or only losing, 1-2 players max. So yeah, look at this. Everything except Boaster, right? 2 away from the Cosmic Divide.
There's every opportunity now for X10 to try and drag this back. They have 6 rounds, and Dirk has done that to them. They've taken away Fox, okay, but still, keep in mind the other 4, all rifled up, geared up, but they have no one really watching that back. You can see the paranoia in their mind starting to build. They've had to kind of change things up, investing the Killjoy ult as well on this.
Go down the nano as well, but no real follow-up on this just yet. It's a little late, if I'm honest, to come through. Hopefully doesn't get punished.
Who's that in garage? Is it Pattypan?
Yep.
That's pretty big positioning. If he gets this right, there should be no problems here. FNATIC maybe looking just to try and do some damage, get these guns away at this point. Seeker's going in as well. Okay. Pattypan's position kind of gets a little bit of its efficacy removed, but it's dealt with in the end. He does a little bit of damage. No way, Doma, don't be doing this. No way. He's sticking this one. No one's taking him off it just yet. Doma is getting away with murder. He finally gets taken down. X10 having to put everything. Mystic, he sits it, but no. Big deny comes out from X10. It was close.
We've seen something similar from FNATIC before, right? The only thing missing there is the Cosmic Divide to make sure that the wall can reinforce and it can stabilize there and tank a little more damage. I mean, and that's on the back of, I gotta say it, you know, Sushi Boy's gotta be the one, and I understand it because the lockdown is what they're trying to, I guess, make sure that they can get control of B side from, but there's no control in the early round, and if you've done any homework on FNATIC, you've got to come back to, on Haven, on defense, they're very proactive in A lobby. So to not have that flank control there and invest a player solo with no contingency at all, if he does fall, it's a little weird to see. I mean, it doesn't end up being a factor there, but it's just these small kind of adjustments that I want to see with the utility and positioning from X10 that just makes it feel a lot safer. Because even then, they won that round. My God, was it close? My God, was it close?
And you're right, like, we've seen, you know, with the Astra ult coming in as well, like, coupling it together, what can actually happen. So it's that, not necessarily, I guess it is the next layer of that piece, but you could see how dangerous it is just with that wall on its own. So, good work to X10 to, I guess, keep composure, question mark? It got a little bit scary. It's a round on the board, right? Let's kind of roll it back to what it is. Looking at the second half, it's now 4 rounds garnered, 1 response from FNATIC. Yeah, we know what pistols are like, but these are now gun rounds. This is the meat of it, right? This is, you know, the lettuce, the tomato, Dan. It's, you know, we're really going through all of it. This is everything that they needed at this point. So, forcing the tactical out of FNATIC's pretty solid.
It is, and I mean, ultimately, to economy-wise, to break that momentum and go 2-1-2 in terms of the round timeline, sorry, is a big win. Yes, FNATIC back on their buy now, but again, great opportunity to break the economy once again. It's 10-8. You can bring it within 1 round. It's only 3 rounds now, and now bear in mind, it was 9-3 on the first half.
We might have
a big investment, actually.
I'm getting excited, Hypok. We actually might get a bit of a game. I was a bit worried after map 1. I'm not going to lie to you.
Oh, the other thing as well, investment-wise from the Ultimates, it's going to take FNATIC a couple of rounds to get back to that position, right? And you talk about when you have such a huge lead, you can't just ride out until you have a round where you have all 5 Ultimates up. And you can literally just, like, bully a round win, right? To either stop the momentum of your opponent or just kind of cheese out a round. Now, with that investment there, the Seekers come through, the Blade Storm, Boaster's 1 away from his Cosmic Divide, but really, I mean, if the stars align again and X10 tries something similar, then it's going to be difficult to have the same kind of effectiveness with that ultimate. It's going to take FNATIC a couple of rounds to recover from that. If X10 can now pile on the pressure to what they've already done early on here in the second half, it's going to get really interesting.
Game on here. 1 more and they're right on the verge. The money's not perfect for FNATIC. They're, you know, it's these kind of hit and miss buys, these kind of on and off ones. And we've got the quick flash towards middle, going to try and force away this peak. They just countered Durka's over-aggression so hard. Mystic, though, doubles down on this. This is a messy rifle round. And FNATIC trying to just play this fire-based game. Magnum somehow got Pattypan there, but Sushi Boys with a quick trade. This is just, look at this round. Look at where they are taking this fight. It is all on, like, attacking side spawn almost. And now here comes the change-up. Sushi Boys going to take that spike right towards the site. Doma's going to have to lean back away from this now. And you're going to have Fox tucked down at the bottom of mid.
Yeah, going to be able to reset for us a couple of nanos on the spike as well. So Boaster and Doma got to be quick here. Now looking at where the FNATIC players fell, no opportunity for the res either. X10, if they can remain composed. No wall either. Was used in the early round. The clock ticking away here, Lauren.
Doma. Going for the rest of Fox. That's a freebie. Oh, great work from Doma though. Just body blocking it. Oh my word, Doma! Out of nowhere. How does he do that?
Okay, yeah, he has got. I was going to say for a second there, I thought maybe came through a little late, but baits the res perfectly. The timing on that swing, you can see the cogs turning for Fox. He's like, when do I reveal my position here? When? But Doma, absolutely perfect. Perfect. Coming up huge for FNATIC to stop that one. And do you know what as well? The Nano Swarm, it almost makes it, what was it, 1.1 seconds?
Yeah.
If that Nano Swarm's just a little later, it keeps Doma off again.
I mean, this is the margin between these two right now. This is a second's difference. A couple of choices, a couple of ults coming online as well now for X10, so make note of that. And Boaster going to post himself up. It was Durka getting Aggie in mid last time. Boaster this time going to go for it, but already losing out. Mystic, really nice mid take coming out from X10. They seem very well prepared for this now after that last dabble of aggression. They've been winning out on this first step, but there are plenty of players from FNATIC here. Magnum in the ult with Paddypan. Doma up on top. Divides there. This is a heavy invested round. Magnum does get the better of Paddypan. And now this is where the pressure starts him out because look at where the spike is. Over towards that C side and Durka's on the other side. Sushi Boy's waiting just more in a traditional spot. He's going to step this. Yeah, Seekers go out, but he couldn't quite get the shot as cleanly as he wanted. A trade was there for Scary. And now the 2v2. Magnum, brilliance, but now Fox called upon against Doma. Tries to catch him early. The slow's there. The tag comes out. The spray for Doma again. Big Daddy Doma clutches this one up out of the chair, in the faces. FNATIC making it onto 12.
Back to back for Doma. Putting two huge rounds on the board here. FNATIC on 12 on map and series point. Massive stuff from the youngster. Wow. And again, everything goes right for X10 there. I feel like this is such a good hit. And they pivot away from the aggression perfectly. Magnum finds Paddypan. At that point, they have to respond quickly. They have to readjust. And X10, like I said, they do everything right there.
He's out of the chair. He's loving it. They're on 12. And X10 have been pushing hard in these rounds. These have been clutches. These have been individuals just kind of closing it out. But this is an A piece we haven't seen in a triple stack on Sewer.
Yeah, it's not typically how we see FNATIC pressure A lobby or fight for control here. Definitely a little different, but already Durka coming across here. It's going to be a fourth.
Killjoy out comes in as well. Durka on the other side of this, going to see him above it on the wall going up. Doma going to back away now. They've done as much as they can in the time they had. Mystic.
Oh no, Mystic can stay.
He's got a bit of corner to play with here. That ain't bad. He can be real quick to this, but Doma even faster. Finds Sushi Boys. And now the 2v3, and it's X10 trying to just hold on for their tournament life. Mystic can only get one, and they cling on off the back of Paddypan, shutting out Mystic.
Okay. But the stops on 12-8 now, the score. A real back and forth round. I thought there would maybe Mystic makes a sound, and whoever that is playing deep, I think it's Sushi that's playing all the way deep in A lobby, catches that, but hey, I criticized the set pieces and the executes.
Happy.
That's another one right there, Lauren, that really impressed me.
That's
to counter the stack. That was a 4-man stack from FNATIC.
That's a really good point. It was a massive investment. Fox, speaking of investments, all out walking mid right now. And the money's shoddy from FNATIC. They're down to bits and pieces. Marshals and sheriffs. Nothing much. And there is heavy armor actually behind Durka, so eyes on him, I guess. But Fox, how much space has this man got?
If he doesn't catch this C long or the garage, I say, yeah, he will spot out Magnum. I say, it could get a little dicey there. Sushi Boys will double down. Find that again. This one,
it's got to be clean.
Let's say, yeah,
Very
really nice.
Beautiful stuff. It is.
Trying to thread the needle.
Yeah. So, well, back down to the old classic. Not gonna happen. X10, huge round, clean as anything. That's 5 alive. Everything they'd want.
I mean, we talked about obviously the recovery from that round previously, and FNATIC now back on 4 ultimates, and it's the key playmakers, right? The Cosmic Divide, the Lockdown, the Resol. I mean, only the Blade Storm invested there. They have the Seekers to boot. This is the one really expecting FNATIC to weather the storm and take control here. On the side of X10, nothing left in the tank, ultimate-wise.
Ducker is struggling to make it away from that. You can see him taking a chunk of damage off the back here. Has to fall away, bailed out by the flash. And a little bit of map control garnered early. But you can see the response over towards C-Long. It's Boaster trying to go for a walk. They want aggression on both sides of the map. He's going to post himself up, allow them to stack out towards A, and the Seekers have gone out as well. So Boaster's in a world of trouble here potentially, but they've got to check on this. They've got to check on this Boaster. He's been found. He's gone down, and now it's the site open and available. It doesn't matter about the divide by now. They're going to be on the side. They're going to be planting this one out, but Magnum, he's ahead of this. He's trying to get around this one as quick as he can. No, Sushi Boy's huge denial. Great work there, but the answer comes back in. Mystic out of nowhere, and it's just Paddy Pan. No way did they just do that.
And it's Doma again, coming up massive in a round for FNATIC here. And again, everything goes right for X10. The execution is perfect. They isolate Boaster. They try and come through. Magnum even dipping his toe before site control has been relinquished.
Is this the voice? Are we getting the voice, really? Is this trademarked? Are we allowed to show this? He's in. He's been approved of. There it is. They've made it through the first real challenge in the lower bracket run. And we said it before, right? This is what it comes down to. It matters how you finish in these tournaments. You get knocked down to the lowest. They lost to the Sentinels. It was still a good game, but they persevered through. And you saw X10 starting to warm up. They were no slouches on this map.
This is just another huge round from Doma. Beautiful stuff from him. And coming through, Mystic finding 2 really nice kills as well on that retake. And this is heartbreaking for X10. Like I said, I mean, my biggest criticism was going to be the set plays and the executes. And right down in Haven, they demonstrated some really, really nice plays. And FNATIC, weathering the storm in these rounds. It's not as if really great counterplays, right? It was on the back of a couple of individual pop-offs to stop that momentum in the round. And like you said, I mean, those are the confidence boosters, right? You come down to the lower bracket here, and those are the sorts of games that you want to kind of, I don't dare I say, squeeze out a win, or at least on a map like that where not everything's going their way, right? I was talking about coming back to a comfort zone. Some of those rounds weren't so comfortable. It was on the back of FNATIC kind of doing things that, I gotta say, uncharacteristic, right? When have we seen FNATIC struggle in the past has been against fast and loose teams, and you know, rounds slipping away from them when they give away 1 kill and they try and trade that out and try and get back into the round brute force wise. That's when we've seen them struggle. Right here, not the case at all.
Yeah, and this is where, in my mind, though, I think if X10 got a little bit more to play with in that first half, a couple more rounds to give that buffer going in.
It's a different story.
It could have been. There was such a build-up of momentum at the end, but it was shut down. Doma clutching out just like an absolute beast. So congratulations to FNATIC to stay alive. Plenty more challenges further ahead, though, to X10. I think we've all got a new fan favorite, though, in Paddy Pan for sure. And Fox popping off as well. There's so many new names to add to the list of players to watch. However, that's enough from us. We're going to be heading to a short break, and when we're back, we're joined by the desk.
Welcome back, everyone, to Masters Reykjavik, where FNATIC just came out of a victory over X10, eliminating them from the competition and sending them home from Iceland here. And now we'll take a look at our bracket and where that puts us, because now we will get FNATIC versus version 1. So V1 gets another stab at an EU team, and vice versa, I guess, for FNATIC as far as NA is concerned. Meanwhile, the Vikings are going to be awaiting the winner, Seth, of this next game that we have coming up in a little bit, Team Liquid versus Crew.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting, further along in this bracket, getting a little bit closer to the end now. Looking forward to Sentinels versus NUTURN, obviously, but still some incredible series that are going to have to happen here. TL versus Crew seems like it should be TL favored, but
yeah,
them versus Vikings is still going to be a great series. Version 1 versus FNATIC, having that locked in, that is going to be another great NA-EU clash to see who is going to be able to keep themselves alive and which one of the regions is going to be losing their teams first. So pressure's gonna be on, if you're an EU fan, might want to be giving them some support.
Well,
version 1 as well, gonna be looking to bounce back.
You mentioned that, Team Liquid looks like they should be able to take out Crew, but Veli, I mean, let's be honest here, man. You can't sleep on anyone. I mean, X10 nearly brought that back. Let's take a look at our Prime Gaming highlights. We could have very well been talking about a Game 3 here, Vel.
No, we definitely should. I feel like we've been cheated out of it, but you know what? I want to give a big shout out to X10 for their adaptation with their hyper aggression on the attacking side. But on defense, I feel like if they corrected a few issues, they could have definitely pushed the matter. I feel like Haven was definitely theirs. For instance, remember when Scary and Sushi were on the retake from Heaven? And when Sushi Boys came from Connector, they could have exit fragged that 2v3. There was really no chance at clutching it. You have a judge and you have a sheriff. Everyone's huddled in underneath Heaven. You gotta make sure your economy is straight. They lost a rack of rounds leading into that. But then you saw Patafan and others on rotations in order to retake sites, pushing in individually as well. You can't win a fight by yourself if you're pushing into an entire team. That's not what you want to do if you want to win this game. But on the flip side, man, this team, they have talent. I love their aggression, and that's why they were so good on attack. It got to a point where FNATIC, they said, you know what? Let's change up the philosophy. Let's throw at them what they're throwing at us. And you saw a full team push basically right down mid into grass. That was a really good adaptation by FNATIC, and it makes me sad that Patafan, Fox, the rest of the boys are going to be going home because this team is special. With the meta now being introduced to them from different regions, I hope they learn more because they should be tearing things up in Berlin as well.
Yeah, I think it's good to have these extra eyes on the region now. People get a taste of what the Thai region can offer, what these players in particular can do. I mean, Patty really making a name for himself now in Valorant, where he was quite well known over in Overwatch. So I think it's really good exposure for these guys, and I'm sure that we're going to see them continuing on. And when it does come time for Berlin, you can bet your ass they're going to be looking to be there yet again.
We better see them.
I certainly would hope so. But one team that wouldn't be shocked if we end up seeing in Berlin or the winners of this matchup, and it was FNATIC. And Lothar, there were some moments of brilliance, I would say, from Doma, from Durka. Doma was insane that game. Mystic was magical. Everyone played a role in this game, but I know that there were some plays you wanted to talk about specifically.
Doma was a big factor of why FNATIC won 2-0 and not probably went into the third map, because he was clutching rounds after round. If not mistaken, 3 rounds in a row were clutched by Doma, but this attempt here, like, he saved his wall for a retake on B and put just straight forward in front of him, in front of the spike. He was actually killed. There's a luck factor here involved, but they almost got it just because Doma had this play. And other ones that he clutched was just because he's actually good at aiming. But I wanted to point out in this match, on those 2 maps, both Doma and Mystic went plus 19 on the frags and deaths. They were absolutely popping off. But Durka, 10 first bloods, 8 first deaths. He was actually opening a lot of space for the team, so kudos to him as well. For X10, they played really well. Fox with the 8 first bloods was absolutely wrecking havoc and also opening up a lot of rounds for them, but they just came up short. But it's FNATIC. There's no shame in losing to them.
Yeah, that's right. Lessons have certainly been learned here for X10. A lot to take back to Thailand. I'm sure that everyone in that region is going to benefit greatly from the experience that X10 has gained here in Reykjavik, Iceland. But for more insight on FNATIC's win, we actually have Dash standing by with Durka for our Verizon post-match interview.
All right, sweet. Thank you so much, Golden Boy. I'm here with Durka after FNATIC coming through with a vengeance today, putting up the 2-0 victory over X10. Durka, before we do talk about today's series, I do want to reference the loss to Sentinels. Most notably, what did you and the rest of the team come away from with takeaways off of that series?
Yeah. On Sentinels game, we lost like 3 pistols out of 4, and we lost duels. We took many of them, and we took too many risks that like led us to lose. So I think we fixed those for the moment, and I think we are ready for the rematch.
All right, already looking at that rematch. I like it, I like it. And of course, locking up the pistols definitely helps you right off the bat in pushing forward. And then if we gear towards X10, when you look at that roster and looking at the tape that you had in terms of evidence from them, who did you identify as the main threats, the people that you would have to deal with most notably?
I think Patifon was very good. Even before the match, people were hyping him, and when I was playing against him today, he hit very nice shots, and we had nice duels too. So I'm kind of impressed with him.
Now that said, if we take a look at Icebox, you guys are on the defensive side. It started hot, 6-0, half went 8-4, so they clawed it back a little bit. But you guys were able to close it out pretty cleanly. And so given that that was your map choice, strategically, did you feel like that was necessarily a weakness for them, or more that you guys were super prepared for your side of the matchup?
I think we are more prepared than on Icebox than before, and I think it's our strongness.
Okay.
This time.
Moving towards Haven, though, again, this one was an interesting kind of flow of game because they took the first 3 rounds, but then it was 9 straight for you guys on that half. And so, again, once those gun rounds started up, did you just find certain windows? Was it winning those gunfights? Did you figure out within their gameplay something that you could target?
Yeah, I think we figured out a couple of windows, and we again lost 1 pistol at the start, so that led us to 3-0 at the start. And then when we had gunfights, we knew what they are gonna do, and like, I don't know, we played very nicely on that. We had good calls, and Boster read them very well.
Yeah. Oh, well, speaking of reading them, because if we look at the back half of that map, it started to slip away a little bit. They gained some ground, but there was a tack pause called 4-1 on that side of the map for you guys. What was discussed there in terms of like the major threats? What were they doing well that you had to disrupt?
I think they waited for our mistakes more, and when we started playing more passive, we started again winning the rounds. So I think it was on that, and our coach Mini helped us on that.
Now I'm curious for you personally, as we take a look at your career and joining this FNATIC roster in Valorant. FNATIC, as an organization, struggled in stage 1 of VCT. With you and Magnum joining, kind of took off like a rocket ship, and here you guys are competing at Masters 2. When you first joined the team, was there much of a conversation about what specific role they needed you to fill?
Yeah, so we had conversation that we need AWP player and like Jet on some certain maps and more flexibility. So we had that in me, and in Magnum it was so nice because he talks much, communicates nice, and finds good setups, and he helped us on that. Yeah.
All right, final question is, I know you're looking at that rematch for Sentinels, but if you're going to get that rematch with Sentinels, you're going to have to fight through version 1 first as your next matchups. Yeah. The other NA squad, just give me your thoughts ahead of that one.
Yeah, I think version 1 plays very nicely on this scene, and I liked very much their playstyle, so I'm looking forward to it. Yep.
Should be a sweet battle between the 2 regions, another NA versus EU clash. Durka, thank you so much for taking the time to interview with me, and congratulations on the victory here today.
Thank you.
All right, from here, we're heading to a break. When we come back, we're closing out the day with Team Liquid versus Crew.
only that, what really enabled Team Liquid to get these rounds and string these rounds together was actually how Soulcast, for me, was shining onto this map. The way that he was setting up Yampi on these dashes onto the site was actually perfect for Team Liquid on the execution on a map like Split. Keeping a Brimstone right now, I'm not too against having a Brimstone, because right now you're thinking about the Molly pulse plants. It doesn't really happen right now on a map like Split, but it's definitely a good ability to have. Let's say if you want to zone out ropes and you want to do splits into B, or vice versa into B heaven if you want to take mid control into A. So that could definitely happen. That could definitely help out into Team Liquid, but we'll see how it pans out now that you see Crew again. Looks like they're not changing anything at all.
Yeah, and it's good to see, they're actually 90% win rate on this map. This is, or that statistic only counts teams that they played in Latin America, but still, we'll see how things go here right on the attack for Crew as they look to make their way towards A, but Sarkas already with some scouting information is going to spot a lot of this. Yampi there as well. Into the setup they go, Link with the double, and with that said, it's going to be a tough recovery here now for Crew, as Liquids have plenty of time to rotate and push around the map. They've got all the information. And you can see Crew, they're going to have to just force the issue. There's not really a good answer in this situation.
Yeah. This is just a great start, right? Look at Soulcast. He actually bought 3 guided lights at the beginning, sacrificing the armor and sacrificing the Trailblazers so they could actually give a raid boss to Yampi with that frenzy to get the first opening blood. With that, they get control of the map, but it's still a big flank from Scream. So a 3-on-1, unfortunately, as Crew weren't watching their backs.
Very nice. Scream, I mean, if you are a someone that's only seen him in Valorant, then historically he is known as the headshot machine.
Yes.
He's known for his one-taps.
They know me for my one-taps.
The whole thing.
Yes. You'll find it. You'll find it for sure. And at the same time, seeing how Scream is already landing shots like this with a frenzy on the mid-range to long range, it's gonna be scary. That's a one-tap literally with the frenzy. That's already hard to do in itself, just to try to do single bullets off a rapid-fire pistol right there. And he was able to open it up against version 1 yesterday. If he continues with this form, Crew, it's gonna be a very hard one for them to get.
And here in terms of objectives, we're looking to see if Crew can try to find a way to get a couple kills, maybe facilitate a plant of the spike to get some extra money on the board. But when you're operating in a situation like this and you don't really have much in the way of investment, you want those smaller goals, and you can maybe work towards those with all 5 players. But you can see here that Liquid have a very good setup to deal with anything like this. They're giving up the B side effectively, playing retake there so that they can have more presence to deal with anything in mid. So playing retakes on both sides effectively. It's a good approach.
Yeah, they were just afraid here for this point for Team Liquid to see if Crew was going to already cross over into ropes. So bring that Trailblazer in there, knowing that there's no aggression coming in from Crew. It's still a default, and they're still in great positions. They don't have to over-rotate yet. And you see those guided lights coming out from the minimap to get info.
Well, there it is. The judge comes to play, and that's the Prime Gaming Flawless in the bag there for Liquid. Again, pretty much just almost, it feels like an impossible scenario if you're a Crew in that position. Just as you said, Vansily, Liquid playing it kind of perfectly. You can't, they're not really putting a foot wrong. They're actually giving up the sites, so there would have been a possibility to rush down a site for a plant, but maybe that would have been the best possible outcome. But either way, we're into our first gun round.
Definitely, and as I was talking about that guided light, it was coming out from the mini-map if you were paying attention to that end. So they're trying to group, again, Yampi and Soulcast a lot for Team Liquid. He's looking for a guided light towards B main. No information, it's still towards mid, and that sets up Yampi perfectly. In this round, they're just going to continue to rotate Soulcast around with all this information. They catch one at the entrance of A main, but as they still try to battle for info, that's perfect right there. The wall to come up, it gets automatically sprayed down. They hear 2 sets of shots to break down the wall. So now they know they're playing extremities for Crew. They're playing a slow default once again, and Team Liquid, they readjust to it by playing maybe a slightly more heavy mid side with, again, Soulcast, this time with Scream.
And right now Liquid aren't really too sure what's going on. They will be getting some flashes through towards B main just to get some information. And that would have detonated. I don't think it would have flashed anybody. So still no info here for Liquids.
Correct.
And contact through Mail, and oh wow, Nagzed, that's a fantastic shot. Scream's there with the judge. That should have been an easy one for Scream, but Nagzed too quick, and Crew are now barreling into this B site, looking quite effective. They've got pretty much everything that they could want. There goes the dark cover as well, and the plant on default. So fantastic contact play from Crew.
Beautiful kill. That actually shambled the whole setup here for the defense. But Yampi's on that flank. They have a lot of utility to watch at the same time. But here comes a push in from spawn side.
And looking at quite hard fought here at the moment. Down to a 3 versus 1. After all said and done, Liquid fall. It's a good attempt, but Crew, man, I'm really impressed here. Just that, as you said, that one opening, that truly was the linchpin of the round. Getting that instant kill on Scream. Having everybody pushed up so far, Liquid didn't have information overall to know where anybody was. So that's when contact plays are at their most dangerous.
Yes. And especially now that Team Liquid on that previous round were on a bonus round, I found that Cryptics maybe overextended a little bit from the default boxes just to try to catch some players off guard. But you're playing a mid-range weapon with that Spectre versus Vandals and Phantoms, and also potential trade setters for Crew immediately on that spacing on that catwalk. It was very hard to hold. Maybe being a little bit more sneaky there could have helped out on Team Liquid with that rotate, because they still had the guided light to come back in. This round, though, Team Liquid with the gun round, they are putting a heavy aggression towards this mid side. Look how far up they're pushed up, but it's immediately getting pushed back by the paint shells of B&J. Very well done for Crew.
Yeah, they are reacting quite nicely. Not really giving up anything to Liquid so far. Late into mids. They are also looking after A main as well as B main, so should Team Liquid try to push any of those positions, Crew will know about it. Trying to edge their way up middle. Heavy defense there for Team Liquid. They have 3 players. They can actually go with a flash, and they're going to do just that. Straight through the wall. And they see nothing in mid. So now they're starting to wonder what is going on.
This
Flash
wall
into
is so
B-main.
strong, though. The wall at the same time to see towards mid that was set up by Cryptics on that staircase, and now it could be a wall that helps out on these crosses towards the A side. But what an opening there from Klaus.
Yeah, looking really good hit. Scream at the back of the site. Oh, fantastic work from Scream. And it doesn't seem like there's all that much left here in terms of firepower for Crew to take this site. BNJ with a nice position up in heaven, able to find Cryptics. But he is the last man standing now, BNJ. 10 seconds to go. The pressure is really on in this situation. It's just not enough time for that one, and Soulcast will take him down. Really nicely, I mean, you're really seeing the value of Sky, I feel like, Vantilli, because when Liquid didn't really understand what was happening, they can gamble pretty effectively because they get to send these Sky flashes in mid, in B main. It's just so much information.
Yes, and you combine it at the same time with the Viper Cloud that they put on the top of the right side of Market, so that it allows for just like these quick peeks through the toxic screen enabled by the flashes of Soulcast. So to gain that map control where you don't have information, you're putting bodies out, you're ready for a trade, you're ready for a fight. When there's nothing happening in there, it could actually now set up your anchorman towards A or B to be just ready for any type of pushes. And you saw how Scream was ready right there. So unfortunately, Crew, this puts them on an eco. Sort of a hero buy here from Azino with the Spectre, but they're picking up the Blade Storm on that B side that could potentially help things out once they're going to go for this potential anime battle, but looks like they're falling back towards mid control once again. And you can see it, Dan, at the same time for how they're setting up for Crew. Because they only have that solo flash, they're going to have to group up a lot, have that slight spacing to be able to get those quick trades in there. But against utility that you currently have from Soulcast, the way that he's running his abilities, it just allows for Team Liquid not forced to hand against the aggression of Crew.
Yeah, I really like Crew's pacing as well, because
yes,
they're setting themselves up to be able to throw in a super fast round and perhaps catch Liquid off guard a little bit later on. But they're also so far avoiding a lot of these setups from Liquid by just playing very slowly. And in that sense, that also is allowing them to sort of feel more comfortable in their game. And with that said, Klaus with a huge frag all the way from downtown to catch a player in screens, and now Crew are going to collapse onto the site. Link able to defend from elbow. Huge defense there from Link, able to hold backside control for the time being. Soulcast now reinforcing and getting the kills as well. Liquid doing everything they need to hold onto this position. 10 seconds to try to plant this spike. There's surely not enough time here, and in fact, that's going to be a wrap. Liquid defends. Really fast response.
I'm actually surprised that that hit actually got into a kill, especially if I think that Scream had full armor, because for me, when I'm playing the game at that distance, that's a frustrating 145 damage with the Sheriff. So it worked out perfectly to get that first entry, and you saw, as the pacing you mentioned, Dan, to get where the defense setup wasn't at for Team Liquid, Crew was able to go for that ropes into the A heaven, crunch into the A site. But Link, from the Blade Storm that he avoided from Nagzet, just allowed for Soulcast to move in right after and just anchor perfectly inside the site. So it looked pretty good for Crew at the on the get-go, but just unfortunately with sometimes the RNG that you have from the Blade Storm, it comes back and swings back in the favor of the defense.
Yeah, quick trade there towards A, and should be helpful. Trailblazer sent forward by Soulcast. There goes, oh my god, it's Soulcast! My goodness gracious me! Absolutely denying everything from Crew. It looks perfect for them, but Soulcast hitting 3 insane shots completely turns this one on its head, and that's going to destroy the round for Crew. Oh, it really felt like they hit a good timing there.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it was just maybe a missed satchel charge to get BNJ a little bit faster into the B heaven side, but the positioning from Soulcast, you see it, it's right in the open. He's flying in the air, he's trying to clear out towards that left side, and Soulcast, it's not only maybe on a missed satchel, it was how fast Soulcast was able to react onto that satchel charge coming into that B heaven for that pick. And that was just an easy lineup for the other two when they're just grouped up. And like I said, the spacing has to be very important right now for Crew so they can actually set up better for their trades instead of having these individual peaks in the end.
Once again, Liquid looking good on the defense here towards A as Crew go in pretty quickly. We talked about that switch up of pace. They are on just Sheriff's hip though. Soulcast ready with the flashes. And right now it's a difficult spot for Crew. They do have some forward positioning. In fact, they're actually going to force the issue here, able to take control of heaven as well. In comes Soulcast once again. Out go the flashes. Turning the corner. It's not going to work out for him this time. And Crew are actually holding onto some position here, but they don't have the sight just yet. Res comes up, bold stuff. The bait works though, because Cryptus goes down on the swing, and now huge advantage. And there's a res coming through from Scream as well. Oh no, into Yampy, into the crosshair. Just sitting here, ready and waiting. Dash, oh good, with Scream as well to clean it up for the 3K. Oh my god, what is that? Was so back and forth.
I gotta have to hand it for Screams just to be able to throw that Frost Orb into the entrance of the spawn side. If it wasn't for that, again, the aggression from Crew looking at the spawn side early kill, you're trying to go for a close range frenzy kill on the attacker side, and you saw it coming. There was gonna be a rotate no matter what into that B site after they take control, forced to rotate out, trying to catch him off guard. But just because of that slow orb and enables Team Liquid to get the first kill into the battle, into the trades, Scream is able to rotate back even faster. They read him like a book right after that, and that's an easy lineup when you're playing against less firepower from Crew's side. Now, though, at least, unfortunate for this spray to put Klaus down to 6 HP, but they do have a lockdown to work with where it could have maybe helped towards his A side in the end. I think, again, you're just trying to waste this utility on mid side before. You see it or not, aggressing that fast, if they could actually get a couple of flashes out from Soulcast and end back towards A later, it could be a very strong ult for them. Or that, or that.
Huge punish. I love to see that. You know, you can hear Soulcast jump, peeking that angle, and Nagzit picks the perfect timing. Great mechanics there on that one end. What do you do with the 5v4? That's the question. You're on the attack. It's such a strong position to be in.
It's passive on A side, right? They kind of want to give that up, play for that retake, so they still want to position Scream off this off angle on B. So he's going to try to battle it up against Nagzit, and that's actually a really good position against that up.
Yeah, there's off angle here from Scream. Can he get the one and fall back? Ooh, dropping down. It's scary. Yampy goes down. It's up to Scream now to hold on to this position by himself. Klaus will take him out. Not too much love here on these engagements for Liquid, but for Crew, they've got the bomb site. They have the plant. And there's only 2 players from Liquid to do anything here, and they want nothing to do with this. And you can't blame them.
That's for sure. I think just the jump bait switch there, just for getting the entry for crew, was actually quite perfect. When again, you don't have that much utility in terms of flashes to try to take over the site. You got to throw the bodies in, unfortunately, and that's how it is. And they played it perfectly now this time for crew in terms of trying to bait out their teammates to be able to at least get an opener. And Scream, you saw that Frost Orb. He was trying to put it there towards that B heaven side just to slow things a bit. It just bounced off, unfortunately, off that balcony, and that catches Yampi in an awkward position where he got shut down. So it's not too bad so far for crew. They add a second round onto the board. It's going to be a Prime Gaming flawless at the same time too, or unless it was a res going on at the same time. I kind of probably missed it. But at a 6-2 right now, it's not too bad to finally warm up here on this first half, especially with that shot.
Yeah, really awesome to see that. And it's just great too, because it shows a degree of flexibility within a team like crew where they can spot small leaks and like be on the fly, be like, okay, let's punish this and actually create a round out of it. And that's a much needed round too. 2-6, still plenty of rounds here to try to make this a more respectable scoreline against Team Liquid, who have been very dominant so far. As we go into this next buy round, we'll see the flashes coming through once again to B main. Crew will take control and over B main though, regardless.
And you see the walls that are set up right now on the defense for Cryptics. It's actually not going all the way towards the entrances because he wants to leave it clear so that Yampi can opt towards his A ramp.
Speaking of Yampi, it's a nice opening. Repositioning, surely not going to peek into this one. Yampi looks so poised for this. And of course he connects it. And the problem with that one is now they're down to 3 players. They've got no map control. We're getting the Trailblazer thrown through to B main. Once again, Soulcast on that Sky, able to get so much information. And also Andy with the headshots as well. Always very nice. And now it's just 2 left here for crew.
Even a flash coming out to confirm that there's at least another player going there, because after that first kill, like you said, Dan, no map control, the Trailblazer that came out, you're just knowing that crew is going for a desperate maybe last second hit with the 3 players remaining on that B site. But when you lose a fight like that, off angle out in the open for Soulcast on how he got that kill, because he doesn't have to be afraid again of being flashed, he could just play it out in the open and being secure or being confident about his aim, is able to get that kill, and that will now force the last 2 players of crew to save at this point. But you're looking at it so far here, Dan. This is a lockdown that still hasn't been invested yet by Klaus. I could sense it coming into the next, but you're starting to build the ults up at the same time for the defender side. They already have the Seekers ready. They're 1 away from a Brimstone ult, and they're also 1 away from Yampi, potentially with an op kill to bring out a Blade Storm. So they're going to have to try to use it potentially soon into the next round here for crew.
I believe in crew. I believe.
Oh, yeah.
It is definitely very tough, though, against an operator when you have just only the paranoia for flashes.
Clean.
I love like the slow motion voices.
Yeah. It's one of those nice ones, but yeah, this time up I think is a good one here, Dan. I think it's a good call for it so far.
Yeah, the thing that's been interesting too is that there has been some moments where I feel like crew absolutely had the advantages to convert the rounds, but we saw some really huge clutch moments. For example, let's say Soulcast getting that 3K in B Heaven on able to just instantly headshot the Raze that's just flying around with the satchel. If that's not a headshot, and even if that Raze does die, but it takes a few more bullets to do it, Soulcast dies there and they lose the entire site. And there's this post plant that now can be played by crew. So just some of these like moments have been so phenomenal, and the timings from Liquid looking very confident so far. And you can see Sliggy there in the command center, and there with the manager, his good friend Eamon. I spent a lot of time with those guys. They are really fun to hang out with, and it's also been cool to see the storylines in this game. I know a bit more about those two than some others, but Sliggy, for those who don't know, is someone that was renowned for really changing the game and observing in Counter-Strike Global Offensive. And maybe that's a story for another time as we're back into this one.
You know what? At least naturally, it gives him like a good eye on how to observe his team playing this game as well.
Oh, for sure, yeah. You've got to be something different to have the mind to do the things that he was doing. But into the action we go here, and it's a huge Huge aggression here on A main, trying to fight for this early control, and Scream running backwards and spraying, finding the frags. Two down now for our crew, right at the offset of this round. Ooh,
they read that perfectly.
They really did. This looks very desperate now, Vansili.
Yeah, I mean, you can try anything you want so far for a crew, breaking that wall, getting the flash out at the same time. Like, the timeout was like, hey, we just have to try to explode. They were trying to throw the paranoia into A main, and if they could break that wall for crew and catch them off guard, perfect. But then a self wall that comes out from Scream, you have a flash that comes out from Soulcast that was already posted there, by the way, when it's always lurking towards that mid side. They were just ready for it. And with that, I feel that because of this action that happened at the beginning, Klaus was still keeping his Killjoy ult. And I'm not against that at the same time, too, because if they actually did make it into the A site, Dan, they could put one of those very powerful ults at the bottom of that rafter by that flower pot that covers the whole site right now, including forcing to push your opponents back all the way into their spawn. So I think the idea was there just to try to overwhelm Team Liquid. But just look at the amount of utility. They even had a Viper Cloud that was ready there to set up that DK running into the site. Slinky's doing his homework.
Yeah, with the operator in a really close range position.
Oh my.
Gets the kill, dashes out, and it is problematic here for crew because what they're doing now is completely known to Liquid, and you can see that they've got all the utility in place to just prevent this push completely, just being stopped dead. And the push from Soulcast through A main now has him in the attacker spawn, basically.
Yeah.
He wants to be there, but he could get timing pretty hard if they rotate through mid, back through to A, so he's going to hang out towards sewers instead.
Killing Noise is a good idea, though, because now Soulcast is pushed all the way out. He can't use any of the other guided lights to get information for the team. So they have to default a bit, but they also have to keep guessing of where crew could be. So for crew right now to group up and try to go back towards this A side, yes, it looks like there's a lot of numbers here towards this A side, but it's still individual 2 versus 1, 3 versus 1 when they come in.
Yeah, they did a dark cover there as well towards Male, which cut off vision for Liquid towards B. So right now it could be A or B as far as Liquid are concerned. Really smart stuff from crew. Yampy will whip that one. That will give an opportunity here now for crew as they make their way forward. Bladestorm comes out from Yampy as well. Time is of the essence here. They can't afford for anything to go wrong here, but everything is going wrong. Cryptix with a double, and it might just get worse a bit. No, crew able to try to convert this one here with a plant off of the back of those 2 kills from B and K. Out comes the Showstopper as well to try to delay things. Liquid will have to wait surely, and there's that res. 3v3 after plant now for crew. Oh, orbital strike comes through. That forces B&J into a fight that I don't think he was interested in. And now we get the lockdown coming through. So many ults, just the dive from Link onto that lockdown. Oh my goodness, and now Liquid with perhaps the last effort coming through from A main. There's Mazzino with the defense. That one, not the second, is Scream, of course. And he's got time for this one. Scream has time off the back of those 2 kills. This guy is always reliable for Liquid. Definitely the one you want last alive in the clutch.
Last round in the
I
half.
think it made it seem weird to actually place that lockdown right in the middle of elbow, but at the same time, I'm not against it. Maybe using that as a body shield just in case when they're actually trying to rotate back for Team Liquid to allow there just to get that first kill, because Link got picked off, and then right after that, an easy hold. They ran down the clock of the lockdown, but just this lineup, the setup that they have on a pulse plant, just to give Scream the edge shut machine. Easy kills like that right now. It wasn't perfect in the end on that 2 versus 1. It could have been a little bit better, but here comes another explosion into the A site.
There goes crew straight in there. Link at the back of the site looking to defend. Oh my god, he's owning absolutely everybody so far. Nagzed was drifting there, floating. You thought that might be the trick to get crew into the site, but they're still stuck here. They've only got A main and a ramp control. That's all they have. Seen as they were to take down 1, but Scream to finish off the rest. A decisive first half here from Team Liquid for the first map in this best of 3. And he's 17 for 5. He is scary.
Almost scary makes you scream every time you see him, right? So it's the puns are coming, Pansy. I know you're listening. But that said,
Try not
I
to,
just
actually.
love, I just love how strong things have been right now for Team Liquid on this defender side. If it's not also for surrendering sites, but just the sheer ability to prevent Crew from pushing even further into the sites, right? Getting screen control, even if it's an ult that you don't get that often, to split out that positioning from Crew at that screen side from Blink, and also having one player force his hand towards you, and you just post up, put your gun out and take him down. It's just been very, very good at how things have been utilized in terms of Team Liquid on that defender side. But now the tides have turned. We'll see what happens now for Crew. Can they turn it around? And this Viper wall is already a great start for a fake.
Straight into spawn for Yampi. 15 health.
Look at this. It's an open site.
And indeed, just a walk into A here coming through from Team Liquids. I don't know that there's anyone to stop them. They know about Yampi too, so it's quite awkward. They're going to try to crunch on him, and well, he's going to go down, but it did waste a lot of time. So there is that. Scream, the frenzy. And here goes Link to kind of body block this one and take those first engagements. Link and Scream doing the damage there to hold on to aim ramp control. Still though, Crew in with a chance here. The time is starting to tick away pretty quickly. There they go, making their way forward now from Heaven. Just jumping straight onto the defuse. Is it going to be a stick here? Now that comes off of it. Soulcast removes him forcibly. And there we go. Liquid able to hold on to that one. I like the little fake at the beginning.
Yeah, exactly. And also a very good idea there to get off the spike. You still have a bit of time there, putting it halfway. You heard already a couple of right clicks that came out from Cryptic, so technically he didn't have that much left in terms of bullets in his clip. But there's Soulcast with the rotation coming in from Sewers on top of that, or from A ramp, sorry, on top of that. Just made things very difficult on that 2v1 for the defuse from Nagzet. But yeah, it was a great fake from Team Liquid. You can see that they continue this wall up towards that B side, so they're already starting an early conditioning towards this map, which is great because they're already leading 11-2. One time it could be a straight push into the B site, then you might have nothing left here for Crew because you're forcing into this round, and you might not have that much going into map point should you lose this one here.
Nagzet on the judge. Yampi also on the judge.
Here.
Looking to barrel into this A site. There goes the Trailblazer, clearing out some of these close positions. Liquid now exploding onto the site, and Crew have sort of given up the site, which is fine. Play the retake game. Question is, can Liquid get good post-plant positions? That's the real battle for Liquid now. You can see Scream's trying to work a main, but it doesn't really have the ability to do so. Falls back off of that one. That's good news for Crew. Soulcast will take down Mazino, though. Good punish from Klaus. But again, Liquid very constricted on the site here. Not many places for them to stand as Crew comes in to try to trade these kills. Yampi's still with that judge playing the close positions around elbow. That's going to be very difficult to deal with. In comes Klaus, and Yampi will reveal himself with that judge, and indeed, it doesn't seem like they have any answer to that. Liquid hold on to the site, and that's round number 12 for them.
Definitely some great positions in that pulse plant after for TL. Just playing close range with that judge, good enough. And even on top of that, Cryptix continues that same type of like snake bite into Viper Cloud into screens, so that it's just very difficult for the for the defenders to come back from screen side and try to retake the site. So map point already, it's been not necessarily lackluster for Crew. I just think that Team Liquid are doing a very good job reading into Crew, but also controlling the pace. Something that Crew was able to do versus Sharks before, and they're still trying to find their footing, unfortunately, on their map pick.
Yeah, using that wall to get that B main control straight away, but I don't know how much that's going to help them. It does give them the information, but Liquid just walking up into a ramp control at the moment. Slowly but surely, we will see Crew rotating over towards A now. Nagzet going to spot this. Guardian is in hand. Oh, in the Ice Orb though. Mazino able to defend at least against Yampi. That's a big win early on. Remove the Jets, and they have site control. So Liquid aren't in the best position ever right now. Crew actually have sort of rotated in time, and Liquid, it's going to be tough for them to push forward. But with that said, Scream able to take down Mazino might make things somewhat easier. B&J with this judge. Ooh, Cryptix. He's going to take that as the cue to go forward. And that Prime Gaming agent select. And what do we have here in the composition?
Well, that's it. Crew hasn't changed anything, but although with this composition, they're still looking pretty good in their own region, right? When I was looking back at the stats of how they played in Stage 2, qualifying into here, it's still an 8-1. But you're playing against Team Liquid that they themselves have been unstoppable on this very map until they had to face off against version 1. And although for Team Liquid, we talk about outdated compositions for Crew, it's not necessarily outdated for Team Liquid, but they're still putting a lot of good use on to Link with this Omen. So to set up right now a Jet with an Omen with a heavy execute on the A site, it can actually still work with these two teams. It's just you're getting a little bit less now that Team Liquid also has Scream on the Phoenix to add a little bit more flash assist into these heavy hits. So he was definitely the player to look out for in the first map. For Crew, they have to look out for a way to stop him from building up these run it backs for these heavy hits for Team Liquid on this attack.
Yeah, Phoenix, really great agent on Ascent. We'll talk more about that as we now go into the pistol. Round 1, map 2 between Team Liquid and Crew. Team Liquid starting off on the attack this time. And a drone will spot a couple players in mid, actually, as Liquid make their way up catwalk.
Heavy presence, Dan. They're looking for a lot of stuff here towards this mid side with the utility. And just on the A side, they're playing the more passive play possible, the retake. But Yampi already cancels the whole kit from Killjoy of Klaus on A.
Yeah, that's a great pickup and a frustrating moment for Crew. As you say, Klaus would have been quite useful in delaying things. Liquid will be set up on the side. It is a pistol round, so
yeah,
anything can happen here still. We've got the Paranoia available for Delsic as well on this retake. Oh, Yampi, nice timing there. I don't think BNJ expected that at all. These small maneuvers here from Yampi have been very difficult to deal with, and get that one way there as well, making life even more hard. And you can see the counter coming through with the Cloud Burst, and Scream goes straight into it. Out he goes to try to see if he can find any of these opponents who are coming onto the site now. Crew trying to get something going here, but it is simply too much to deal with as Liquid take it home for round 1. They of course already have map 1.
Hey, they took map 1 home too. You're pretty much halfway there, Dan, so it's okay. but I gotta say, Yampi, you talked about it before too in our pregame or getting into the series. It's very important on how you could basically stop Team Liquid of how good they could be with their timings. And that timing for Yampi, just a dash into that tree site to catch Klaus off guard, get into heaven to catch out the rotation, even an offing on the third at the bottom of the catwalk for the post plant for Team Liquid. He's going to be one guy that could mess you up definitely on these timings and maybe even cancel any type of kit you're trying to do.
Well, that aggression has been completely dealt with. Not too much left in the tank here on this eco round for Crew. Just a couple pistols.
I think there was a Paranoia invested at the same time too, right, from Delsic, so they were trying to go for this type of like smoke entrance. Very old school at the same time too, but sometimes when you try to play these old school plays and it's been a while since it's been used, it can catch your opponents off guard. Just unfortunately, you're playing against Yampi's Judge, who adds up another triple.
It is an amusing point, actually. Like, the fact that you can say old school setup when the game's been out only a year, it just really speaks to how quickly the meta moves in Valorant compared to other games. The amount of like metas that we have had already is just kind of astounding.
Just on the stage itself right now, right? As the meta evolves, but it's still very semi-different from region to region. So it's still very interesting. It's still very fun to watch how this all unravels on Masters 2, on the Masters 2 stage, and see how the debate is going to finish. Can you actually confirm that it's still going to be a European setup that's going to win it all, or a North American that's going to win it all, or even NUTURN now with Korea's meta, if that's going to be the one that's going to win it all? And I even feel that after this tournament, that conversation is still not going to end until we even reach Masters 3.
Definitely. I look forward to it. And we're going to be in our first buy round here. That said, it is a bonus from Liquid. You can see him. In fact, the Link is still on a ghost even.
Very confident at this point right now with their bonus. So I mean, he's going to be the one carrying the spike at the same time. You see the L drone working up towards this mid, but right now with Yampi only having a judge and they have these specters, I think it's just to create noise, create a diversion, and try to work where they can work into the close range battles. Maybe towards that pizza close range, but then fall back on Catwalk. We'll see what happens then here for Team Liquid, as it seems as though Catwalk is going to be the play.
You know, I like what Crew are doing. They're playing a retake setup on A. Just they want to maintain tree control, as that you can't really give this up and have a strong retake. So as long as you keep that, if the opponents take the A site, it's okay, because they'll only have the A site and A main to work from. So it's one of the reasons why teams try to put a lot of emphasis on at least holding a tree. And right now you can see Liquid, there's lots of, or rather, sorry, Crew, there's lots of movement. They're not entirely sure what's going on. Liquid are playing so slow. A lot of movement.
They had to recon at the beginning too to force them back from Team Liquid onto Crew at the back of tree with the smoke, so very good to get into the site. We're playing the retake now for Crew.
There we go, there's that Phoenix wall. Lots of good applications for that on this map. Spike planted on the A site here for Team Liquid. Again, working with a judge, a few specters, and a ghost. So it'll be a huge round for them to win if they're able to do so. That's a great first pickup though for Crew. That's Yampi down. That's the Blaze Storm gone as well. Topcast ready with that recon darts. And in goes the Paranoia as Crew try to charge this A site down. Link's actually made his way back through the smoke there on the other side of the door and could have a nice little flank timing coming in here. Deals with Mazzino, and that's going to cause problems right now because time is of the essence here. Link still creating a delay, still in this position. They have to stick it. I don't know if there's actually time for this one. It's going to be a close defuse here coming through for Crew, and they're going to make it work.
Wow.
Down to the last seconds, but it is a Crew round.
And that all came down to if Crew actually were losing a couple of more 1 versus 1 inside the A site, it would have definitely been winnable there for Link. For him to be able to squeeze through, what, 2 or 3 defenders coming in towards that doorway side through his own door cover, but also 2 cloud bursts set down by Nagzet on that rotation was a very scary task there. Actually, I was clenching if I was a fan from Crew, because at that point, that backstab that he had onto Mazzino was actually quite huge, but thankfully, he got taken down. So it looks like we do have a pause coming in right now. Not sure if it's going to be a timeout right away, but at the same time, it's a good way to calm things a little bit because, like we just mentioned here, Dan, it was a bonus round for Team Liquid. Link only had a Ghost. Yampi had a Judge and Blade Storms, and they almost still won that round to a 2 versus 1. So they did hurt the economy of Crew a lot here. Nagzet's going to have to play with a Judge, and we'll see what they'll have for the rest of the round.
Yeah, I completely agree. It will be quite difficult. Lots of pressure on Crew to convert this next buy round, as they are, economically speaking, really in a pretty desperate place. No reserves available. Will be on an eco, I believe, if they full buy and lose. So Liquid definitely with the money control here, and the question though is that, you know, what do Crew want to do against Liquid? Because I'm sure they've done some studying. There's certainly plenty of VODs available for Crew to see what Team Liquid's tendencies are like when they're playing the attack. Because if you're Crew, you may want to play aggressively on A main. If you have setups for that, maybe you want to take B main control. There's lots of different approaches you can have on a map like Ascent. Unlike Split, where it feels much more limited.
I think it starts off pretty well of how they counter out how Team Liquid wants to take mid control in the beginning, because one of the main defaults that you see, not just for Team Liquid, but having a Sova in general on Ascent, is that you throw an Owl drone right off the get-go onto that mid side. So B&J playing towards market, and as he's always playing towards B side, for him to throw an Owl drone back is a great way to counter it in the end. But Team Liquid, they like to go for these heavy hits on the A side. They like to go for splits at the A side too, just enabling the recon dart and the split from Yampi combo into this tree side. So to try to fight back on that area, they have the numbers advantage going on there too. So the setup is actually not so bad. It's only 2-1 so far, and they've also won here into the bonus round that Team Liquid had. So I think they're still on a good spot, at least to kick off this game.
I like what Crew did here at the opening. I saw on B main, used a dark cover as well. That prevented Liquid from taking control there, and Liquid instead pressured mid. So in that sense, you know, Crew have a fairly good feel of the map right now, and a timely dark cover comes through to short as well. So again, Crew know exactly what's going on. Scream pops to run it back. There goes the curveball through the dark cover. Oh, can't quite find the frag though. That was close. BNJ survives. Liquid continue the press onto the A site. And that's the spike now planted here for Liquid. But again, it's this game of post-plant positioning. Cryptics will delay things with the nano swarms. And they surely know, Crew. They surely know about Scream. And indeed, they'll deal with Scream before Soulcast can do anything about it. Soulcast, though, through the smoke, able to find one. The trades are coming through, though. Crew looking pretty good on this retake. Time is a problem. We do get that lockdown coming in as well. That's going to send Link back further, deeper into A main. The TP comes through, and Crew are going to take him down to get the defuse in the bag. Beautiful retake. In fact, from the beginning of the round, Van Silly.
Exactly.
Just Crew played everything really well.
Exactly. So sometimes you see that Team Liquid, the heavy hits, as I was talking about before, sometimes they even throw the run it back from the A-man instead. But to have Scream go through the tree this way, how did they set it up? You had a turret coming in from the defender side from Klaus all the way from the A site looking down that area, an alarm bot with a nano swarm. And not only that, they already had 4 players on the A site playing passive, getting ready for a push right after, so that if they surrender their site, they have a lockdown, they could protect the lockdown, and they push back into it. So as we just mentioned here, Dan, they're actually reading this game quite well for Crew. The firepower is starting to come up at the same time. It's starting to shine a little bit more here for Crew from Nagzet, more specifically at the same time too. And now we'll see if Crew can continue a reign on the defender side as Team Liquid seems to go back on another force buy. So they have a couple of Spectres, rifles, and an off from Yampi, who looks to dash away almost into a wall, but does not get punished more than just the armor taken away.
And once again, you know, Crew have a pretty good feel of the map here, getting that early B main control. Liquid going for those hits. You know, you're talking about them favoring set pieces on this A site. We're going to see one of those. Klaus getting some damage in before having to fall back. Link on backside with the use of the Omen ult TP. And once again, you know, Liquid are going to get the A site, but the question is, can they hold it? There is no lockdown here for Klaus, for Crew. And with Nagzet, indeed, on this flank, the amount of pressure on Liquid here is pretty huge. Oh, I love the move from Nagzet as well. Nagzet able to just rotate back around. Liquid have to worry about the flank.
Oh, yeah.
But he's able to reinforce this main push. And there it is, the swing onto the site. Beautiful stuff coming through here from Crew on this retake. Got to get all the kills, though. One player still left is Soulcast. He has the Hunter's Fury. Is he going to pop it? Oh, Mazina's just sticking it. He is just sticking it. No fear at all. Beautiful stuff. Soulcast is wondering what the hell just happened.
It was so close, too. I mean, he had the crosshair there. He just had the low bullets in the end and just runs out of bullets. Maybe needed one more shot to be able to take that diffuser down. But yes, indeed, they're trying to figure out what the hell is happening on that retake. Because despite them losing the op of Yampi at A main, they still had so many bodies inside the site for the crossfire. But Crew, the way that they played it, excellent way to use Nagzet to dash into the site, Dan. So when you said that he fell back into Catwalk, he was a pivotal player to actually get into the site, create that space, and allow his teammates to come in right after, just behind, to just mow down TL on that retake. So very well done. Forces now Team Liquid on a half buy at this point. You have a hero buy from Soul. Well, actually, Soulcast saved that weapon from that previous round, so he's going to maintain that Vandal. The rest of them are still working behind that Vandal, though, with the Sheriff's Inspector.
Yeah, Crew have changed that setup completely, but we'll go more into that in a second.
Yep.
Ooh, nasty shot from Scream. Nails Nagzet with that Sheriff. Klaus comes out to try to get these trade kills. B&J stuck in a very dangerous position, and Team Liquid doing a lot of damage here. They're looking very good. Velzik has to deliver from backside from Boathouse. Yampi with the trade, though. Leaves it to Mazzino here for Crew to save the day. Rez coming in. That's huge. Can he defend, though? Scary stuff. Hunter's Fury comes in from B&J, and there's just one player left. Cryptics creeps up the side, straight into B&J's crosshair. Crew saved the day there. That was a close one, though.
Yeah, and even thanks to that, because of the res that came out, it kind of kept Team Liquid in a space of like, oh crap, should we plant? Should we try to go for a fight? They tried to go for the fight instead, and because you have also the Hunter's Fury ready, that just it cancels out the lockdown. It made that 2 versus 2 a little bit better there for Crew. In the end, though, like you said, Dan, forcing out the res was nice because you said it was pretty good. Why? Because Team Liquid, they're on a half buy there. So they forced out a lockdown, they got a couple of kills, they're forcing a lot of weapons being bought back for Crew Esports into this round. So this could potentially break the bank for Crew moving into the later rounds, maybe in 1 or 2 more rounds.
And here we go, just looking for that A main control here on Team Liquid this time, going quite heavy into this one.
Yeah.
And we've got Mazino playing the A site. He's mostly been playing B so far, so this is a switch up. There goes the wall as well to slow things down, and very different looking rounds here from both teams. In goes Scream with the run it back, popped immediately. There's the dash into the cloudburst from Yampy, trying to get that forward position. And he goes down. That's a huge kill from Crew as they look to hold this site. In fact, they've completely deflected Liquid. They can't make their way through the choke point. And at this point, they've been completely routed. I don't know what's left for them to do on this A site.
Yeah, you got to save now, I think, at this point. A 4 versus 2. I mean, you still have 40 seconds. If you're able to punish Crew that wants to overextend, they could maybe turn the round over for Team Liquid. But with that, I don't think it's going to happen. You already see here Soulcast heading back towards the attacker spawn. Actually, with the Shrouded Step that comes back towards the A main, they could maybe meet up. But like you said, Dan, I feel that they read that perfectly for Crew Esports. This was a typical set play for Team Liquid. We've seen this before. It was the yellow drone coming out, fall behind it, have actually Yampy try to dash into the side at the same time, and that blaze wall that comes out from Scream. It's always going out towards that right side, so he can try to create like a little wall of surprise, a curveball he could throw, or just try to go for a dry peek from his blaze wall into Heaven's side. And the position was just perfect for Crew to cancel all of that and nullify any type of, like, look at the X's. They didn't even cross past the entrance of the A site here for Team Liquid, so this was perfectly played.
Yeah, it looks really nice, but
wow, with a recon dart too, it was so good. It was so good for Crew.
Yeah, it's just winning those opening battles against the entry fraggers is just such an impactful moment for Crew, and also just like the fact that they had Mazino playing A also. Switching up where Mazino's playing with the Sage has been pretty cool. And Mazino has been combining with Delzik in the early round to go for these slow orb plus dark cover combos. Pretty cheap combo to gain full control of either B main or A main. So that's what's been happening in many of these rounds. This is actually, these are one of the reasons, this might be one of the main reasons why Crew has had such a good read on Liquid's pace and the flow of the round, because they're getting that early control. But I don't think a single time it's been contested, really. So if that continues, Crew are certainly going to remain in the driving seat of this one.
And I mean, continue it that way for sure. I think they're starting to build that confidence at the same time too. And we've seen these matches where even typically you're watching as a fan from Valorant, you're like, okay, head-to-head region, Team Liquid versus Crew, FNATIC versus X10. Technically, it should be blowouts on paper, but everybody's being underestimated so far. So to see Crew just bounce back so well and so quickly into the beginning of the second half, or should I say second map, sorry, you want to continue to build up on that. And Team Liquid, I think at this point, I know we have a tactical timeout. They're trying to figure out what they want to do with this buy here, Dan, but there's been a lot of just forced buys every single time right now for Team Liquid, where I feel that we really didn't have a full buy, or I guess with the exception of the previous round where they got absolutely thrashed. But I feel that Team Liquid have to slow down a little bit with the economy, and I think this is a perfect way to call that pause from Sliggy, so they could actually calm down the nerves at the same time and just reset in terms of their strategy against Crew, and even the momentum, try to bring that back in their favor.
Indeed. There goes the drone. Next, there's forced back. Yampy, very quick forward position with that Blaze Storm. Mazino again, wandering around the map. You don't ever know where he's going to be playing from if you're Liquid. That wall coming up in mid, slowing things down. And BNJ, meantime, with that Odin pressuring B main instead. So that's another kind of difference to how this defense is evolving for Crew. And once again, Liquid going back to Old Faithful. It's that A-bomb site.
And again, I think this is read perfectly. The round that they went towards the B side, Klaus had his utility towards the B side as well. Now it's towards the A side, and I'm pretty sure Klaus is the IGL right now for Crew Esports, so he's doing a very good job at the same time to be able to read it out, and it's going to be Nagzet with the first kill onto Yampy as he was trying to dash into the site.
Such a huge kill to get, and look at how difficult it is now to get through onto the site. In fact, they can't really seem to do it. It's going to be with that wall from Phoenix, from Scream, to make it happen.
There it is.
There's the curveball through that wall, showing the value of Phoenix here. Nagset repositioning. And this is difficult here for Liquid. They're fairly spread out. They may be isolated from one another here. Scream is on site with Link. Soulcast from A main has Hunter's Fury, so there's actually a lot to play with here.
Yeah.
For Liquids. Very tense. Oh, Scream with that one way. And at this point, it's looking quite difficult. B&J with no shock darts remaining. That would be absolute money if he had some of those. But they're going to give it up.
Mazzino's still holding towards Catwalk, though. He's looking to make it expensive. He could get some on the exit. There's the first. And there's a second.
Nice.
They did their job. They did their job. So despite losing a round, to still continue to make expensive for TL. As we said, they had pretty much a half buy coming through. They're trying to chase down the last player at the same time. Because you've won so many rounds here on the defense, 4 crew in a row, the economy's still looking very good. So to chase this down, I'm all for that. But we mentioned it here, Dan. That Blaze Wall, not only from the curveball coming out from Scream, it also allows Link to just book through towards that site and get the plant where they need it to on this post-plant situation where it doesn't get really wall-banged or not really wall-bangable usually when you're trying to plant in that corner. But that curveball not only flashes towards the doorway, it also flashes towards heaven that allows Link to swing out at the same time too. So good communication for these two to enter the site. Absolutely agree. It has been really awesome seeing some of those coordinated movements, the pacing, the trade spacing. And once again, we're seeing Mazzino with these walls in mid now. And it comes the pressure from Liquid to try to deal with that, forcing Mazzino back and taking mid control away from Crew. Now, normally this would suggest a B split. Correct. We'll see if that is the name of the game, though, here for Team Liquid.
Well, with the amount of shots that you heard with the wall coming up, the Aldron spawning one towards B main, you're seeing a rotation coming out from Crew at the same time. 2 mid, 2 B, but the noise is starting to slow down here. You're starting to have Crew guessing again. You're going to have to try to wait for your recon dart to come out and try to get some information if it's going to be towards this B main inside, because B&J seems to be fully committed to hold this Odin towards this B site.
Area.
There you go.
That's a lot of info.
Very run it back again.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, this is a scary one. The time is going to be low here, so Liquid are not going to have too much time to error correct. Run it back goes down straight away, and they're calling a cancel. They're going to rotate back to A, but we still have Nagset still in position on A main with the operator. This is a great angle. Oh, it's the perfect angle there for Nagset. Nailing Link as well for 2 kills. Might be more here. They're going to feed straight into him. There's nothing else that they can do. Nagset's done everything that's been required. Scream has no time. The round goes to Crew. 6-3 in favor of them, and this is a very different map of Valorant to the first map.
I'm all here for it, Dan. I'm loving this so far, but you could still see the amount of respect that Crew Esports has versus Team Liquid, because as Nagset is landing these shots and their beautiful positioning shots, they still invested in Klaus's Killjoy ult just to try to make sure that they could secure the round. Thankfully, though, we have them dominating this defender side so far too. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see another Killjoy ult sword maybe by the end of the half. But this is beautifully done right now for Crew Esports. They read the run it back. This is twice that the run it back is available for Scream, and he gets stopped immediately into his tracks when he's trying to get into the site, where he cannot create the diversion. He cannot create the fake for them to get the full fake into the sites. Very well done.
Yeah, it's a really good point. You know, I hadn't really thought about that too much. The Scream is not getting value in terms of creating space from that run it back. And in this off-by situation that we're in right now, it's a few Sheriffs and this saved weapon from Scream. The Crew are looking pretty good. Taking down Soulcast, so there's less numbers to worry about. Usually numbers is really where the strength is in rounds like this. The team that has less equipment. Nagset could be in actually no, he's got assistance on the side.
Yeah.
There it is. Klaus is at assistance. Oh, Cryptus will take him down. So some damage is being done here as Liquid pile into the site. It's looking a little bit scary here for Nagzed because Scream he's got the rifle. Great timing there from Nagzed. Really looking comfortable here. Oh, beautiful premium jet stuff from Nagzed.
And you just see how he doesn't care, like the game sets for Nagzed so far under a high-pressure matchup. Because think about it, chat fans, this is still an elimination game. So the pressure is high right now for both of these teams. And for Nagzed to just know that Link's coming behind him, but he's like, you know what? I'm going to focus on this 1 versus 1 because I know Scream is going to try to swing out from the shadows. And then he positions himself for a perfect kill onto Link right after like that. It's just really nice to watch. Like, look at how they're cheering each other up at the same time too. That confidence is definitely reigning in here for Crew Esports.
Yeah, it's huge. Liquid do look very stuck at the moment, that's for sure on this half. Maybe the next half will be different. We'll see if they can get themselves a couple extra rounds here. Nagzed moving around will be on the B main peak, able to deal with the drone.
Twice he does that.
It's good to see that not only has Mazino with the Sage and the utility that's offered up with Sage be moving around in these defensive setups round to round, also, of course, with the operator, Nagzed gets to do the same thing. So there's a lot to worry about for Liquid, and they're going to just explode onto the B site by the looks of things. And Nagzed's repositioned here again if they contact into this. Oh, they're going to use the paranoia, of course, and there's the punish.
Huge.
With Yappy with the dash, but the trade straight back in there from Klaus. 1 for 1, and it looks like Liquid, once again, might be stuck in this choke point. Oh, God, the Odin is looking very dangerous here from B&J. The spray is wild there, commits all the way. You got to respect it, but it's not going to work out for Crew. Oh, my goodness.
He was a little surprised once the dark cover dissipated, and it's like, oh, I just realized I'm a little bit off here on my frag or on my spray with the Odin. He got punished with that for sure. And I was going to say, Scream, after getting that kill, it looks like he wasn't getting enough value off the run it back, but you could already see that off that kill, he already built another run it back after picking up the orb. So I think he's still doing a very good job being able to get a couple of support kills, entry kills, but still trying to create that space when I run it back. That's where it's not necessarily lacking. You have to commend Crew of how good they've been positioning and reading out how it's being played for Team Liquid. With this last round to go, though, Yampy, maybe he's going to pick up this Blade Storm. He will. And the 5 players, we're looking for another potential set piece towards this A side, as they have a lot of ultimates to work with for the attack here of Team Liquid.
Yeah, they're really going for this just contact burst style and keeping things simple here. There goes the drone, the wall as well. The run it back is popped as well.
Cancelled right away.
Back is gone again immediately, but there goes Yampy now with the Blade Storm. Oh, he's going to whip that one. Klaus with the punish. Scream trading things through, and it's looking pretty crazy right now. Crew, though, looking pretty good on this. Still, the spike has to be planted here for Link, and beautiful fragging there from Link. Oh my goodness, from strength to strength. And Team Liquid, you know, this was looking like a pretty dire half. They actually managed to cobble together the last couple rounds, making it a 5-7 finish. That's not bad at all.
Definitely not bad, especially now that they have the advantage of taking to the defender side too. I know it's starting to get a little bit more even, depending on the playstyle too, right? You really have to think about playstyle and compositions that sees a little bit more attacker, maybe attacker-sided rounds or defender-sided halves. But at this point, I think for TL, they're definitely comfortable here playing the defender side of this map, of this very own map pick. And to be able to scrape those last 2 rounds, and also to make it 5-7 overall, I think you come out pretty happy with the first half. It looked pretty dire. It didn't look like they were able to do much here with Scream's entries, but following that, it still has been pretty good for Team Liquid when they actually make it into the site for these pulse plants.
Into the pistol we go, and Liquid with a similar approach and just holding onto the tree position on their defense right now, and they have 2 players forward and B main also, so just mostly giving up space towards mid, which is where Crew actually are.
Raid boss again from Yampy. So Frenzy, small shields, doubling up with potential curveball from Scream.
Now here come the trades into the sites. Oh, it's looking good for Crew. 3 kills straight away for them. Spike planted as well. This will be tough for Soulcast and Link, although 3 players are quite weak for Crew. You might as well give it a go on the pistol.
Here.
Revealing area.
There goes that recon for Soulcast. Immediately dealt with. And it's looking quite difficult here. You know, Soulcast, you can see he's worried about that push from A main. There's so many things to worry about. They're going to try to clear one position at a time together. And B&J is doing exactly the correct move. It's making them run as far as possible. And now maybe... Oh, okay. B&J's actually going to get a kill out of that. Surely not both of them. Indeed, Link's going to take him out.
And I'm okay with, okay, this is smart, because I was just saying, you don't have to chase him down. Right now, you could potentially give more money, more orbs for Link. At the same time, just let him die with the spike, just so that you don't give him the opportunity of getting from the shadows for information a lot faster here on the defender side. But this was actually a very nice run by the attacker side of Crew Esports into the site, because you see it, they crept up slowly towards this mid side. I would assume that they poked and dropped the Owl Drone from Soulcast quite early into the round to allow for them to surprise the two defenders inside B main by rushing into the market after the wall. So Crew playing it slowly into this into that round to eventually burst into the site has caught TL by surprise.
Oh, hello. Klaus wins the battle there in B main. That's a huge early victory.
Yeah. On another force by mine you here, Dan.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting here to see how Liquid want to try and deal with the situation. You can see them rotating Cryptics on the Killjoy across to A, so they're stacking more towards the A side of the map here. Completely giving up B. Yampi, very strong defense possible here on Catwalk with this judge. And it looks like Crew are going to be moving straight into this.
Caution here.
At least I think it's all going to be towards A main. I think understanding that it's dangerous, that they could potentially play against shotguns into this round, especially after they won that 1v1 in the beginning of the round, and seeing that there was a Spectre invested, going all into A main is so smart.
Naxed straight on top of Jen. Love to see it. Team Liquid struggling here to get the kills that they want. In fact, everybody's still standing for Crew at the moment. Yampi with the judge.
Spike planted.
Well, absolutely denied by that door.
And there you go. You're forced to try to retake with a judge at long range, or you have to dash into the site to make things expensive. You've invested a lot into this round, and he's even invested into small shields. So for Yampi, if he could try to come out of it unscathed, it would be nice, but he's just gonna die. A flawless from Prime Gaming.
Yeah, fantastic round from Crew. As you say, you know, they did a good job in actually resetting into that A main push. That was a good call. It is really scary because, you know, they cut noise and they lost a lot of information to do it. So, you know, it's really hard to say, you know, what Liquid's actually doing with their weapons, but they managed to avoid all of the dangers, and they're 9-5 right now. That's awesome to see. Crew looking good.
100%.
And we get the half buy from Team Liquids. Cryptics on the Nova. The Nova? Oh dear.
Listen, I said counter at the same point too, Dan. I think we're just rubbing off each other at this point. So yeah, the Bucky coming out from Cryptics. I mean, it's not too bad. You're buying the Bucky right now. You don't have any shields. You should be okay to buy into the next round too. But look at this, just a random spray through the dark cover, and it catches Yampi down at 34 HP. So you're just expecting these type of slow pushes, knowing that you're going to be on these low buys on Team Liquid, that you might try to play a little more aggressively, trying to catch your opponents off guard, and they're just, again, it's the reading rainbow. It's a pop-up book right now for Crew Esports on this map.
Yeah, and I would always be, I think the advice that I think is always valuable in spots like this for Crew is like, you know, what is the scenario in which we give up our lead? You know, really is allowing there to be kills early on from Team Liquids with these Sheriffs, but nothing's really been given by Crew. They haven't overpeaked anything. They've been keeping the Sheriffs. I think the Sheriffs have fired a shot. That's a good sign. That Crew are doing what they need to be doing here. Now they're trying to just barrel into the B side altogether. Really smart moves there. Don't spread out. Don't split up. Cryptics there at the back with the Bucky. Able to find one. Gets a lot of damage, but just the one kill. Spike goes down, and that spells trouble here for Liquids.
Standing ahead.
It's going to be hard to retake with these Sheriffs.
Yeah, and they're all turned up inside the site as well. And this, I'm okay with it as well if Liquid wants to let them die and go for exits. But for Crew, I don't mind them dying too because it's a bonus round for them.
Uh-oh, the paranoia comes through. Oh, the hot hands as well. BNJ able to... Oh! That, but the headshots coming through from the Sheriffs. Oh my god. The timing on that one from Liquid was incredible.
They're definitely gonna... yeah, sorry, go ahead, Dan.
I was just going to say, it seemed like they each selected a different target and each landed the first bullet all at the same time.
And that's exactly what I was going to say, because the timing of usually when you shoot a Sheriff, it's pop, pop, pop. And you look at this, it's going to be pop, pop, pop on 3 different names and 3 different kills. Exactly the right timing of landing 1 Sheriff shot every single time.
Oh
the
God.
1 taps coming out from Blink Yampi. That was just so clean right there for Team Liquid. And they actually managed to secure the round. On top of that, that's a heartbreaker round for Crew Esports.
Oh, it felt like they did so many things right there. You just can't account for those kinds of rounds. You just got to hold your hands up and you just got to take those sometimes.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
It's what it is. Get straight back on the horse. And right now, Crew moving pretty fast actually up middle.
Yeah. And the buy's still low though for Liquid, despite them winning that on Sheriffs only, right? So you see how much was invested into that second round for the defender side.
And the spike did go down at least, so that's some extra cash that went the way of Crew. And I love the fast pace into just cut noise. They took that early space in mid, they dealt with some utility, they also convinced Liquid to use some additional utility, and now they just hold.
Look how spread out they are, Dan. They have actually some pretty good positioning for Team Liquid. Yampi in the entrance right now could dash away if he misses. They have Link inside 1 if you're looking at that mini-map. They're in good positions to catch Crew off guard, and that's a great way to start things off to push them back.
Straight into a fast maneuver through Catwalk towards the A side. Liquid do have players here. That's a fantastic paranoia getting sent through by Link. That's going to slow things down. The hot hands as well to make matters worse. And then an eyesore. There's just so much delay coming through here against Crew, and they don't have time for this. Making their way up through the window to try to find their way onto the site, trying to clear some kind of a path. The curveballs come in. It seems like Liquid have so much utility here. 10 seconds to plant the spike. Time is a problem right now. Crew are still trying to get their way onto the site. Soulcast denies the spike plant. A second kill.
My God.
Every kill there from Liquid right at the end.
And that's where, Dan, it shows where it's a series of unfortunate events, because that slow orb that was thrown and that slowed them down was actually from their own teammate. Because they thought a push was going to come in from Garden, they had everything set up to get into the doorway, into the A site. But now, time is of the essence. Time is against you. A hot hands gets thrown on the ground. A paranoia came also from A main. They're like, oh crap, it's a crossfire set up into the A site. Can we go through heaven? No, unfortunately we can't, because we slowed ourselves down. We also allowed for TL to actually get the rotate over from the spawn side in from B. And this is a crucial timeout right now that is definitely needed for Crew Esports, just due to the fact that on 2 consecutive rounds, where it was 2 lower buys in terms of the economy for Team Liquid, and it's still converted into round wins. And you're catching up right now on your defender side for Team Liquid, taking the, like I said, the easier side right now for Team Liquid's map. Crew needs to figure something out right now.
Yeah, they definitely do. And Liquid, at the same time, I'm curious, if they're going to try to mix things up here, because oftentimes when you expect a team, taking a tactical, you're thinking, okay, they're going to change something. You can decide to go really aggressive just to really just take the initiative. So if they had a plan, you kind of just blow it up right from the get-go. And that's something that we actually saw Liquid doing on Split. They did that with an A main aggression later into that one after a tactical from Crew. So maybe they'll do that same thing again. We'll have to see. And Sliggy looks kind of like the evil Sliggy, like a Sith Lord version of Sliggy in that black mask. I
was gonna say, like, did he dye his hair black too, going into this event? I mean, he's straight up looking like a snack right now for this event. Big shout out to Sliggy. This round of the timeout comes back, right? So we're about to resume the round number 17. I feel that right now, trying to get control towards A main and try to give this orb from Azino is already going to be a great start, so that he could potentially have a res into the next round when they have the ultimates to work with. So try to waste out the utility, try to pull them back right now for Team Liquid to turtle back into the site, get this orb, and then figure out what you want to do. And actually, it's invested into, screw it, let's just go with the Hunter's Fury and Bladestorm and immediately go and take the offensive right away off this timeout.
Oh my god. Scream very confident there. Nagzet is missing those knives, unfortunately. That right click, that's what he needed to land. And that's the most dangerous player out of the round, effectively.
Yep. Just off straight utility, right? It was a Bladestorm that was there, and whoop, okay. The Frenzy's gonna help a bit.
Oh wow, he actually dinked up Link as well. But yes, it is just a save round here from Crew, so not too much going their way. Quick 180 there. And there we go. 8-9 as Liquids start to close the gap on the scoreboards. And this is what the tactical really was for, you know, this next buy round.
Correct. Correct. I think it's, let's try to figure out what investment we can use right now. I'm not opposed to the Bladestorm into the Hunter's Fury just to try to take control of Tree and see if the Bladestorm could actually amount to a round victory here for Crew Esports. But a right click, it didn't connect onto screen. But you're looking at this round right now, we're still 2 away from getting an ult for Soulcast, which will be a perfect moment for Klaus to actually use his lockdown and enable Crew to get into his site. With a From the Shadows, this is a perfect play for a B-side take.
Good tag coming through from B&J there. That's going to secure the ore pickup. That's an ult now for Mazzino. He needed that 1 point. Now there is the Resurrect online as well. Crew, lots of presence towards A so far. Definitely suggesting to Liquid that there's something going on there. Liquid actually might be going for a play here. Yeah, they've got the drone. They are just retaking the A main position. Great maneuver. This is going to have Liquid an advantage on information now. They're going to know exactly what's going on.
They could even start rotating back right away. You could see it right now. They want to make sure they get that res so that once it gets bloody into the site for Crew, they could res up at the same time. But that's lockdown's going to come. You're going to have to From the Shadows at the same time too. But they have really good utility to start delaying right off the get-go and then have the rotate come right out for Team Liquid.
Just waiting patiently here for go time. That lockdown expires. Now Liquid trying to see if they can slow this one down into the sites. Huge flank coming through as well from Yampi through to B main. There is a turret that's been smoked there, so now it's all onto Liquid, trying to coordinate their efforts there. They've got a few points of attack. Market, Spawn, and soon to be B main as well.
Scream. It's got to be off screen. Once they get positioning, I wouldn't be surprised if a run it back comes out at the same time too. There you go.
There it is. You called it, and are they able to trade off of that? Looks like they will. 2 kills going the way of Liquid. Mazzino able to trade 1 back, though, as will B&J, so it's pretty even here. The spike still ticking away. Yappy finally activated in B main as he tries to swing on through, and it's up to Mazzino now, swinging across. Yappy's there, and Yappy will take him down, and there's just enough time to get this defuse in. Oh, it's so close, though. Oh, so close. Liquid secure it, and they tie up the score 9-9. And again, if you are just joining us here, this lower bracket match, Crew are fighting for their tournament life. They lost the first map. They got absolutely crushed on split by Liquid. And they are showing a great game here so far, but it is starting to look like Liquid are beginning to take over.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, like, they invested it into grabbing the orb here for the res for the attackers on a Crew Esports, and in a 2 versus 1, Mazzino wasn't in a position where he could actually assist for maybe a bait res, something towards the back of the site, right? Because they had time in their favor. Die with the spike, it doesn't matter. Get the round. This is what you want here for Crew Esports, and also not having to From the Shadows invested in the back of the site. That could have been something very good to allow Delzeek to take early back control. But let's cross that out. It's going to be Crew Esports looking to explode into the A site.
Oh, they're going straight from the dark cover. S going to connect the screen. Beautiful stuff here. Link, though, takes down Nagzet. Amazing stuff here so far from Liquid, deflecting this attack. Scream is tapping their heads. That's what he does. That's who he is. And that's Liquid with the 10th round now on the board as they deflect that contact through that smoke. I love the mix-up from Crew, but Liquid was somehow so ready for it.
Yeah, I think now the story falls back in the hands of Team Liquid. As much as I wanted to commend Crew Esports of how they were so good at reading Team Liquid on the attack, this was perfect for the same thing for Team Liquid in the end. To have that 2 players set up towards that A site, a perfect crossfire. I know they were able to hit Scream towards that backup generator, and while he's affected by that paranoia, to have Link get the first few kills, have the opponents focus on Link after on the kill, and then Scream comes out right after when he's not blinded. This is just some nice back and forth in terms of supporting teammates into the A site here for Team Liquid. So now they regain the lead off this series at the same time. And Crew, at least they have, again, the res and a full buy into this round because they're at the max bonus.
And you can see the mix-up of positioning here. Scream hanging on. Oh my god, Klaus.
Okay.
Fantastic shooting from him. Definitely not an easy frag to get. And against Scream, of course. And that's an early win here for Crew. The lockdown there to deny any fast push. So that's a huge win from Crew. Not only getting the kill, but also forcing out the lockdown.
That's right. And you're hiding away from the Owl drone, and now they have no information from Team Liquid. So with 1 player behind, somebody's going to have to force a hand. It's going to have to be potentially Yampy peeking out on this catwalk or playing it close. If not, it's just going to be very hard for the defenders to hold and even to retake after that. And it seems to be the latter. They're going to force the hand right now for the attackers into the site, but these nanoswarms are going to be huge.
Oh no, Team Liquid doing a fantastic job to deny this one. Klaus is on another level though, takes down Cryptix, giving just enough space for Delzik to win the fight against Soulcast for the spike plant. 2 versus 2 as Yampy and Link come in to try to retake this one. Yampy's going to go down. Klaus again is having such an incredible game. What a display of skill so far. Link with the next challenge here, but against 2 players. Looking for the trade. He's baits it out. Link!
My God.
That's incredible there from Link. Liquid again picking up another round. I cannot believe that Link just did that.
Somebody praise this man because he's been one of those key players as well for Team Liquid, looking through the qualifiers to help TL qualify into the Masters 2. The Red Bull clutch coming on his side. The Red Bull clutches that he's done, and he continues to demonstrate that in this event. And like I said, it was going to be a very impossible or a much harder task for this retake to happen for Team Liquid, just due to the fact that they're not forcing the hand and not trying to regain map control for the defender side to know exactly where the hit is coming from. So as Crew Esports are running their pistol round on a 5 versus 2 inside the site, it still comes down to like great and better positioning for the pulse plant for the attacker side, and Link just did a great job to negate a 2 versus 1 swing and take the advantage off 2 individual 1 versus 1s.
Yeah, early presence and control from Liquid here on A main, and they now feel the presence towards catwalk. Yampy, though, is in a great position. There is definitely a world here where he does not get flash or anything, gets just a straight-up peek from an opponent, and that would be a decisive moment. Yampy looking for something here. Oh my god! Nagzet's ready for it!
Twice he does that.
Absolutely ready for it. And look at Scream go. Run it back straight through Gelato into top mid to get the information, and Crew, they are long gone.
Yep,
they are long
choice.
gone. And here goes Cryptix, able to find the spike. The second kill comes his way. That's not a bad result. Oof, Soulcast able to find that one. That's a huge, huge pickup.
Yeah, and that's spiked down at the same time too. They have still the Killjoy utility on the B side. This is such a great hold for Team Liquid.
Beautiful finish there from Soulcast. That is it. Game point now for Team Liquid. Another round where it really looked like Crew had done a lot right. But it's just that extra kill that Cryptix got. And then obviously losing the spike in a position such as Market. Just these small edges that Liquid are winning are really making all the difference.
and they're running back to force the hand and let Team Liquid know, let's get ready. The hit's going to come towards this B site. When also you're not ready for Crew Esports for a run it back, then you kind of just want to run away from that one too. So it's nice that Scream just off that funneled everybody back towards a heavy defense, and that starts things off very well to win this series for Team Liquid.
Instant res coming through though for Crew. That does at least even things up, and strangely that does give advantage to Crew. But Link, if he finds the timing on this peak and gets a kill and gets away with it, that would be an enormous problem for Crew.
Yeah.
Will they be cognizant of this angle from Link? Trying to play an off angle here, trying to be unexpected with his peak. And just Link seeing nothing also tells Liquid a huge amount as to what Crew are doing.
And you're just walking back potentially to a heavy nanoswarm setup off the sidewalk from Triptychs. This has been a thorn in the side of Crew Esports. Whenever they're hitting towards this B side, you don't see them dashing, or, well, they can't dash right now as NagZet's dead. But with them trying to get across towards the switch onto the staircase, just going through the sidewalk has been damaging for them so far.